Chapter 3198. He was the pride of his generation, the future of Shinshin School, and the most monstrous transcendent world lord, Blazeheart Realm Lord. From the very beginning, he had been shining brightly in Shinshin School. Shinshin School saw him as their hope and used all their resources to nurture him. And he didn't disappoint. His growth was very dazzling. He completely trampled all the other geniuses under his feet, not giving them any chance to breathe. Everyone in Shinshin School, from the ordinary disciples to the sect master, thought that it was only a matter of time before Blazeheart Realm Lord stepped into the World King realm, or even higher. It was even possible that he could become the Overlord one day in the future. However, such a monstrous genius participated in the World Lord meeting and entered the enchantment. Everywhere he went, monsters would circle around him and human martial artists would be afraid of him. He had also successfully stepped into the Transcendent Realm. Unfortunately, when he wanted to kill Fang Chun, he was suppressed by the latter. Now, Shinshin School's despicable actions had thoroughly angered Fang Chun. Looking at Blazeheart Realm Lord who was in a coma, Fang Chun's face was very gloomy. "I'll let you live for a few more days." After saying that, Fang Chun turned around and sat down on a stone bench. "Boss, have you decided?" Little Mouse asked. Xiao Huang, Pangolin, Xiao Hai, the old faker, the pure-blooded beast cub, Kong Jiao, Tian Xian, and Fang Shi all looked at Fang Chun, waiting for him to make a decision. "We can't hesitate any longer. Reprimand is causing trouble." That's right. Shinshin School didn't save Blazeheart Realm Lord. It's very likely that they will vent their anger on Princess Xian. After a long time, Fang Chun raised his head and a sharp light shot out from his eyes. "How confident are you?" Fang Chun looked at Little Mouse and asked in a low voice. Little Mouse grinned and said confidently, "I don't care about anything else, but if it's just digging a hole, I'm 100% confident." Ever since the Little Mouse had awakened its innate ability, its attack power had reached an unimaginable level. The power of its claws was even more terrifying. He could dig from Tianshu Yuan in the southern region all the way to the northern region, and even dig through the ancient road of time and space. From this, one could tell how frightening their abilities were. He had no choice but to make this decision. After all, Princess Xian couldn't be imprisoned in the Shinshin School forever, and Fang Chun wasn't strong enough to save her by himself. Therefore, he could only pin his hopes on the Little Mouse. "Boss, don't worry. Brother Rat can even dig through the ancient road of time and space. A mere Shinshin School is nothing." That's right. Since they dared to provoke us, Brother Shu will turn the Shinshin School upside down. Xiao Huang and the others also expressed their opinions. In the end, after careful discussion, Fang Chun made a decision. After a long while, they discussed the details. First, they would let Little Mouse dig a hole. When they reached the bottom of the Shinshin School, Fang Chun would sneak into the Shinshin School, rescue Princess Xian as quickly as possible, and then quickly return. During this process, the most dangerous thing was to be discovered by the Shinshin School. After all, the Shinshin School was guarded by the Shinshin School's headmaster. Once they were discovered, their lives would be in danger. At night, the stars twinkled in the dark night sky. The elegant courtyard was suddenly enveloped by a powerful sealing force. Immediately, Fang Chun and Little Mouse appeared side by side. "I've completely sealed off this place. No one can come in except for the 5 kings of the realm capital." Fang Chun muttered. Even if the 5 kings of the realm capital found out, they wouldn't say anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't have protected him in front of the Shinshin School's king rel powerhouses. Rip! A powerful purple aura spread around Little Mouse's body and then quickly gathered on his claws. His sharp claws quickly dug into the ground. In the blink of an eye, he dug out a dark tunnel. "Boss, let's go." Little Mouse stuck his head out of the dark tunnel and said. For the rest of the time, the Little Mouse continued to dig its way underground. At the same time, something happened in the Shinshin School. The Shinshin School was filled with smoke, and the atmosphere was very solemn. In the meeting hall, the vice sect master sat on the throne with a gloomy face. Below him, there were several elders. One of them was the King Realm powerhouse who attacked Fang Chun before. "Elder Shinhe, tell me, The vice sect master calmly asked. Vice sect master, the strength of the Sky Heart World Lord is much stronger than we imagined. Elder Shinha said, although he is a transcendent world lord, his overall combat strength is comparable to an early world king realm martial artist. Moreover what? The vice sect master asked. He has a movement technique that is incomparably fast. Even my divine sense can't capture his figure. This is also the reason why we failed this time. Elder Shinha truthfully said, movement technique? Incomparably strange? The vice sect master frowned. What kind of movement technique was it that even a world king realm powerhouse couldn't capture? Moreover, the person who used it was only a world lord. His movement technique is extremely mysterious. I can't see through it. Elder Shinha was helpless. As a world king realm powerhouse, he couldn't see through a movement technique. In the meeting hall, the other elders looked at each other. According to what Elder Shinha said, if he hides in the realm capital, we can't do anything to him. Moreover, even if he leaves the realm capital for a short time, it will be difficult for us to kill him. For a time, the meeting hall fell into chaos. All the elders were discussing. World Lord Blazeheart was a monstrous genius of the Shinshin school. They had to save him no matter the cost. After a long time, the vice sect master stood up. I will make a trip to the realm capital. He wanted to know the attitude of the 5 kings of the realm capital. If they insisted on protecting Fangchun, then this matter would be difficult to handle. Half a month later, underground in a pitch-black tunnel, Little Mouse's claws carried a thick purple aura as it constantly dug at the soil in front of it. Who? Suddenly, Little Mouse stopped digging and sat down in the tunnel. Its forehead was covered in sweat, and it was panting. Rest for a while, Fangchun said. Soon, according to my estimation, we should be able to dig to the bottom of the Shinshin school in 3 days. Little Mouse said. After resting for a while, it continued to dig. After another 3 days, Little Mouse's digging speed suddenly slowed down a lot. What's wrong? Fangchun asked. Boss, we have arrived at the Shinshin school's territory. Little Mouse said, Shinshin school is surrounded by the protective mountain array. The array is rooted in the soil and blocks our path. If I force it, it is very likely to cause a change in the protective mountain array and alarm the people of the Shinshin school. Let me do it. Fangchun's attainments in the Tao of Array were also very high. A mere protective mountain array of the Shinshin school was not a problem for him. Buzz. Fangchun placed his palm on the void pattern. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. If you want me to break the array with all my strength, it will be a bit difficult. But if it's just a gap, there is no problem. After that, he took out the sky sealing tablet and activated the powerful sealing power inside to tear the protective mountain array. After a while, a small gap appeared on the protective mountain array. Let's go. Fangchun and Little Mouse's figures flashed, passed through the gap, and entered the Shinshin school. Crack! Crack! Next, Little Mouse continued to dig, and its speed was obviously much faster. After a quarter of an hour, Little Mouse began to dig upward. At this time, he was obviously more cautious. This was the Shinshin school's territory. The slightest carelessness could lead to him being discovered. Fangchun's divine sense quietly spread out and swept through the Shinshin school. In an instant, he found the place where Princess Xin was imprisoned. Damn it! The moment he saw Princess Xin, Fangchun clenched his fists and burned with anger. Wait for me here. When he was about to dig to the ground, Fangchun suppressed his anger and said to Little Mouse. Then he used the rock body movement and merged into the void. Thump! Thump! In the void, Fangchun moved quickly and soon arrived in front of a pavilion. This pavilion was sealed on all sides. Princess Xin, who was in a sorry state, was trapped inside. At this time, Princess Xion's complexion was very poor, and there were many wounds on her body. However, she was very strong. I can't die. I still have a lot of things to do, Princess Xin said to herself. He will definitely come to save me. He won't let me down. She muttered, and a familiar scene appeared in her mind. Then the corners of her mouth curled up, and she smiled faintly. Chapter 3199. Xin. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Princess Xian's mind. Her body suddenly shook, and she hurriedly raised her head and looked around. However, she found nothing. However, tears welled up in her eyes, and she sobbed. "Is that you?" She shook her head hard. She was afraid that this was an illusion and that her dream would be shattered. "I'm here to save you." Fang Chun transmitted his voice again. Princess Xian's body trembled, and all the emotions that she had accumulated for many years burst out. "Don't resist." Fang Chun used his mind to open Mount Dongming, and it directly enveloped Princess Xian's body and sucked her in. Buzz! However, what Fang Chun didn't expect was that there was also a restriction in Princess Xian's body. When she entered Mount Dongming, the restriction in her body made a harsh sound, which instantly alarmed the entire Shinshin school. In the meeting hall, "Oh no, there's an enemy attack." Many elders rushed to the place where Princess Xian was imprisoned as fast as they could. However, when they arrived, Princess Xian was already gone. Searched thoroughly. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Once Princess Xian was kidnapped, the vice sect leader would definitely be furious. Find a murderer even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. An elder roared angrily. The entire Shinshin school was in chaos. However, Fang Chun and the little mouse had already quickly returned to the passage and rushed underground. After a while, they crossed the mountain guarding array of the Shinshin school. Shinshin school. Fang Chun clenched his fists and looked at the mountain guarding array with cold eyes. When he thought of Princess Xian being imprisoned and tortured like this, the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. Seal the world. He fully activated the power of the sky-sealing tombstone. A violent sealing power was released from the sky-sealing tombstone. Like a flood, it rushed to the mountain guarding array of the Shinshin school. With a cracking sound, the mountain guarding array was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Without the mountain protecting formation, the Shinshin school trembled, and the ground and the mountains shook. At this moment, Fang Chun clenched his fists and punched out dozens of times in a row. The might of each punch was sufficient to instantly kill a world overlord. The power of dozens of punches superimposed, and the power soared to the extreme. They heavily bombarded the underground of the Shinshin school. Boom! The Shinshin school was shaking, and the whole ground was collapsing as if it was about to be destroyed. "Let's go." Fang Chun knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, he would provoke the powerful masters of the Shinshin school, and he wouldn't be able to leave. Shinshin school. Countless experts were filled with rage. The Grand Mountain Protection Formation has been shattered. Underground, the soil has been heavily damaged. The enemy seems to want to completely destroy the Shinshin school. Amidst the chaos, countless powerhouses attacked with all their might to protect the Shinshin school. It took a total of 3 days for the damaged soil to be re-watered, and the Grand Mountain Protection Formation was repaired. The Shinshin school quieted down, and the atmosphere was oppressive. It was terrifying. Many elders had gloomy expressions as they waited for the vice sect leader to return. "No matter who it is, if he dares to attack the Shinshin school, we must destroy his soul." That's right. This person is most likely the Sky Heart Realm Overlord. Not only did he kidnap her, but he also destroyed the foundation of the Shinshin school. He is courting death. Many elders gritted their teeth as they spoke. When the news reached the world capital, Fang Chun had already returned to his elegant courtyard. Wang, with a wave of his hand, he removed the seal, and the courtyard returned to normal. In Dongming Mountain, Princess Xian, whose clothes were slightly tattered, rushed into Fang Chun's arms. Her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Fang Chun raised his hand and gently wiped the tears off Princess Xian's fair face. "It's okay. Everything is fine." Fang Chun comforted Princess Xian. Princess Xian cried tears of joy as she hugged Fang Chun tightly. She was afraid that this was an illusion. After a long time, Princess Xian's emotions gradually calmed down. "It's been hard on you all these years." Fang Chun looked at Princess Xian's face and couldn't help but ask, "I'm very happy that you came to save me. I'm very excited." Princess Xian revealed a bright smile. "All these years, I've imagined countless ways to escape, but I didn't dare to think that you would come to save me. I went to the eastern region and found Ching Ching. I learned about your situation from her, so I came to save you. It's a pity that I'm too weak. It took me a long time to save you. Fang Chen's palm pressed against Princess Xian's body. A vast amount of energy flowed into her body endlessly. After a short while, Princess Xian's face became rosier. Fang Chun carefully checked her body. Princess Xian's injuries were all superficial and would heal quickly. Moreover, he also removed the seal in her body. While chatting with Princess Xian, Fang Xin learned that the reason why the Vice Sect Master didn't do anything to her in the past 100 years was because she had the Heavenly Heart Dragon Flame. The Vice Sect Master coveted my Heavenly Heart Dragon Flame and forced me to hand it over. I would rather die than submit, said Princess Xian. The Heavenly Heart Dragon Flame was a famous heavenly heart. Once it was fully awakened, the path of heart cultivation would be smooth. The Vice Sect Master wanted it very much, but he knew that unless Princess Xian took the initiative to hand it over, the Heavenly Heart Dragon Flame would shatter. In order to obtain the Heavenly Heart Dragon Flame, the Vice Sect Master used both hard and soft methods. Of course, it was also because of Princess Xian's stubbornness that she was able to survive until now. The dying Blaze Heart Realm Lord widened his eyes when he saw Princess Xian. How is this possible? He couldn't believe the scene before him. Princess Xian was taken in as a disciple by the Vice Sect Master and had been imprisoned in the Shinshin School. Why would she appear here? Could it be that the Skyheart Realm Lord barged into the Shinshin School alone and saved her? Fang Chun turned his head and glanced at the Blaze Heart Realm Lord. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed across his eyes. The people of the Shinshin School are actually so cruel to a weak girl for their own selfish reasons. After speaking, the little mouse and the pure-blooded beast cubs surrounded the Blaze Heart Realm Lord. What are you guys doing? The Blaze Heart Realm Lord said in fear. The few of them turned into their true forms and opened their bloody mouths, biting the Blaze Heart Realm Lord to death. In the blink of an eye, the Blaze Heart Realm Lord's body was devoured, leaving only his head behind. Shinshin School, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life for treating Xian'era like this. World City, City Lord Manor. Everyone, the Skyheart Realm Lord and the Shinshin School have an irreconcilable grudge. I hope that everyone can give face to the Shinshin School and not interfere in this matter. The Vice Sect Master of the Shinshin School smiled at the five of them. The Lord of the World City was silent. The other four kings spoke one after another. If the Shinshin School wants to kill someone, the World City naturally won't interfere. However, the Skyheart Realm Lord took first place in the World Lord Conference and became the VIP of the World City. If we can't even protect the VIP of the World City, how can the five of us establish ourselves in the World City in the future? That's right, we can compromise. As long as Fang Chun leaves the World City, we won't interfere in whatever you guys do. But as long as he is in the World City, the Shinshin School won't be able to do anything. This was the attitude of the five kings of the World City. So, there's no room for discussion? However, before the Vice Sect Master finished speaking, his communication jade pendant suddenly rang. Then, his expression changed drastically. Bang! The Vice Sect Master slammed his hand on the wooden table beside him, shattering it into pieces. The Skyheart Realm Lord barged into the Shinshin School, kidnapped a prisoner, and destroyed the foundation of the Shinshin School. This is a capital offense. The Vice Sect Master stood up abruptly. His dark eyes stared at the five kings of the World City. Today, I must bring the Skyheart Realm Lord back to the Shinshin School. I hope the five of you won't interfere. Otherwise, the Shinshin School won't mind starting a war with the World City. After speaking, the Vice Sect Master's figure flashed. He flew in the air and flew towards where Fang Chun was. Presumptuous, the Lord of the World City scolded. He stomped his foot and blocked the Vice Sect Master's path. This is the World City. Scram. The Vice Sect Master roared and punched out, wanting to force the Lord of the World City to retreat. Gotcha! However, the Lord of the World City easily blocked it and even forced the vice sect master to retreat. The vice sect master's expression changed. You took that step? The Lord of the World City stood in front of the vice sect master coldly. The vice sect master's expression changed. He thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. Your world city won't be able to protect him forever. Then, the vice sect master's gaze pierced through the void and looked at Feng Chun. Chapter 3200. The vice suzerain of Shinshin School was strong, but he was still afraid of the 5 kings of the Realm City, especially the Lord of the Realm City, who was the strongest of the 5 kings. He had taken a crucial step. Even if they fought one-on-one, the vice suzerain of Shinshin School was not sure that he could win. Now that the 5 kings of the Realm City were protecting Feng Chun, there was nothing he could do. Let's go. The vice suzerain of Shinshin School left these words and then disappeared from the Realm City. Buzz. The biting cold aura in the air quickly dissipated. The 5 kings of the Realm City looked at Feng Chun from afar. What did you do? Why is the Shinshin School so angry? The Lord of the Realm City asked. Feng Chun truthfully told the 5 kings the details of how he destroyed the foundation of the Shinshin School and rescued Princess Exian. After the 5 kings heard this, they were silent. After a long time, the Lord of the Realm City said, the Shinshin School has a deep foundation. Even the Realm City can't compare with it. Your action this time has humiliated the Shinshin School. They won't let it go. However, you don't have to worry too much. For the time being, you can cultivate in the Realm City. With the 5 of us here, the Shinshin School won't dare to step into the Realm City to deal with you. The Lord of the Realm City said slowly. Hearing this, Feng Chun clasped his hands and thanked him. He was quite touched. For him, the Lord of the Realm City didn't hesitate to go against the Shinshin School. If it were someone else, they wouldn't do this at all. What happened to the Shinshin School quickly spread throughout the territory. Countless warriors were shocked. At the same time, they were also asking about this guy called Realm Lord Tianxin. He was able to escape from the headquarters of the Shinshin School unscathed. In every corner, people were discussing the name of Realm Lord Tianxin. Feng Chun, on the other hand, had started to keep a low profile after the battle. In the northern region, there was a strange place very far away from the Realm City. Clouds were floating in the blue sky. Below him was a boundless grassland. As the wind blew, the grass and trees swayed. Above the clouds, there were more than 10 figures. One of them was enveloped in powerful flames. Even his eyebrows were formed by flames. What do you all think? The other person, who was surrounded by flowing water, slightly raised his head and said, no matter what, Feng Chun is one of the candidates for Bloodline King. We can't just stand by and do nothing when he's in danger. What? You guys want to violate the rules? Don't forget, Feng Chun was only one of the many candidates, not the only one. At this time, no one can make a move. The old man with the coarse beard said expressionlessly, as the subordinates of the Bloodline King, although they were powerful, they couldn't attack at will. The Bloodline Monarch's order had always been engraved in his mind. Indeed, we can't interfere if he's not the only candidate. However, don't you know that Feng Chun has comprehended the Black Hole Bloodline? The old man enveloped in flames said, the Black Hole Bloodline is the strongest bloodline created by Lord Bloodline King. He once said that whoever can comprehend the profoundness of the Black Hole Bloodline and control, it will have a 90% chance of becoming the only candidate. Moreover, Lord Bloodline King also said that if the candidate with the Black Hole Bloodline is in danger, we can decide whether to help. Fire Devil, True Monarch, didn't Feng Chun take care of your descendant? If you want to return the favor, you can help him yourself. Why do you need to drag us in? The others shook their heads. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. After saying that, Fire Devil, True Monarch's figure flashed and disappeared into the horizon. Wait for me. True Monarch Water, True Monarch chased after him. The others looked at each other and closed their eyes. In addition, far away in the core area of the northern region, Empyrean Realm Lord also heard the news about Feng Chun. Ever since Feng Chun entered the northern region, he had been paying attention to him. Shinshin School? Empyrean Realm Lord's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. A mere Shinshin school won't be a problem for my brother. Although Empyrean Realm Lord wasn't prepared to take action, he still wouldn't allow Shinshin school to harm his brother. Just treat it as a life and death tempering. Empyrean Realm Lord grinned and said, "If you can get through this crisis, us brothers will have a good drink." In the past, Empyrean Realm Lord was an existence that Fong Chun looked up to. But now, unknowingly, Fong Chun had already caught up to Empyrean Realm Lord. Wong. Starlight flashed on Empyrean Realm Lord's body as a terrifying aura spread out. With every step he took, the void would distort. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. This was because this was the technique of a World King Realm expert. To be exact, the current him could no longer be called Empyrean Realm Lord, but Empyrean Realm King. Shinshin School. 100 years ago, the sect master mysteriously disappeared. All this time, the vice sect master had been in charge of the Shinshin School, and he was currently the strongest person in Shinshin School. Hoo-hoo-hoo. In the distant horizon, a terrifying aura spread out. A stream of light rapidly shot out and arrived at the Shinshin School's headquarters. The current Shinshin School's headquarters had collapsed due to the destruction of the mountain protecting array and the destruction of its foundation. Although they were doing their best to repair it, it would be difficult to restore it to its original appearance in a short period of time. He stood in the air and looked down at the battered and exhausted Shinshin School. The vice sect master clenched his fists, his anger surging out. A mere transcendent realm lord can cause my Shinshin School to be in such a state. The vice sect master's anger reached the heavens. His pitch-black eyes were filled with blood-red, killing intent. Realm Lord Skyheart, I will definitely kill you. Hoo-hoo-hoo. After the vice sect master returned, many elders quickly rushed over to welcome him. When they saw the vice sect master, they lowered their heads. Vice sect master. The vice sect master waved his hand to stop the elders from speaking. There's no need to speak anymore. My Shinshin School will definitely take revenge for this. I'm sorry. It's my negligence that caused the mountain protecting array to be damaged, allowing Realm Lord Skyheart to take advantage of this opportunity. An elder in charge of controlling the mountain protecting array said apologetically. The vice sect master shook his head. The most important thing now is to investigate whether there's a mastermind behind Realm Lord Skyheart. Everyone thought that with Fong Chen's strength, it was impossible for him to silently enter the Shinshin School's headquarters. Even a World King expert wouldn't be able to do so. But Fong Chen, as a transcendent world lord, not only did he enter the Shinshin School and save Princess Exine, but he also destroyed the mountain protecting array and damaged its foundation. If one were to say that there wasn't a mastermind behind him, they wouldn't believe it. I've checked carefully. They seem to have dug their way here from underground. Also, there must be a powerhouse who's proficient in array formations. The elder in charge of controlling the mountain protecting array analyzed. Vice Sect Master, could it be one of the 5 kings of the world city? Another elder asked. The Vice Sect Master shook his head. During this time, the 5 kings of the world city have been with me. It can't be them. Then who could it be? An elder's expression was solemn. To be able to turn my Shinshin School into such a sorry state in such a short time, their cultivation must be at least at the World King realm. But there's almost no World King that dares to go against my Shinshin School. Could it be someone from another place? For a time, many elders fell into silence. This blow to the Shinshin School was extremely heavy. The destruction of the mountain protecting array was a small matter, but losing face was a big matter. After this matter spread out, how would the various powers view the Shinshin School? Let's think of a way to capture that girl first. The Vice Sect Master said. To him, Princess Exine's dragon flame Heaven's Heart was the most important. But the 5 kings of the world city are protecting her. Our people can't enter the world city at all. It's too difficult to capture her. In order to achieve his goal, he'll do whatever it takes. Moreover, since he dared to provoke our Shinshin School, he should be prepared to receive the wrath of our Shinshin School. As he spoke until here, the Vice Sect Master's tone changed. His eyes gleamed with a cold light as he said, The Skyheart World Lord came from the Skyheart World in the eastern region. Immediately arrange for people to head to the eastern region and destroy the Skyheart World for me. Capture his loved ones and use them to threaten him. Do this beautifully. Don't leave any traces behind. Destroy the Skyheart World with the fastest speed. After capturing his family, return immediately. Chapter 3201. As Shinshin School was making such a big fuss, Devil Hand Sect, 10,000 Poison Sect, and Black Wolf Mountain were quietly gathered together to discuss matters. They originally suspected that the proud sons of heaven of their sect had been killed by Fong Chun. But afterwards, Fong Chun flatly denied it. With the protection of the 5 kings of the world capital, they couldn't say anything. But now, they received news that the chaos in Shinshin School was caused by World Lord Skyheart. And the reason for all of this was the proud son of heaven of Shinshin School, World Lord Skyheart. These 3 great powers had no choice but to discuss whether or not they should attack Fong Chun. The 10,000 Poison Sect was located in a gloomy and terrifying mountain valley. This mountain valley was filled with a terrifying poisonous gas. Ordinary martial artists didn't dare to approach the 10,000 Poison Sect for fear of being corroded by the poisonous gas. But today, the leaders of 2 great powers had arrived at the 10,000 Poison Sect. They were Black Wolf Mountain Master and Devil Hand Sect Master. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was heavy and solemn. The 10,000 Poisons Sect Master paced back and forth, his face dark and gloomy. There was a faint killing intent in his eyes. What do the 2 of you think of this matter? After a long time, the 10,000 Poisons Sect Master asked. According to the descriptions of the other world lords who survived, World Lord Skyheart has already reached the Transcendent Realm. His combat strength is comparable to a World King Rel powerhouse. If there was anyone within the enchantment that had the ability to kill the 3 of them, it could only be World Lord Skyheart. Devil Hand Sect Master said, "That's right. 3 transcendent world lords in addition to World Lord Skyheart. Even if they faced a World King Realm powerhouse, they would still be able to escape unscathed. With such combat strength, even Ouyang Luoshua wouldn't be able to contend with them." Black Wolf Mountain Master said, "According to the news we received, the reason Shinshin School is in such a difficult situation is because the mastermind is Fong Chun. And the root of all of this is World Lord Skyheart." In summary, the 3 of them were certain that Fong Chun was the murderer of the sect's proud world lords. "No matter what, I'd rather kill the wrong person than let him slip by." The 10,000 Poisons Sect Master halted his steps and said coldly, "Sector Lord Merciless Hand is the most outstanding Sector Lord of our 10,000 Poison Sect. In the future, he has the potential to inherit the mantle of our 10,000 Poison Sect's ancestor and bring the 10,000 Poisons Sect to greater heights. For such a genius to die in a barrier is too great a blow to our 10,000 Poison Sect. We must avenge him." The importance of Merciless Tyrant to Myriad Poison Sect, Jinglang to Black Wolf Mountain, and Myriad Devil Slayer to Devil Hand Sect was the same. The 3 major powers usually didn't have any interactions, but because of Realm Lord Heaven Heart, they were all gathered together. We can basically confirm that the Sky Heart World Lord is the culprit. The Sect Master of the 10,000 Poison School said, "But we don't need to worry. We'll wait until he and Shinshin School have a life-and-death struggle, and then we'll reap the benefits." The 3 of them looked at each other with sinister smiles in their eyes. World City, an elegant courtyard. In just a few days, Fong Chun had healed Princess Xian's injuries. There was always a smile on Princess Xian's face. As long as she could see Fong Chun, she would be satisfied. In the courtyard, Fong Chun sat on a stone bench as Princess Xian poured wine for him. "Shinshin School is too powerful. You've made their mountain gate so miserable. They won't let this matter rest." Princess Xian was a little worried. Fong Chun shook his head. "It's fine. As long as I don't leave World City, they can't do anything to me." "Boss." Little Mouse and the others walked out of Dark Cave Mountain one after another. "It's too stuffy inside Dark Cave Mountain. It's better outside." The pure-blooded beast cubs also came out. They were originally very lively. Ever since the six of them gathered together, they became even more lawless. You guys, looking at these guys, Fong Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Boss, we want to go out for a walk, Xiao Huang said. Don't leave World City, Fong Chen reminded. No problem. The six of them disappeared from the courtyard like a wisp of smoke. World City was as peaceful as ever. However, there was an undercurrent behind this calmness. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this time, Shinshin School became more and more quiet. They didn't do anything. Little Mouse and the others thought that Shinshin School was probably afraid of the five kings of World City. Moreover, if they didn't leave World City, Shinshin School couldn't do anything. They didn't want to waste their efforts. Only Fong Chen didn't think so. The more Shinshin School acted like this, the more irritated he was. Why am I so absent-minded? Could it be that something big is going to happen? Fong Chen paced back and forth in the elegant courtyard, feeling enlightened. Suddenly, his communication jade pendant rang. Sky Heart Realm Lord, something bad has happened. The true martial Realm Lord's voice was very urgent. Sky Heart Realm has been destroyed. Hearing this, Fong Chen's body trembled. He hurriedly asked, what happened? After the Realm Lord conference ended, we returned and have been paying attention to Sky Heart Realm. In just one night, Sky Heart Realm seemed to have suffered a huge blow. No one survived, and the entire realm was turned into ruins. The true martial realm lord said in a deep voice, we suspect that this is the work of the corpse demon. Bang! Fong Chun punched the stone table. The table couldn't withstand the force and shattered. In the void, a terrifying aura spread. The entire courtyard became incomparably oppressive. Shinshin School. Fong Chen's eyes were scarlet red as he roared in anger. His voice alarmed Princess Xian. She hurriedly ran out of the pavilion and asked, what happened? She had never seen Fong Chun so furious before. She thought that something important must have happened. Sky Heart Realm has been destroyed, Fong Chun said in a deep voice. What? Princess Xian immediately thought of Bai Qingqing. The latter was managing Sky Heart Realm for Fong Chun. Then, we don't know if she's alive or dead. Fong Chun knew what Princess Xian was asking. He said expressionlessly. He was also very worried about Bai Qingqing's safety. However, he hated Shinshin School even more. How could a major force in the northern region do such a shameless thing? On the streets of World Capital, there was an endless stream of people. The six of them transformed into their human forms and strolled on the streets. It's our fault for being too weak. We can't help Boss solve his problems. Little Mouse sighed. One day, we will reach the peak. At that time, we will beat up all those who bullied us, Xiao Huang said firmly. The pure-blooded beast beside him nodded. Although our cultivation is low, our potential is stronger than human martial artists. It won't be long before we can rise. The old faker and the others nodded. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. World Capital is so big. We haven't explored it yet. Seahorse suggested. The six of them walked together. However, at this moment, Little Mouse's communication jade pendant rang. Immediately after, his expression changed drastically. His aura shot up to the sky. Damn it! Little Mouse's face was ferocious. He was filled with killing intent. What happened? Xiao Huang asked anxiously. Sky Heart Realm was destroyed. As soon as Little Mouse finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he rushed towards the elegant courtyard. In the blink of an eye, the six of them returned to the courtyard. Fong Chun stood quietly in the courtyard. Princess Xian was beside him. She looked anxious. Boss, the little rat said, that trash from the Heart God sect actually dared to attack the Heaven Heart World. Too hateful. Shinshin School. Xiao Huang and the others were furious. Damn it, I'm going to turn Shinshin School upside down now. The pure-blooded beast was furious. He wanted to take revenge immediately. Even Little Mouse and the others didn't know what Sky Heart Realm meant to Fong Chun. At this moment, Shinshin School actually did such a shameless thing. They were infuriated. Stop! Fong Chun shouted and stopped the pure-blooded beast. Are you strong enough to fight against Shinshin School? Fong Chun asked. The six of them looked at each other in silence. Shinshin School's purpose is to provoke me and make me leave world capital to take revenge on them. They want to kill me. Fang Chen didn't panic. He said slowly, at this critical moment, we can't be hot-headed. We must be calm. Fang Chen was also worried about Bai Qingqing. He didn't know whether she was dead or alive. However, he knew that his every move was being watched by countless pairs of eyes. As soon as he left world capital, Shinshin School's strong cultivators would definitely take action. Are we going to stay like this? Little Mouse asked stubbornly. Fang Chen shook his head. His dark eyes looked at the distant sky. That was the direction of Shinshin School. He didn't care about the lives of the others in Sky Heart Realm. Only Bai Qingqing was his reverse scale. Chapter 3202. The Shinshin School was one of the major powers in the northern region, but they actually did such a despicable thing. The entire eastern region was in an uproar. The Realm Lords, led by the Realm Lord of the true martial realm, were trying their best to search for the survivors of the Sky Heart Realm. As the leader of the Sky Heart Realm, Fang Chen's anger reached its peak. Since the Shinshin School has given me such a huge gift, how can I not express my gratitude? After being silent for a long time, a strange smile appeared on Fang Chen's face as he spoke in a gloomy voice. At the same time, in the faraway Shinshin School, the current Shinshin School's mountain protection array had been completely repaired, and the underground foundation had also been repaired. Smoke lingered in the Shinshin School, and the atmosphere was heavy. In the meeting hall, the vice sect master sat on the throne and looked down at the elders below. Although he tried his best to remain calm, his eyes were filled with unconcealable rage. Trash, a bunch of trash. The vice sect master berated loudly. I asked you to destroy the Sky Heart Realm and capture the family and friends of the Realm Lord, but you returned empty-handed? A mere Sky Heart Realm couldn't withstand the attack of a Realm Lord from the Shinshin School. It was too easy to destroy the Sky Heart Realm. Although this matter was done secretly, those who were observant would be able to guess that it was done by the Shinshin School. They took such a huge risk to destroy the Sky Heart Realm in the eastern region, but they didn't manage to capture a single useful person. If you can't even capture a few people, what's the use of having you? The vice sect master flung his sleeves and said furiously. Below him, the elders in charge of this matter were trembling. One of them hurriedly explained, Vice sect master, we've investigated before. In the Sky Heart Realm, there's only a girl called Bai Qingqing who has a close relationship with the Realm Lord. Before we took action, we tried to capture her, but who knew that she would use a powerful secret technique at the crucial moment and burn her life source to escape. Although she escaped, we're almost 100% sure that she's dead. Another elder nodded. Humph. The vice sect master snorted and said in a deep voice, Let's not talk about this for now. Once we capture the Realm Lord, we'll punish you. Under the Shinshin School, there was a huge vein. The reason why the Shinshin School was built here was because of this vein. The endless resources of the Heart God sect came from this mine. The Shinshin School's protection array was also built of the vein. Wang, with the mine as the core, the powerful mountain protection formation continued to expand, forming a powerful defense. After the previous Shinshin School, the Shinshin School of the Shinshin School of Shinshin's S of the Shun Shin dash Shinable Shun is Shinshin Shun Shin of the Shinshin Shun to God. Boss, we're already close to the Heart God sect. Little Mouse said solemnly. The Shinshin School was heavily guarded. If they were careless, their lives would be in danger. This vein is the foundation of the Shinshin School. If it's destroyed, the Shinshin School will suffer a great loss. Fang Chun muttered to himself. Then, he looked at them and said, If I let you enter the vein, how long will it take for you to destroy it? They looked at each other. Then, the pure blood beast said, If we want to completely destroy the vein, we have to destroy its source. With our strength, if we work together, we'll probably need 6 hours. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before he said, All right, no one will disturb the two of you during these 6 hours. You can destroy and devour as much as you want. After you've completely destroyed the vein, I'll give the Shinshin school a surprise. After saying that, Fang Chun waved his hand, and the sky-sealing monument floated out. Wong. Under Fang Chen's control, a powerful sealing power emerged from the sky-sealing monument. Rip! Fang Chun bit his finger and dripped a drop of essence blood on the sky-sealing monument. Suddenly, the monument emitted a dazzling light, and its sealing power became even stronger. Layers of ripples intertwined in front of Fang Chun to form a powerful seal. Go! Fang Chun stared ahead and said in a low voice. This time, he used his essence blood to activate the sky-sealing monument and pushed its power to the extreme. He used it to tear apart the Shinshin school's protective mountain array. Crack! The ultimate power of the sky-sealing monument was too strong. It was the king of sealing. The Shinshin school's protective mountain array was vulnerable in front of it. In the blink of an eye, the sky-sealing monument had used its powerful strength to tear a crack in the protective mountain array. Go in. Fang Chun led the way, and the other little guys followed closely behind. They entered the protective mountain array. However, no one in the Shinshin school knew about the slight change in the protective mountain array. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the protective mountain array closed and returned to its original state. Let's begin, Fang Chun said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the little mouse and the pure-blooded beast cub leading the group, they madly rushed into the ore vein to search for the source of the ore vein. Crash! The little mouse used its powerful innate ability. A terrifying suction force enveloped a large portion of the ore vein in front of it. With a crash, the ore vein was sucked into its mouth. Awesome! It had been a long time since the little mouse had swallowed so much. It was very active. Xiao Huang, the pure-blooded beast cub, and the others were also very active. For them, swallowing was too easy. Moreover, the ore contained an extremely strong power. The more they swallowed, the better it was for them. Fang Chun did not stay idle as he watched the few of them taking action. Instead, he used the sky-sealing monument's powerful strength to completely seal off their auras. After all, there were powerful world king powerhouses in the Shinshin school. If they were careless, they would be discovered. At that time, there would be a fierce battle. Time passed. The ore vein under the Shinshin school was quickly disappearing. The group's swallowing ability was too strong. They swallowed the ore at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. After an hour, they had already found the core of the ore vein, the primordial ancestral stone. In front of them was a large golden stone. On the surface of the stone, there were complex golden patterns flowing. Let's attack together and swallow the primordial ancestral stone, the pure-blooded beast cub said. Boom! The pure-blooded beast cub took the lead and crazily poured out the power of its pure-blooded bloodline. As for the little mouse, it used its innate ability. Its purple claws tore at the primordial ancestral stone. The old faker transformed into his true form. The towering tree swayed, and countless branches firmly bound the primordial ancestral stone. Xiao Huang's feelers released an unparalleled pressure that corroded the primordial ancestral stone. The pangolin and little sea joined forces. The latter opened its bloody mouth, and a vast amount of seawater roared out, submerging the primordial ancestral stone and smoothly sending the pangolin to the primordial ancestral stone. Dong dong dong. The pangolin released its abnormal defense and directly used its physical strength to smash into the primordial ancestral stone. Under the joint attack of the six fellows, the primordial ancestral stone's energy consumption was enormous. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the primordial ancestral stone. The strange movements of the primordial ancestral stone would naturally affect the Shinshin school's protective array. However, Fang Chun had already prepared for this. As the weapon that the heaven-sealing great emperor was once proud of, the sky-sealing monument contained the endless sealing power of the world. At this moment, Fang Chun used his powerful essence blood that contained the power of the black hole bloodline to activate the sky-sealing monument, stabilizing the protective array from the inside and isolating it from the outside world. The people of the Shinshin school were discussing how to lure Fang Chun here. However, what they did not know was that Fang Chun had already prepared a generous gift for them underground. Crack! As time passed, the power of the primordial ancestral stone became weaker and weaker. The little mouse bit off a corner of the primordial ancestral stone and swallowed it directly. The other fellows also attacked one after another. In just 4 hours, the primordial ancestral stone was already in a sorry state. Continue to strengthen the attack. The primordial ancestral stone can no longer resist. The little mouse ordered its companions to continue to strengthen the attack. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, after 15 minutes, the primordial ancestral stone shattered. A violent force swept through the entire protective array. Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. The sky-ceiling monument was spinning at high speed, swaying continuously. He knew that the primordial ancestral stone had shattered and no new or would appear in this mine. This meant that the mine was completely useless. Chapter 3203. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening sound spread from all directions. Fang Chun got up and walked toward the center of the storm with the sky-ceiling tablet in his hand. After the primordial ancestor stone shattered, the powerful force that escaped only lasted for a few breaths before it was completely suppressed by Little Mouse, the pure-blooded beast cubs, and the others. Dong! Every step that Fang Chun took could cause the ore vein to shake. On the surface of his skin, complex runes flickered. The power of the Emperor Realm was fully activated. The shocking sword Qi soared into the sky. When he came to the center of the storm, Little Mouse and the others raised their heads and looked at Fang Chun with burning eyes. Next, leave this place to me. Swallow as many ores as you can. After that, quickly enter Ming Cave Mountain, Fang Chun said. When he was in the world capital, Fang Chun had already planned everything that could happen in detail. Buzz. After Little Mouse and the others retreated, the power of the storm wanted to dissipate. However, Fang Chun waved his hand, and the sky-ceiling tablet stood above the storm and crazily absorbed its power. Dong! Dong! Although the power of the storm was very strong, it could not resist the powerful attraction of the sky-ceiling tablet. In the blink of an eye, the power of the storm was completely absorbed. At this time, Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword. In his mind, the image of Princess Xian being injured and the news of the Sky Heart Realm being destroyed, and by Qingqing's life and death unknown appeared. Anger arose spontaneously. He held the hidden star sword tightly, and a loud and clear sword cry spread out. Condense. The sky-ceiling tablet stood in the void, motionless. In just a few breaths, Little Mouse and the others had already swallowed a large number of ores and then drilled into Ming Cave Mountain. Break! Fang Chun's wrist shook and the invincible sword technique was displayed. The star-breaking sword technique whistled out with an extremely powerful force, and the mountain guarding formation shattered. In front of Fang Chun's attack, the mountain guarding formation could not withstand a single blow. Boom! Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The shattering of the protective formation caused a huge uproar. On the surface of the Shinshin school, many elders suddenly felt the earth shake. Immediately after, the expression of the elder in charge of the protective formation changed drastically. Not good. The protective formation is broken. Enemies are attacking. Just as his voice fell, the ground shook even more violently, as if the end of the world had arrived. Courting death. The vice sect leader's face was dark and murderous. With a low growl, he stomped his foot and disappeared into the void. He looked down at the ground, wanting to find the enemy. However, what he didn't expect was that after the mountain shielding formation shattered, the ground was actually collapsing. How is this possible? He sensed something and cried out involuntarily. Damn it! In the next moment, the vice sect leader completely fell into a state of madness. He was furious. At that moment, the power of the storm that had been absorbed by the sky-ceiling tombstone underground was released once again. With an unstoppable force, it destroyed the entire mine. Crack! Wherever the power of the storm passed, the mineral veins were destroyed. The ground where the Shinshin school was located continued to sink, and countless buildings collapsed. Swoosh! Fang Chun suddenly swung his hand, and a hidden star sword whizzed out and directly cut off the last support of the mineral veins. Dong! The ground of the Shinshin school continued to sink. All the martial artists exclaimed. The vice sect leader drilled into the ground, wanting to kill the enemy with his own hands. However, after Fang Chun succeeded, he had already left. Heavenly sealing power. After drilled into the ground, the vice sect leader saw the ruins of the mineral veins. He looked up to the sky and roared in anger. However, he knew that now was not the time to be angry. He had to restrain himself. In the blink of an eye, the vice sect leader suppressed the anger in his heart and used his powerful strength to support the collapsed ground. Set up the formation. Immediately, the vice sect leader transmitted a voice message to the formation master and asked him to set up the formation again. Crack! Although there was a strong person like the vice sect leader supporting it, the ground was still collapsing, but at a much slower speed. The mountain shielding formation shattered, the mineral veins turned into ruins, and the Shinshin school was directly turned upside down. Wong. After a while, the mountain shielding formation was set up again, and the ground no longer collapsed. The Shinshin school turned into ruins, and countless weak martial artists were killed or injured. Above the ruins, smoke filled the air. The vice sect master stood there quietly, his pitch-black eyes filled with endless killing intent. The foundation that the Shinshin school has accumulated for countless years has been destroyed in a day. The vice sect leader said angrily, I am responsible for this matter. Many of the elders lowered their heads and stood quietly. For countless years, the Shinshin school had always been a top force in this territory. However, today, they had encountered such an unforeseen event. Their hearts were very complicated. After a long time, the powerful force above the Shinshin school gradually dissipated. At this time, the vice sect leader saw a head above the ruins. He fixed his eyes on it, and his anger erupted. Damn you, Realm Lord Tian Xian. I will tear you to pieces. The vice sect leader looked up to the sky and roared. That head was the head of the most monstrous genius of the Shinshin school, Realm Lord Yin Xian. In the elegant courtyard of the world capital, Fang Chun had returned safely. Little Mouse and the others had also come out of Dongming Mountain. That was too satisfying. Ha ha! I can imagine how angry the Shinshin school will be when they see that head. They brought this upon themselves. They couldn't capture the boss, so they attacked the weak forces. Such despicable means are too shameless. This piece of news quickly spread throughout the world. Countless warriors were in an uproar after hearing the news. Who was it that attacked the Shinshin school? Oh my God! The Shinshin school's hundreds of millions of years of foundation has been destroyed in a day. This is going to destroy the Shinshin school. Could it be an external force from another place? Many people were guessing who had done it. After all, with the strength of the Shinshin school, even if the world capital, the Devil Hand sect, the 10,000 Poison sect, and the Black Wolf Mountain joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to destroy it. If it was an external force, they wouldn't be able to do it so quietly. This was also what they couldn't figure out no matter how much they thought about it. The Shinshin school was such a huge force, but its foundation was destroyed and its mountain gate turned into ruins. What kind of shocking means was this? It is said that there's a mineral vein under the Shinshin school. That mineral vein is the foundation of the Shinshin school. This time, the person who attacked the Shinshin school obviously knew about this. He secretly snuck in and destroyed the mineral vein, completely angering the Shinshin school. Although the Shinshin school's foundation has been destroyed, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The strength of a Shinshin school is still not to be underestimated. Many martial artists had their own opinions. However, there was one point that everyone agreed on. That was, in the near future, the Shinshin school would definitely do its best to search for the enemy and then suppress them with absolute strength. Everyone looked up at the blue sky and sighed. The sky is going to change. After the 5 kings of the world capital heard the news, they were also stunned. Then they went to find Fang Chun. Do you know that the Shinshin school's foundation has been destroyed? The Lord of the World capital asked. Fong Chen nodded and didn't hide anything. I did it. What? The five kings of the world capital exclaimed. Their eyes widened, and they looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. However, after seeing his expression, they knew that he wasn't lying. This matter should be true. Although the Shinshin school's headmaster mysteriously disappeared and no one knows where he went, the vice headmaster's strength shouldn't be underestimated. How did you do it? The Lord of the World Capital asked in a deep voice. He knew better than anyone how powerful the Shinshin school was, so he found it even more unbelievable. Yes, according to the news we received, the mine under the Shinshin school has also been destroyed. What a big deal. The gray-robed elder shook his head and sighed. The Shinshin school used despicable means to attack the Sky Heart Realm in the eastern region and destroy it. I gave them a taste of their own medicine and destroyed their foundation. It's not too much, Fong Chen said. Everyone thinks that it's very difficult to sneak into the Shinshin school without anyone knowing, but it's not difficult for me. As he spoke, the heaven-sealing tablet floated in Fong Chen's palm. This is the heaven-sealing tablet. After all, the five kings of the world capital had seen the world. They recognized the heaven-sealing tablet at a glance. Their expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed. But soon, they felt relieved. For the heaven-sealing tablet, the Shinshin school's protective array was nothing. It was easy to sneak in. Chapter 3204. The sky-sealing Great Emperor was a legendary supermaster in the ancient times. He entered the Tao with seals, and then with seals, he became the most powerful master in the Tao of seals in the ancient chaos. His Tao of seals was all-encompassing. Once he used it, everything in the world froze. Back then, he used the Tao of seals to conquer the world and was almost invincible. At that time, he was already standing at the peak of the Tao of seals. However, he thought that there was still room for improvement in the Tao of seals. Therefore, from then on, he devoted himself to studying, hoping to improve further in the Tao of seals. After countless years, he merged all his understanding of the Tao of seals into one and refined the sky-sealing tablet. Now, the sky-sealing tablet was in the hands of Fong Chen. After seeing the sky-sealing tablet, the five kings of the realm city were shocked and full of emotion. No wonder he was chosen by the Bloodline King. No one could rival his luck. With the sky-sealing tablet in hand, it explained why Fong Chen could sneak into the Shinshin school without being noticed. I have a few brothers. They worked together to destroy the primordial stone, so the mine turned into ruins, Fong Chen said. He didn't say who his brothers were, and he didn't want to say more. The five kings of the realm city looked at each other with complicated expressions. Then the realm city lord stepped forward and said, "You were a little impulsive this time. The power of the Shinshin school is far more complicated than you think. Now that you've destroyed the mine, the foundation of the Shinshin school is destroyed. They will definitely go crazy and attack you. Even if the five of us protect you, it won't help." The Realm City Lord was a little worried. Fong Chen shook his head. What the Shinshin school had done to the Sky Heart Realm was enough for him to attack without thinking of the consequences. If the five kings of the Realm City couldn't protect him, he could just leave. With his strength, no one in the Shinshin school could stop him if he used the rock body technique. This was the source of Fong Chen's confidence. His Dapeng body movements allowed him to be invincible. He even dared to confront Shinshin school head-on. At this moment, the higher-ups of Shinshin school were probably furious. The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. When you guys destroyed the Sky Heart Realm, you should have been prepared for your sect to be destroyed, right? 10,000 Poisons Sect. Devil Hand Sect leader and Black Wolf Mountain Master hurriedly rushed over. Sect Master of the 10,000 Poisons Sect. When the two of them saw the Sect Master of the 10,000 Poisons Sect, they smiled and greeted him. You've heard about it, right? The Sect Master of the 10,000 Poisons Sect went straight to the point. The two of them nodded. The Black Wolf Mountain Master said in a deep voice, "This matter is far more complicated than we imagined. If this matter is really done by the Sky Heart Realm Lord, then he must have a powerful force supporting him." That's right. I even suspect that there might be an external power trying to invade this place and secretly nibble away at it, Sect Master Devilhand said. Let's wait and see. The Shinshin school will definitely take revenge after suffering such a blow. Even if the five kings of the world capital take action, I'm afraid they won't be able to continue protecting the Sky Heart Realm Lord. The sect master of the 10,000 Poisons sect said, once the Sky Heart Realm Lord falls into a situation of certain death, the power behind him will definitely not sit by and do nothing. At that time, everything will be clear. Then what should we do? The Black Wolf Mountain Master and Sect Master Devil Hand asked. Originally, they wanted to hide in the dark and reap the benefits of the situation. But now, with such a thing happening, they could faintly feel that the world was about to change. We'll bide our time and continue to send out intelligence personnel to find out everything about the Sky Heart Realm Lord and the Shinshin School. The sect master of the 10,000 Poisons sect muttered. Other than these three major powers, the other smaller powers were also terrified. The Shinshin School was such a colossus. In just one night, its foundation was destroyed. Even the mineral veins underground were completely turned into ruins. The sect was in a mess. Smoke rose everywhere. If someone said this in the past, people would definitely think that there was something wrong with that person's mind. But now it really happened. Moreover, it greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. That was the Shinshin School. It was protected by a powerful protective array and had many powerful combatants. The world is about to change. Don't move around. Many martial artists warn their friends. Especially don't go to the world capital. There's a high chance that you'll be swept into the storm of battle. On the third day after the Shinshin School's sect was destroyed, a piece of news quickly spread. The army of the Shinshin School, led by the vice sect master, was majestically heading towards the world capital. They surrounded the world capital and forced the five kings to hand over the Sky Heart Realm Lord. Otherwise, they would use all their strength to destroy the world capital. In an instant, a storm was brewing. Countless martial artists were shocked. Could it be that the news is true? The Sky Heart Realm Lord is the mastermind? But the Sky Heart Realm Lord is just a transcendent realm lord. No matter how strong his potential is, it's impossible for him to do this, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be something hidden behind this. It's highly possible that there's an even more terrifying power behind the Sky Heart Realm Lord supporting him. Many martial artists had different opinions. World capital. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky and covered the earth. A terrifying aura spread out. The atmosphere within the world capital was extremely oppressive. The streets were empty. None of the martial artists could hide. Hoo. 5 powerful auras shot up into the sky from the city lord's residence. The 5 kings of the world capital floated in midair and stared at the Shinshin School outside the world capital. My world capital and the Shinshin School have never interfered with each other. I wonder what Vice Sect Master means by this? The World Capital Lord asked. Humph, the Vice Sect Master snorted. His face was ferocious as he said coldly, hand over the Sky Heart Realm Lord. Otherwise, I don't mind using all the forces of the Shinshin School to fight to the death with the World Capital. If it was during normal times, the Shinshin School would definitely not have a conflict with the World Capital for the sake of benefits. But now, they couldn't care less. As long as they could kill the Sky Heart Realm Lord, everything would be worth it. The Sky Heart Realm Lord is our world capital's VIP. I wonder what enmity does the Vice Sect Master have with him? The world capital Lord continued asking. City Lord, don't act dumb. Don't you know what happened in my Shinshin School? This brat destroyed my sect and broke the foundation of my Shinshin School. This is an irreconcilable enmity. If you insist on protecting the Sky Heart Realm Lord, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, the Vice Sect Master's aura surged. He pressed his palm down. Instantly, a vast amount of energy gathered together and formed a huge palm print that landed on the sky above the world capital. Dawn. Seeing this, the world capital Lord waved his hand and blocked the huge palm print. Then the palm print exploded. Seems like the world capital has made a decision. The Vice Sect Master's gaze was cold as he said coldly, the Sky Heart Realm Lord is just a transcendent world lord. How can he destroy your Shinshin School and break the foundation of your Shinshin School? The World Capital Lord said solemnly. Even if the 5 of us joined forces, we wouldn't be able to do it. Cut the crap. Are you going to move aside or not? The Vice Sect Master's figure flashed and appeared above the World Capital. Seeing that the 5 kings of the World Capital had no intention of moving, the Vice Sect Master waved his hand and a violent energy howled. Kill him. Following the Vice Sect Master's order, the World Capital instantly turned into a battlefield. Countless miserable screams could be heard. Stop. The 5 kings of the World Capital were enraged. They attacked at lightning speed, wanting to stop the Vice Sect Master. This is your decision. You can't blame others. After saying this, the Vice Sect Master's forehead flashed and an extremely terrifying energy shot out. Seeing this, the 5 kings of the World Capital's expression changed drastically. This is the power of the mind? In an instant, a scimitar appeared in the Vice Sect Master's hand. This scimitar was completely formed by the power of the mind. On the blade, runes flashed, and an endless amount of energy poured into the scimitar from the mark on his forehead. The Shinshin School's sect protection treasure, the power of the mind, was completely released. The Vice Sect Master held the scimitar in his hand as his power of the mind revolved around it. With a flick of his wrist, the scimitar swooped down. Boom! The scimitar carried absolute power as it forced the 5 kings back and split the World Capital in half. Dong! The earth trembled as the buildings of the World Capital shattered. A terrifying aura shot up into the sky. Stop! The 5 kings of the World Capital's eyes turned red as they roared in anger. Chapter 32:05. The once bustling world city had now turned into a bloody battlefield. The smell of blood permeated the air above the city. Screams of agony rang out incessantly. From time to time, warriors would fall into a pool of blood. The scene was too cruel. However, the Heart God sect had mobilized the entire sect to attack. The goal of this battle was to kill Fong Chun. They would kill anyone who tried to stop them. The 5 kings of the world city had joined forces, and their attack power was extremely strong. However, they were stopped by the Vice Sect leader alone. Buzz. The Vice Sect leader's body was covered with a terrifying mental strength. Powerful energy gushed out from his body. He held the heart blade in his hand, and his attack power soared to the extreme. With one slash, the world city was split apart. This scene made the 5 kings of the world city grimace. Stop! The Lord of the World City roared in anger. His body rapidly expanded and turned into a black eagle. Roar! A loud screech resounded through the sky. The Lord of the World City is actually a beast. In anger, the Lord of the World City transformed into his true form. He spread his wings, and his huge body floated in the air. His claws were extremely sharp as they clawed at the Heartblade. Crack! The Lord of the World City's claws suddenly grasped the Heartblade. You're courting death. The Heartblade and the Mind Power were the most precious treasures of the Shinshin School. They were also the final trump cards. The Vice Sect leader had brought them here to fight against the 5 kings of the World City. Now, he had achieved his goal. The Lord of the World City had been forced to transform into his true form. The other 4 kings couldn't withstand the sharpness of the Heartblade. Rumble. The 5 kings of the World City and the Vice Sect leader fought fiercely. In the distant sky, countless warriors hid in the dark and watched the battle. They were extremely shocked, especially when they saw the Lord of the World City transform into his true form. They were even more dumbfounded. I didn't expect the Lord of the World City to be a beast. He's too strong. After the Lord of the World City transformed into his true form, his attack power soared. Especially his speed, no one can match him. It seems like Shinshin School is determined to kill World Overlord Tion Xin this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought the Heartblade and Mind Force. Sect Master Devil Hand, Sect Master 10,000 Poisons, and Black Wolf Mountain Master stood in the clouds, watching the battle in World Capital. With the power of the mind and the Heartblade working together, the 5 kings of the World Capital will find it hard to resist. Even if they can resist, they will be restrained. The other cultivators in the World City are no match for the Shinshin school. Just as everyone was discussing, a certain battlefield in the city suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Pucci. Fang Chun brandished the star-concealing sword. In an instant, a beam of cold light flashed. The nearest world overlord to him was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time. He was directly slain. Kill. A murderous aura filled Fang Chen's eyes. As far as the eye could see, World City was covered in smoke. Buildings were shattered, and countless martial artists were caught in a fiery inferno. And all of this was because of him. Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger. At this moment, he only wanted to kill as many people from Shinshin School as possible. People from Shinshin School deserve to die. Fang Chun activated the rock movement technique. His speed was extremely fast as he continuously executed his invincible sword techniques. Every time he attacked, someone would die under his sword. In just a few minutes, dozens of world overlords had died in the hands of Fang Chun. This scene shocked everyone. Let's work together and surround this kid. A transcendent world overlord from Shinshin School shouted. Instantly, dozens of world overlords gathered together and surrounded Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun had entered Killing God mode. His attack power was unprecedentedly strong. Mere world overlords couldn't fight against him. Formation. Dozens of world overlords formed a formation and attacked Fang Chun. Child's play. Fang Chun sneered. He grabbed with his hand, and the sealing power spread out, tearing the formation apart. Dong! After which, he punched out and killed a world overlord. Pucci. One man and one sword, killing until everyone trembled in fear. As time passed, the battle also entered a white-hot stage. In the sky, the heart blade in the vice sect leader's hand suddenly flashed and merged with the mark on his forehead. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emerged from the heart blade. It's time to end this. The vice sect leader stomped his foot, causing the void to tremble. He slashed out with his blade, causing violent ripples to flash out. The terrifying shockwave forced the other four kings to retreat. In the next second, he threw out the heart blade and appeared in front of the World City Lord with his fastest speed. Bastard die. He clenched his fists and fiercely punched the World City Lord. Roar. The Lord of the Realm Capital used his innate ability. He flapped his wings, causing the void to become chaotic. A terrifying blood-red shadow appeared above his head. After this shadow appeared, it quickly dyed the sky red. Dong! The blood-red shadow stood in front of the World City Lord, blocking the vice sect leader's attack. It's useless. The vice sect leader shook his head. At this point, even if the five kings worked together, there was no chance of turning the tables. Xiao! As he spoke, the heart blade with endless power tore through the sky and shot towards the World City Lord at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Pucci. The Realm City Lord flapped his wings in an attempt to block the attack. However, the heart blade pierced through his wings with unimaginable power and into his body. Boom! The World City Lord's body suddenly exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. He, who was in human form, staggered out from the terrifying aura. Dang, dang, dang. The other four kings quickly came to the World City Lord's side and surrounded him. The five kings stood side by side, staring at the vice sect leader. The latter stood in the void and opened his palm, the heart blade falling down. The five kings of the World City are only SOSO. The vice sect leader sneered. If you want to blame someone, blame the World Heart Realm Lord. How do you feel seeing the World City destroyed with your own eyes? The vice sect leader's body was filled with an aura of disdain. He looked down at the five kings of the World City. In the past, he was on equal footing with the five kings. But today, he came with the power of the mind and the heart blade, suppressing the five kings with his own strength. From this moment on, the era of the five kings of the World City would completely end. From now on, the Shinshin School would be the only overlord in this area. Humph. The vice sect leader saw Fang Chun on the battlefield below. The latter was brave and skilled in battle. His attack power was extremely strong. one man and one sword, fighting a bloody battle. In a short period of time, countless people of the Shinshin school were killed. The vice sect leader's face darkened when he saw this. He waved his sleeve, and the heart blade shot out. Clang! All of a sudden, the heart blade that had shot out was blocked. Then, the World City Lord blocked the heart blade. "Do you want to die?" The vice sect leader's face was ferocious as he said coldly, "With your strength, you can't use the power of the mind and the heart blade for a long time." The World City Lord said in a low voice, "The longer you use it, the more your strength will decrease. Do you still have the strength to sweep the World City?" Although the World City Lord was injured, the other four kings still had their battle power. The vice sect leader forced the power of the mind and the heart blade. Once the time limit was up, his battle power would be greatly reduced. Hearing this, the vice sect leader's face changed. So what? Soon, the vice sect leader calmed down. The World Heart Realm Lord destroyed the Shinshin School's mountain gate and broke the foundation of the Shinshin School. This hatred is irreconcilable. The Shinshin School will kill him. No one can stop us. The five of you can protect him for a while, but can you protect him forever? The vice sect leader said coldly. Moreover, the Shinshin School has been established for countless years. How can the world city compare to us? As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly changed color and dark clouds gathered crazily. In the distant sky, a crack appeared. Then, a sigh that seemed real and illusory was heard. The Shinshin School will not be humiliated. This voice exploded in the minds of the crowd. Their hearts were stirred up by a storm. Even the five kings of the world city suddenly changed their faces after hearing this voice. The situation is not good. Hurry up and leave. The world city lord hurriedly transmitted a message to Fong Chun, telling him to quickly leave this place. On the battlefield below, the battle came to an abrupt end. Fong Chun quickly retreated and stared at the distant sky. The long-lost Shinshin School Lord. Things were already out of Fong Chun's control. In his mind, he was quickly thinking about what to do. The situation in the world city suddenly changed. The sudden voice seemed to have a shocking demonic nature, causing everyone to be stunned. After a short silence, the people of the Shinshin School cheered. Chapter 32:06. The principal of the Shinshin School was once the strongest person in the Shinshin School. His cultivation was unparalleled. When he was still around, the Shinshin School was extremely powerful. Even the border city could not compare to it. However, many years ago, the Shinshin School principal mysteriously disappeared. After that, there was no news of him at all. Some people said that the Shinshin School principal was in seclusion to find a way to break through. Others said that the Shinshin School principal had died in some ruins. For a long time, the various deeds of the Shinshin School principal had been a mystery. However, everyone knew that without the Shinshin School principal, the Shinshin School principal was no longer as glorious as it used to be. Even its deterrence was greatly reduced. This could be seen from the fact that the five kings of the border city were not afraid to go to war with the Shinshin School. However, now, at this critical moment, the Shinshin School principal had made a strong comeback. A terrifying vortex suddenly appeared at the end of the void in the distance. The vortex was surrounded by a terrifying power. All the power in the world was absorbed by the vortex. As soon as the vortex appeared, all the warriors were shocked. The school principal is back. The people of the Shinshin School stopped fighting. Their faces were full of excited smiles. After waiting for so many years, the school principal was finally back. Moreover, at such a critical moment, the school principal is back. God is on our Shinshin School side. Ha ha! The eyes of all the strong people of the Shinshin School, including the vice school principal, were full of enthusiasm. At the end of the void, from the vortex, there was an ancient voice. It seems that the world has forgotten me. As soon as the voice fell, the sky changed color. The void vortex surged wildly, as if it was going to absorb the sky. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying lightning tribulation descended. The many cultivators hiding in the dark felt their hearts tremble, and they retreated continuously. Some of the weaker warriors were pale, and their hearts were full of fear. Rip. A slender figure slowly walked out from the terrifying tribulation. He was like a god of war from the nine heavens, returning from the distant horizon with endless power. Under the gazes of the crowd, he slowly raised his head and waved his hand. Immediately, the violent tribulation vanished. He took a step forward and arrived in the air above Realm City in an instant. He slowly raised his head, his pitch-black eyes filled with a terrifying light. "Sect Master, you're finally back." The vice sect leader cupped his fists and said excitedly, "Welcome back, Sect Master." Down below, countless Shinshin school students roared. The world city fell silent in an instant. Even the five kings of the realm capital had complicated expressions on their faces when they saw the person in front of them. At this moment, the Shinshin school principal was surrounded by a terrifying rune light. Although he did not make a move, the powerful energy that emanated from his body made everyone gasp in shock. Shinshin school didn't seem to be peaceful during the years I was away. The Shinshin school principal glanced at the vice sect leader and said slowly, "Sect Master, it's all my fault. I'm willing to take all the responsibility," the vice sect leader said in a low voice. The Shinshin school principal shook his head and turned his gaze to the five kings of the realm capital. "What? Don't you recognize me? You're here?" The realm capital's principal muttered. He used to be on par with the Shinshin school principal. But now, the Shinshin school principal had returned with endless pressure. He even felt that he could not see through the ladder anymore. This meant that the latter must have encountered a great opportunity in the years that he was missing. He might have even taken the most crucial step. If I didn't come, the Shinshin school would have been destroyed by the realm capital. The Shinshin school principal was talking and laughing, but everyone who heard him felt endless murderous intent. The Shinshin school was his foundation. How could he not be angry that someone was destroying his foundation? Give me a reason. The Shinshin school principal didn't seem to want to say anything more. He shrugged and pointed at the people who had died tragically below. As soon as he finished speaking, the void seemed to freeze. Many martial artists focused their eyes on the five kings of the realm capital. The Shinshin school principal had intimidated the realm capital with his powerful pressure. How would the five kings of the realm capital respond this time? What kind of explanation do you want? The realm capital's principal asked in a low voice. The Shinshin school and the realm capital don't have much hatred. We just want to take him away. Also, the barrier of the realm capital will unconditionally open to the Shinshin school for 100 years. The attitude of the Shinshin school principal was very tough. His every movement was filled with a powerful deterrent force. The Shinshin school principal, you've gone too far. The other four kings were enraged. My world city's most important resource is the spirit formation. Every time the spirit formation is opened, it's a huge loss to my world city. You're asking for an exorbitant price. You want my world city to open unconditionally for your Shinshin sect for 100 years? That's right. I'd rather continue to fight than compromise. No compromise. The five kings of the realm capital would never agree to the Shinshin school principal's conditions. Is that so? It's not up to you to decide whether to agree or not. It's up to your fists. As he spoke, the Shinshin school principal stretched out his hand and clenched it into a fist. Around his fist, a majestic power surged. Seeing this, the realm capital's principal's expression changed. You've broken through? Facing the realm capital's panic, the Shinshin school principal grinned. I'll give you one last chance. The five kings of the realm capital looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and made a decision. The barrier is the most important resource of the realm capital. Just as the realm capital's principal was about to speak, he was interrupted by the Shinshin school principal. Catch him. The Shinshin school principal pointed at Fong Chin below and said coldly. Boom. The vice sect master took action personally. Holding the heart blade, the mind power mark on his forehead flashed. He took a step forward and instantly came to Fong Chen's side. Run. Without thinking, Fong Chen used the rock body technique to travel through the void and avoid the vice sect master's attack. Obviously, the vice sect master didn't expect Fong Chen to be so fast. You're courting death. The vice sect master activated his mind power and integrated it into the heart blade. Then, with a shake of his wrist, the heart blade instantly expanded and turned into a stream of light, slashing toward Fang Chun. Buzz! Fang Chun, who was running away, suddenly felt that the void around him seemed to be imprisoned. You want to stop me? Fang Chun was full of confidence. He pushed the rock body technique to the extreme and used an extremely strange method to avoid the vice sect master's lightning attack. Dong! The ground shook and a terrifying crack appeared. The heart blade's destructive power was extremely strong, but it didn't hit Fang Chun. The 5 kings of the realm capital who were about to help saw this scene, and their eyes lit up. They didn't expect Fang Chun's speed to be so fast. Let's go. It'll be too late if we don't. The realm capital's principal couldn't see through the Shinshin school principal. The latter's strength was beyond his imagination. If he tried to stop him, Fang Chun's life would be in danger. At this moment, the Shinshin school principal was also a bit surprised. What an exquisite body technique. The Shinshin school principal was shocked. He's just a transcendent world lord, but his body technique must be powerful. The Shinshin school principal's eyesight was extremely high. He could tell at a glance that the rock body technique was extraordinary. Freeze! After thinking for a while, the Shinshin school principal pointed his finger. Instantly, with Fang Chun as the center, the space around him froze. Fang Chun, who was traveling through space, was also trapped in midair. Boom! At the same time, the vice sect leader's heart blade carried a powerful force as it whizzed through the air. Not good. Fang Chun knew this was bad. He forcefully activated the immortal star core, and the power in his body instantly soared. Boom! The rock body technique was pushed to the extreme. When the immortal star core's violent immortal star energy was released, Fang Chun's speed once again rose to another level. Gotcha! Fang Chun's figure forcibly tore through the confined space and moved dozens of meters in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! As soon as he dodged the attack, the heart saber slammed down on him, causing the entire world city to tremble. You're courting death. The vice sect master was thoroughly enraged as his attacks missed. He forcefully urged the power of his mind, wanting to unleash his strongest attack. In the air, the Shinshin school principal looked at Fang Chun with a burning gaze. This is the Shinshin school principal's mind flashed. He seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "The rock body technique." That's right. It's the rock body technique. It's the strongest body technique in the ancient era. Chapter 3207. The Shinshin school principal recognized the great rock body movement technique. He was extremely surprised. In ancient times, the pure-blooded Great Rock clan was known for their unparalleled speed. At the same level, no one could catch up with the Great Rock clan. The Great Rock body movement technique was regarded as the supreme body movement technique of the pure-blooded Great Rock clan. Countless martial artists dreamed of obtaining this supreme body movement technique. But now, this body movement technique appeared in front of the Shinshin school principal. His eyes were burning as he clenched his fists. He was very excited. Whoosh! In the void, Fang Chun kept dodging. Although the Vice Lord's Heartblade attack was very strong, it couldn't touch his body at all. This made the Vice Lord very angry. He held the Heartblade in his hand and attacked continuously, but he was getting farther and farther away from Fang Chun. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Fang Chun found an opportunity. His body flashed, and in an instant, he crossed the world city in an attempt to escape this place. You want to escape? Seeing this, the Vice Lord's eyes flashed coldly. He suddenly threw out the Heartblade. In midair, the Shinshin school principal saw this and stretched out his hand and pressed down. A terrifying power descended and enveloped Fang Chun's body. He cursed inwardly and was forced to retreat. Whoosh! Fang Chun dodged the Shinshin school principal's attack and returned to the world city. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5 kings of the world city stood in front of Fang Chun and stared at the principal of the Shinshin school. Principal of the Shinshin school, you've gone too far, the Lord of the World City said coldly. Realm Lord Tian Xin is a distinguished guest of the World City. You attacked him so recklessly. Isn't he looking down on the World City? The World City? The principal of the Shinshin school smirked, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. My Shinshin school's mountain gate was destroyed, and our foundation was destroyed. Now you're telling me that he's a distinguished guest to the World City? What? Can GS City bear the loss of Shinshin school? Facing the Shinshin school head's question, the Realm City Lord raised his head. Everything requires evidence. May I ask if the Shinshin school has any evidence to prove that Realm Lord Tion Xin did this? The Blazeheart Realm Lord was killed by the Heavenheart Realm Lord. Above the ruins of my Shinshin school, there is the head of the Blazeheart Realm Lord. This is enough to prove everything. The Vice Sect Master said solemnly. The head of Shinshin school was even more domineering. He suddenly waved his hand, and a violent power whistled through the air. Boom! The 5 kings of Realm City were forced to retreat. This is the evidence. The Shinshin school principal took a step forward, and a terrifying power instantly spread out. The entire World City seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation. The 5 kings of World City looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. No matter what, they had to escort Fangchen away. Not for anything else, but for the favor they once owed him. In a while, we will stop the Shinshin school principal. You take the opportunity to escape. The Realm City Lord transmitted his voice. Fang Chun shook his head, and his expression was complicated. City Lord, you have done enough for me. However, before Fang Chun could finish his words, he was interrupted by the Realm City Lord. The latter wanted to say something, but the Shinshin school principal didn't give him any chance. Boom! The Shinshin school principal clenched his fist and lightly punched out. This punch seemed simple, but it was actually very powerful. Go! The 5 kings of Realm City roared the moment they attacked. The 5 of them joined forces and formed a powerful joint attack formation. Terrifying battle runes surrounded the area, completely connecting the 5 of them together. Dong! However, the joint attack formation only lasted for a second before it was broken by the Shinshin school principal's punch. Bang! The 5 kings of Realm City fell heavily to the ground. They spat out blood, and their faces were pale. They weren't at the same level as the Shinshin school principal. They were completely defeated in a single blow. Whoosh! At this time, Fang Chun had also activated the rock body technique to the extreme. He continuously traveled through time and space, trying to use his super-fast speed to escape from Realm City. Buzz! Just as he was about to step out of Realm City, terrifying auras swept over from all directions like a tide. The next moment, Realm City turned into a cage. No matter how Fang Chun traveled, he couldn't break it. Boom! The Vice Sect Master's heart blade whistled. Fang Chun couldn't dodge in time. As if struck by lightning, his body fell heavily. Poochie! He spat out blood, and his face was pale. If it weren't for the abnormal defense of his Emperor Realm body, this blow alone would be enough to kill him. Seeing this scene, the 5 kings of Realm City closed their eyes in pain. Forget it. The Realm City Lord sighed and gave up resisting. The Shinshin school principal's strength was beyond their imagination. He was too strong. They had already done their best. Although they didn't want to see this result, they couldn't change it. A mere transcendent realm lord dares to challenge the authority of the Shinshin school? The Shinshin school principal looked down at Fang Chun and sneered. In his opinion, although Fang Chun's potential was strong, it wasn't enough to make him waver. The only thing that made him waver was the legendary rock body technique. Take him away. The Shinshin school principal's cold voice traveled into everyone's ears. I'll spare the 5 of your lives for now. From now on, Realm City will be under the jurisdiction of the Shinshin school. You can never betray us. Otherwise, the next time I attack, Realm City will be destroyed. At this moment, the Shinshin school principal was extremely arrogant. However, the 5 kings of Realm City were speechless. With the former strength, destroying Realm City was too easy. The 5 of them sat on the ground in pain. Their faces were filled with bitter smiles. Everyone hiding in the dark knew that from today onwards, World City would no longer be the World City of the past. The Vice Sect leader's eyes were filled with killing intent. He quickly walked towards Fang Chun. Fang Chun's eyes were filled with stubbornness. He would rather die in battle than be humiliated. He stood up with difficulty. He held the hidden star, sword in his hand. This is the result of going against the Shinshin school. The vice sect leader looked around and said coldly. It was as if he was warning the martial artists in the dark. If you want to kill my brother, you'll have to step over my body. Unknowingly, Xiaohu appeared in front of Fang Chun and blocked the vice sect leader's attack. Flames surrounded his body. He stared at the vice sect leader angrily. Xiaohua, go back. Fang Chun shouted anxiously. With Xiaohua's strength, how could he block the vice sect leader's attack? Xiaohua turned around and smiled brightly. Brother, you'll be fine. You. Just as Fang Chun was about to send Xiaohua back to Mount Dongming, the vice sect leader's heartblade had already rushed towards him. Fang Chun pulled Xiaohua away and stepped forward. He blocked the vice sect leader's attack with his injured body. Brother. Xiaohua saw this and shouted loudly. At the same time, his figure flashed and rushed in front of Fang Chun. Just as the heartblade was about to fall on Xiaohua's body, the world suddenly seemed to become silent. The vice sect leader's body was instantly imprisoned. Even the heartblade was completely silent. What's wrong? This was what everyone was thinking. If he's injured, the Shinshin school will cease to exist. An explosion could be heard coming from the rift all of a sudden. Immediately after, two old men walked out and landed in front of Xiaohua. How dare you bully the prodigy of the Fire Source tribe? Crack! In a few breaths, the Shinshin school master blasted open the imprisoned void. His dark eyes stared at the two people who suddenly appeared and asked in a deep voice, Who are you? The fire demon perfected lord ignored the Shinshin schoolmaster and looked at Xiaohua seriously. Not bad. After a long time, the fire demon perfected lord nodded in satisfaction. This was the first time he met Xiaohua. He was very satisfied with Xiaohua. After a short period of shock, Fang Chun instantly understood. The person in front of him was probably the legendary ancestor of the Fire Source tribe, the fire demon perfected lord. He just didn't expect that he would appear at such a critical moment. He glanced at Xiaohua. Perhaps this fellow had already known about this beforehand? The reason why he blocked in front of him was to force the fire demon perfected lord to appear. This junior greets the ancestor. Xiaohua knelt on the ground with reverence. Get up. The fire demon perfected lord helped Xiaohua up with a smile. The water demon perfected lord also said, Fire demon, your descendant is not bad. Of course. Don't you know whose blood is flowing in his body? The fire demon perfected lord said proudly. All the martial artists in the realm city looked at the two people who suddenly appeared. You're courting death. The vice sect leader roared angrily. He held the heart blade in his hand and whistled. Get lost. The fire demon perfected lord, who was about to speak, waved his sleeve. Scorching flames enveloped the vice sect leader. The latter's attack was instantly dissolved, and he let out a miserable cry. For a moment, the world fell silent. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 3208. The vice suzerain of the Shinshin school was extremely powerful. With the heart blade in his hand and the power of mind, he could fight against the 5 kings of the realm city. Such a powerful existence was actually sent flying by the old man in front of them, who was emitting hot flames all over his body. How powerful did he have to be able to do that? Waves of shock surged in everyone's hearts. They were dumbfounded and couldn't imagine it. Who is he? For a moment, many people were guessing who the 2 old men were and why they were on the side of the realm city. A miserable scream came from the ground outside the realm city. Then the vice suzerain jumped up and floated in the air. He held the heart blade in his hand, and his scarlet eyes were emitting cold, murderous intent. His anger had reached its peak. Damn it! The vice suzerain glared at fire demon perfected lord and activated the power of mind again. The heart blade flashed, wanting to take revenge. However, before he could do anything, he was stopped by the Shinshin school's principal. Come back. The Shinshin school's principal flicked his finger. An array of light blocked the vice suzerain, stopping him. Although the vice suzerain's face was ferocious and furious, he finally gave up attacking. His figure flashed and returned to the Shinshin school's principal's side. Suzerain, The vice suzerain opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by the Shinshin school's principal. "You're no match for him. Give me the heart blade." Hearing this, the vice suzerain was shocked and immediately handed the heart blade to the Shinshin school's principal. At the same time, the power of mind mark on his forehead flashed and instantly disappeared into the Shinshin school's principal's forehead. Buzz! After the power of mind entered the principal's body, the power of the Shinshin school's principal soared rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a terrifying peak. He held the heart blade in his hand and stared at Fire Demon Perfected Lord. "What? Do you want to fight?" Fire Demon Perfected Lord curled his lips and sneered. "If it weren't for the fact that my descendant is fine, I would have flattened the Shinshin school. Let alone you," Fire Demon True Monarch said. The Fire Demon True Lord was the ancestor of the Fire origin race. His attainments in the Tao of Fire were extremely high. However, as time passed, the bloodline power of the younger generations of the Fire origin clan grew thinner and thinner. In the current age of chaos, the power of the bloodline was about to be cut off. In this kind of situation, he discovered Lil Flame, and it was as if he had obtained a supreme treasure. How could he allow others to harm him? In fact, the Fire Demon True Monarch had already arrived during the previous battle. However, he did not show himself and had been observing quietly. That was until Xiao Hua sensed the aura of the Fire Demon True Lord and blocked in front of Feng Chun, forcing the Fire Demon True Lord to appear. Now that Fire Demon Perfected Lord had appeared, Xiao Hua was extremely excited. Feng Chun also heaved a sigh of relief. Today's crisis had finally been resolved. "No matter who you are, don't even think about stopping me." As soon as the Shinshin school principal's voice fell, his figure flashed. In the sky, a dazzling saber light whizzed through the air. He circulated the power of his mind to the extreme, and the heart saber erupted with even more power. Boom! The heart saber that skyrocketed with endless power descended from the sky, as if it was going to cut the entire world city apart. In the distance, the faces of many martial artists who were hiding in the dark changed drastically when they saw this. Retreat quickly. Wherever the heart saber passed, the power that leaked out was too strong. They could not withstand it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, many martial artists had completely retreated from this place. There were also some weaker martial artists who could not dodge in time and were hit by the powerful airflow and died. The Shinshin school principal also felt the powerful strength of the Fire Demon True Lord, so he did not hold back and directly used his strongest attack. Roar! A furious roar came from the Shinshin school principal's mouth. The heart saber in his hand cut through the void and landed on the Fire Demon True Lord's head. Seeing this, the Fire Demon True Monarch raised his head unhurriedly. Suddenly, a powerful flame halo appeared around him. Buzz! As soon as the halo of flames appeared, the heart saber slashed down. Crack! The heart saber collided with the halo of flames. The terrifying power collided with each other. However, no matter how sharp the heart saber was, it could not cut through the defense of the halo of flames. The Fire Demon True Lord shook his head gently. "If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago." The two of them were not at the same level. Although the Shinshin school principal was strong, he was too weak compared to the Fire Demon True Lord. His strongest attack could not even break through the defense of the Fire Demon True Lord. Boom! Under the gaze of everyone, the Fire Demon True Lord slowly raised his hand and grabbed the heart saber with his bare hands. Hiss! In an instant, the aura of the heart saber disappeared. No, the Shinshin school principal suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and cried out. Whoosh! 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 His body rapidly retreated. Cracks appeared in the void, and a terrifying aura descended. "Here, take it." The Fire Demon True Lord played with the heart saber for a while. Then, he threw it out. The heart saber shot out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The Shinshin school principal quickly grabbed the heart saber. However, his face was completely gloomy. "What have you done?" At this moment, the heart saber was dim. Its aura had dissipated, and it had lost its original sharpness. This was the most precious treasure of the Shinshin school. How could it be destroyed just like that? How could he not be angry? However, what could he do even if he was angry? The fire demon, True Lord, was too strong and unfathomable. If he forcefully attacked, he would be courting death. The Shinshin school principal looked at the fire demon, True Lord, with fear. He was in a dilemma. If I kill you and destroy your sect, people will inevitably say that I'm bullying the weak. Moreover, I don't care about this kind of thing. Get lost. If you dare to cause trouble here again, there's no need for the Shinshin school to exist. The fire demon True Lord's attitude was very tough. Principal. The vice principal's heart was filled with unwillingness. Go back. The Shinshin school principal roared. Then his body flashed, and he led the remaining Shinshin school disciples out of the realm city. The void was filled with an incomparably lonely aura. Specks of light shone on the Shinshin school principal's back. How sorrowful it was. No one had expected this outcome. Even the 5 kings of the realm city didn't expect such a shocking reversal in the end. The long-missing Shinshin school principal had returned with endless power. He suppressed the 5 kings of the realm city with his own strength. Everyone thought that after today, the realm city would become history. However, who would have thought that the fire demon True Lord would arrive at the critical moment and easily resolve the crisis? He also forced the Shinshin school to bow down and retreat from the realm city, never to invade again. After the battle came to an end, many martial artists were discussing who the last 2 experts were. Why was it that even Sect Master Xian Shun was no match for them? Especially the Thousand Poisons Sect Master, Black Wolf Mountain Master, and Devil Hand Sect Master. These 3 experts originally planned to hide in the dark and reap the benefits. But now this idea had been dispelled. They returned to their respective sects as fast as they could. They didn't even want to mention the Sky Heart Realm Lord. Even the Shinshin school principal had been defeated, let alone them. This news spread like a kite across the entire space. Countless martial artists were in an uproar. However, the world capital had calmed down. Under the leadership of the other 4 kings, many martial artists were repairing the realm city as fast as they could. In the garden of the city lord mansion, the fire demon True Lord, water source True Lord, Fong Chun, and Xiao Hu were sitting on stone benches. The realm city lord was beside them. Thank you for your help, seniors. Otherwise, the realm city would have ceased to exist. The realm city lord was sincerely grateful. You stepped forward to protect Fong Chun at such a critical moment. This is enough for me to step in. No need to thank me. The fire demon True Lord said with a smile. That's right. Many people have been helped by the Bloodline King, but only a few can step forward at such a critical moment. You're very good, the Water Source True Lord said with a smile. Ancestor. Xiao Hua looked at the fire demon True Lord passionately. The latter reached out and patted Xiao Hua's head affectionately. I'm very happy to have such an outstanding descendant like you among my descendants. Although this was the first time he met Xiao Hua, he always paid attention to the younger generation through his bloodline. Chapter 3209. After chatting with Xiao Hua for a while, Fire Demon True Monarch and True Monarch Water True Monarch looked at Fong Chun. You really know how to cause a ruckus. True Monarch Water True Monarch said, you just came to the northern region and you already offended the Shinshin school. This time, I have to thank the 2 seniors. Fong Chun cupped his fists and thanked the 2 from the bottom of his heart. Even if the 2 of us didn't do anything, you would have been able to escape safely. True Monarch Water, True Monarch said. He and Fire Demon True Monarch were very knowledgeable and could tell that Fong Chun was using the Great Pung Movement technique. At that time, they were extremely shocked. I really didn't expect you to obtain the Great Pung Movement technique. Moreover, you seem to have fused your understanding of the Tao of Void into it, causing the speed of the Great Pung Movement technique to become extremely strange. True Monarch Water, True Monarch exclaimed. That was the famous Great Pung Movement technique of the ancient era. Countless people wanted to take it for themselves. Who would have thought that a transcendent world lord would obtain it and even cultivate it completely? If you use the Great Pung movement technique and want to escape, even the head of the Shinshin school won't be able to stop you. True Monarch Fire Demon, True Monarch said, as expected of one of the candidates for the Bloodline King selection. Back then, when we first found you, you were just a weak martial artist. Now, you're already a transcendent world lord. Not only do you have great potential in the Sword Dao, but you also have great potential in the Fire Dao, Seal Dao, and the Dao of Void Dao. Those who specialized in one Dao were considered elite prodigies. As for Fang Chun, he specialized in several Daos and had great potential. It was rare to meet such a prodigy in countless eras. Previously, True Monarch Fire Demon True Monarch didn't know much about Fang Chun. But this time, after seeing his battle, he couldn't help but praise him. Even Lin Xian and Gu Tianhua at the same level aren't your match. True Monarch Fire Demon True Monarch continued. Your future achievements will definitely surpass Lin Xian and Gu Tianhua. If you can become the only candidate for the Bloodline King and inherit his legacy, you might even have a chance of becoming the ruler. The Sovereign was the most powerful existence in the entire Primal Chaos realm. It had been a very, very long time since a Sovereign had appeared. Senior, you praise me too much, Fang Chun said modestly. There's no need to be humble. With your potential, you deserve our praise, said True Monarch Fire Demon. After chatting with Fire Demon True Monarch, Fang Chun also benefited greatly. This was especially so for the Fire Demon True Monarch, who had a unique understanding of the Tao of Fire. After listening to the Fire Demon True Monarch's explanation, he felt enlightened. Many things that he didn't understand before instantly became clear. Thereafter, the true Lord of Water Sources imparted some of his insights into the Tao of Water to Lin Fan. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since the battle. During this time, Fang Chun had been discussing cultivation matters with True Monarch Fire Demon and True Monarch Water Source. Until today, Fang Chun woke up from his epiphany. Not bad, not bad. True Monarch Fire Demon gave Fang Chun a thumbs up. To be able to gain enlightenment in such a short time was enough to show how monstrous Fang Chun's potential was. This time, we came forward to resolve the crisis for you. Although it's not against the rules, it still made many people unhappy. True Monarch Fire Demon said, We'll head back first. You'll have to walk the rest of the path step by step. When you become the only candidate for Bloodline Monarch, we'll meet again. With that said, True Monarch Fire Demon pointed at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's cultivation is currently on the rise. I'm preparing to bring him back to teach him personally. Thank you for taking care of Xiaohua during this period. Xiaohua can't bear to part with Big Brother. After so many years together, Xiaohua treated Fang Chun as his own brother from the bottom of his heart. Now that he suddenly had to leave for a long time, he couldn't bear to part with him. Follow Senior Fire Demon and cultivate well. When you're strong enough, we'll meet again, said Fang Chun with a smile. Don't worry, Big Brother. I'll definitely work hard in cultivation. When I'm strong enough, I'll definitely help Big Brother solve your problems, said Xiaohua with clenched fists. All right, Big Brother will wait for that day to come. True Monarch Fire Demon and True Monarch Water Source left the Realm City with Xiaohua. Looking at their departing backs, Fang Chun's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. I'm still too weak. If he was stronger, a mere Shinshin school would be nothing. He wouldn't have to resort to any tricks. He could just step into the Shinshin school's mountain gate and forcibly ask for Princess Xian. After the battle in the Realm City, Fang Chun couldn't wait to improve his strength. Shinshin School. After such a long time, most of the Shinshin School's buildings have been restored to their original state. However, the mineral veins underground could no longer be restored. Today, the atmosphere in Shinshin School was very solemn. There were only 2 people in the meeting hall. The Shinshin Schoolmaster was silent and sat on the throne with an ashen face. Below him, the Vice Sect Master paced back and forth with a solemn expression. Sect Master. After a long time, the Vice Sect Master asked, Who are those 2 people? Why haven't we heard of them before? The Fire Demon Lord's strength was so powerful that it made them tremble. However, before this, they had never heard that there were 2 powerful experts in this region. Are they old monsters who have been living in seclusion? The Shinshin School Master shook his head. Those two people are too strong. They're definitely not martial artists from this land. It's very likely that they're from somewhere else. It seems that during these years when I wasn't around, many forces had their eyes on the Shinshin school. Sectmaster, with those two people here, we can't compete with the Realm City at all. What should we do next? The Vice Sectmaster asked. After thinking for a moment, the Shinshin schoolmaster said, let's take a break for now. With the deterrence of the Fire Demon Lord, the Shinshin school didn't dare to have any ideas about the Realm City, let alone Fangchun. For a time, the Shinshin school was completely silent. The land also became abnormally quiet. Fangchun, on the other hand, was wholeheartedly working hard to cultivate, in a mysterious place very far away from the Realm City. Starlight shone here all year round, as if there were countless stars decorating the land. The starlight surrounded the land, and a terrifying aura enveloped the land. In the endless starlight, there was a faintly discernible mountain peak. On the peak of the mountain, a purple figure leaned against a stone, her beautiful eyes shining as she looked at the distant sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a figure whizzed over. Master, an old man climbed up the mountain and came to the purple-clothed woman. He said respectfully, I found the person you asked me to find. Hearing this, the purple-clothed woman trembled and hurriedly turned around. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Is he okay? Where is he? That person appeared at the border between the northern and eastern regions, a place called the Realm City. The old man said he participated in the Realm Lord Conference as one of the 9 Realm Lords of the eastern region. After 100 years of cultivation, he became a transcendent and went on a killing spree, suppressing many prodigious Realm Lords under his feet. Because he killed many transcendent Realm Lords, it caused many powers to attack him. Even the Shinshin school wanted to kill him at all costs. The Shinshin school lord who had been missing for a long time came back and started an earth-shattering battle with the Realm City's 5 kings. The old man continued, just as the Realm City was about to collapse and that person was about to be killed, the Fire Demon Lord appeared. Hearing the old man's words, the purple-clothed woman was very anxious. Is he okay? The purple-clothed woman asked. With the Fire Demon Lord taking action, what can a Shinshin school do? He could suppress them at any time. The old man said, I suspect that the person Master is looking for is the legendary Bloodline King candidate. Otherwise, why would the Fire Demon Lord and the Water Lord come all the way to the Realm City? Who? The purple-clothed woman heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he was fine. After hearing the news about Fangchun, the purple-clothed woman's mood improved. I'll go find him now, the purple-clothed woman said. Master, the old man appeared beside the purple-clothed woman and stopped her. You can't go now. Master almost died in the battle back then. She finally reincarnated and hasn't fully awakened her strength. It's too dangerous for her to walk in the mortal world. The old man wasn't willing to let the purple-clothed woman go down the mountain. Chapter 32:10. As the Shinshin school retreated, the crisis in Realm City was completely resolved. In just 3 months, the crisis in Realm City gradually dissipated. Although everyone was still discussing the 2 super strong fighters behind Fangchun, they were no longer as shocked as before. After this battle, Realm City had completely established its position as the overlord. Especially with the 2 super strong fighters behind them, no one dared to go against them. The Shinshin school had suffered heavy losses. Many of their realm lords had been killed by Fangchun. Moreover, the Vice Sect Master had brought the Heart Blade and the Mind Power with him this time. He was determined to destroy Realm City. However, the Fire Demon True Monarch was too strong. Even the long-missing Shinshin school's headmaster couldn't do anything about it. In the end, the Shinshin school was defeated and the Mind Power was exhausted. The Shinshin school only felt a little heartache about the death of their realm lords. However, the exhaustion of the Mind Power was related to whether the Shinshin school could rise in the future. The entire Shinshin school was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. All the cultivators felt an invisible pressure. The Mind Power was the Shinshin school's strongest foundation. It was also the foundation that allowed the Shinshin school to continuously nurture geniuses who cultivated the mind Tao. However, the mind power had been exhausted. In a short time, the Shinshin school couldn't develop much. There was one more thing that was the most fatal. That was the underground mine had been destroyed. When the Shinshin school headmaster learned that the primordial ancestral stone had been destroyed, he was furious. However, when he thought of the threat from the fire demon true monarch, he completely gave up on the idea. Sect Master, the Shinshin school has been reduced to such a state. Are we just going to let it go like this? The Vice Sect Master's heart couldn't calm down in the past few months. His heart was filled with killing intent. Every time he thought of the Sky Heart Realm Lord, he wanted to rush into Realm City and kill him. Today, he once again came to the forbidden area behind the mountain to ask the Shinshin school's headmaster. This matter started because of me. The underground mine was destroyed, and the power of my mind was exhausted. I am a sinner of the Shinshin school. I begged the school master to agree to let me redeem myself. The Vice Sect Master's eyes were red as he said in a deep voice. The head of Shinshin school slowly opened his eyes. His whole body emitted a monstrous aura. What? You want to sneak into the world capital to kill world overlord Skyheart? The Vice Sect Master, whose thoughts had been seen through by the Shinshin school's head, directly admitted, "That's right. As long as Realm Lord Tian Xen doesn't die, I won't be at ease." Even if those two peerless powerhouses were in World City, they couldn't possibly keep an eye on everything happening in World City all the time. As long as I have the chance, I can sneak in without anyone noticing. In his opinion, as long as he could kill Fong Chun, he would not hesitate even if he had to die. The principal of Shinshin School gently shook his head. A hint of worry appeared in his deep eyes. "Do you think that I haven't thought about this problem?" The principal of Shinshin School sighed. "Those two mysterious elders are much stronger than you think." After a slight pause, the principal of Shinshin School continued. "All these years, I have been cultivating in a relic, looking for a way to break through. However, even with all my strength, I still can't take the most crucial step. However, those two mysterious elders have already taken a step. No one knew better than the principal of Shinshin School how terrifying those two powerhouses were. Without coming into contact with them, one would never know how terrifying they were. But the Vice Sect Master's heart was filled with unwillingness. Are we just going to let it go like this? The principal of Shinshin School seemed to be tired. His face was filled with fatigue. He waved his hand and said, "You can go back first. I know what to do about this matter." The Vice Sect Master still wanted to say something, but in the end, he left the meeting hall. Buzz. As soon as the Vice Sect Master left, a black luster suddenly appeared in the meeting hall. As soon as the black luster appeared, the entire meeting hall instantly fell silent. A bloody and evil aura quickly condensed on the throne and finally turned into a vague figure. "Let's cooperate," the vague figure said in a hoarse voice. The principal of Shinshin School turned his head and stared at the vague figure on the throne. "You want me to betray the human race and cooperate with the corpse demon?" The principal of Shinshin School said in a low voice. The vague figure shrugged and laughed sarcastically. "Principal of Shinshin School, don't forget what you have done all these years when you were missing." Hearing this, the principal of Shinshin School's face instantly darkened. He was immediately furious. "What? Are you angry from embarrassment? If I hadn't helped you back then, you would have died in that relic. Now that you've obtained a great opportunity, you've forgotten my kindness?" The vague figure didn't seem to be afraid of the principal of Shinshin School at all. He continued, "What you did in the relic back then actually violated the rules of the human race. If I spread this matter, the higher-ups of the human race will definitely kill you." The principal of Shinshin School's expression changed. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "What do you want?" The vague figure stood up from the throne and laughed eerily. "The second half of the secret method you've cultivated is in my hands. If you cooperate with the corpse demon, I can give you the second half of the secret method for free. Moreover, I will use all the strength of the corpse demon to help you become the strongest person in the dragon field. What do you want in return?" The principal of Shinshin School asked. Over the years, the vague figure had asked him to cooperate more than once. but he had been heartlessly rejected. However, this time, after the previous defeat, the Shinshin school was on the verge of collapse. The principal of Shinshin school didn't want to see the Shinshin school destroyed in his own hands. Besides, he was very eager for the second half of the secret method. Therefore, his thoughts wavered. It was because he had noticed this that the vague figure appeared and continued to persuade him. I, the corpse demon, want to survive. I want cultivation resources. When you become the king of the dragon field, give me half of the cultivation resources in the dragon field, the vague figure said. Of course, before that, I, the corpse demon, will do my best to assist the Shinshin school, the vague figure said. He was very confident that the principal of Shinshin school would agree, because the corpse demon had made an offer that the principal of Shinshin school couldn't refuse. Let me think about it. The principal of Shinshin school closed his eyes. He seemed a little tired. In an elegant courtyard in the border city, Fang Chun sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by the power of time and space. If one observed carefully, they would find that his every move could change the flow of time and space around him. This was the embodiment of a person who had cultivated the space-time doctrine to an extremely high level. However, Fang Chun wasn't satisfied with this. He wanted to be like a rock, soaring up to the ninth heaven. Inside his body, 5 stellar nuclei were revolving. The 6th stellar nucleus had already formed a wrinkled shape. Buzz! Suddenly, the void flickered. The immortal scepter appeared out of thin air, making a loud and clear sound. At the same time, the 5 stellar nuclei in Fang Chen's body were also eager to try and rush out of his body. Condense. Fang Chen knew that the time was right. He began to devote himself to condensing the 6th immortal stellar nucleus. Boom, boom, boom. With the help of the 5 stellar nuclei and the endless energy from the immortal scepter, the 6th stellar nucleus was completely condensed in the blink of an eye. Boom! When the 6th immortal stellar nucleus was successfully condensed, it connected with the other 5 and released a vast amount of immortal stellar force. The immortal stellar force quickly spread to Fang Chen's limbs and bones. He could clearly feel that his Emperor Realm physical body seemed to have improved a lot. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes and punched out. Rip! The void in front of him was directly pierced through by his punch. The monstrous power rose to the sky. Countless martial artists in World City were shocked by this news. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they were extremely shocked. What happened? Why was the border city shaking? Whoosh! 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 The 5 kings of the border city also appeared in the void immediately. When they found that the movement was caused by Fang Chun, they were also a little stunned. The 5 kings of the border city landed in Fang Chen's courtyard and looked at him seriously. The 5 people's faces were filled with envy. Amazing, really amazing. The lord of the border city sighed. No wonder he is the candidate of the bloodline king. Such potential is really unprecedented. The other 4 kings were also very shocked. The 5 of them looked at each other, their eyes shining with determination. They had been a little worried about investing in Fang Chun, but now it seemed that their worries were completely unnecessary. Chapter 32:11. Fang Chen's potential had received the unanimous approval of the 5 kings of the realm capital. They were even more determined to maintain a good relationship with Fang Chen in the future. The realm capital would fully protect him. In reality, the realm capital master had helped Fang Chen out of the bloodline king's favor. But he hadn't needed to sacrifice the entire realm capital because at that time, the realm capital had been at a clear disadvantage. Yet the realm capital master still did this. One reason was to repay the favor, and the other was because this was an investment he had made in Fang Chen. If he was strong enough in the future, the realm capital would receive unexpected benefits. The 5 kings of the realm capital had discussed this matter more than once. Yet Fang Chen's breakthrough this time made them even more determined. The realm capital master rarely praised young people, but he was full of praise for Fang Chen. He even thought that Fang Chen's future achievements would not be less than Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian. In the primordial chaos, only the 2 of them could be considered true geniuses. But in comparison, Fang Chen was far superior to them, at the same cultivation level or age. If you need anything, just say the word. All the resources in the realm capital can be used by you. The realm capital master said with a smile. The other 4 kings nodded. While the realm capital wasn't very large compared to the dragon field, it was rich in resources that ordinary people couldn't imagine. So many resources could be used by Feng Chun. It was enough to prove the determination of the 5 kings of the realm capital. Thank you, elders. Feng Chun clasped his hands in thanks. After chatting briefly with Feng Chun, the 5 kings of the realm capital left. You just had a breakthrough and need to cultivate. We won't disturb you. Looking at the backs of the 5 kings of the realm capital, Feng Chun showed a hint of a smile. In the dark cave mountain, Little Mouse and the others were still cultivating. Feng Shi, Kong Jiao, and Tian Xian were also in seclusion. The immortal scepter and the hidden star sword were stabbed into the ground and exuded great power. Do you still remember the immortal Saint Palace? The immortal scepter asked. Feng Chun nodded, and the latter continued. Back then, you entered the immortal sacred palace by chance and obtained the old master's inheritance foundation scroll. Now, with your strength, you are fully qualified to obtain the complete inheritance. Hearing that, Feng Chen's heart skipped a beat. He already knew what the immortal scepter wanted to say. Now, it's time to go back and retrieve the complete inheritance. Immortal inheritance? Feng Chen's eyes were burning. He clenched his fists and his heart was pounding. That was the inheritance of the immortal emperor. Perhaps no one in the entire primordial chaos could resist such a great temptation. Thinking of this, Feng Chen nodded heavily. Back then, the immortal emperor had established the Immortal Academy of Creation to cultivate geniuses for the human race. Therefore, he hid the imperishable Institute of Creation in the void, and it would automatically appear every once in a while. Every time the imperishable courtyard of fortune opened, it indicated that there would be top geniuses appearing. It had been some time since the last time it opened. At that time, Feng Chun had coincidentally entered it. Moreover, by chance, he had obtained the inheritance of the immortal emperor. Now, under the guidance of the immortal scepter, he would once again enter the imperishable Institute of Creation. The night was as still as water. In the vast world city, it was pitch black. The sky was dotted with stars. Occasionally, a cold wind would blow, heralding the arrival of autumn. There was no one on the quiet ground. The withered yellow leaves fluttered in the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in a dark corner. The black shadow looked around and then quickly disappeared. Soon after, the black shadow appeared in front of the elegant courtyard. His pitch-black eyes flashed with a crazed look. Go in. Crash. The black shadow entered the elegant courtyard and immediately launched a fierce attack on the pavilion. Rumble. Under his powerful attack, the pavilion shattered with a loud bang. However, at this moment, he felt that something was wrong. He's not here. The black shadow did not detect Feng Chen's aura. His face suddenly changed. Damn it, I've been tricked. When he realized it, it was too late. In the void, a huge handprint covered the sky. Crack. The black shadow could not escape. He detonated the power in his body and exploded. The elegant courtyard was turned into ruins. However, above the ruins, 5 figures appeared one after another. Their faces were a little gloomy, and they were very unhappy. Are they from the Shinshin school? No, they are men of sacrifice, the Lord of the World City said in a deep voice. Strictly speaking, men of sacrifice did not belong to the category of human beings. There was a kind of evil martial artists in the world. They cultivated evil methods and forcibly refined human beings into war machines. They had no feelings and no thoughts. They carried out orders like walking corpses. Once they failed, they would explode, leaving no clues for the enemy. They must be men of sacrifice hired by the Shinshin school. The faces of the other 4 kings were full of anger. If Feng Chan had not told them in advance that he had something to deal with and would not return for a while, the men of sacrifice might have succeeded. How would dare the Shinshin school ignore the world city like this? Aren't they afraid that the 2 kings will be angry? I'll go to the Shinshin school right now. Stop. The Lord of the World City stopped the other 4 kings. We have no evidence to prove that this was done by the Shinshin school. Men of sacrifice are very rare in the territory of the World City. The force that can send men of sacrifice is at least a powerful force in the Dragon Field. The Lord of the World City said, "Don't alert the enemy first. Maybe there are some unknown secrets behind this matter." Shinshin school. The men of sacrifice failed. The blurry black shadow sat on the throne and said calmly, "Exposed." The Lord of the Shinshin school asked expressionlessly, "Of course not. There are many forces in the Dragon Field with men of sacrifice. One man of sacrifice doesn't mean anything." The blurry black shadow said, "Don't worry. It's just a greeting gift. I believe that when the 5 old guys see the men of sacrifice, they will definitely suspect that the Shinshin school has contacted the powerful forces in the Dragon Field. This is called disturbing the morale of the army." Looking at the evil smile on the blurry black shadow's face, the Lord of the Shinshin school frowned slightly. "I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I'm here." The blurry black shadow said, "I've given you the second half of the secret method. Hurry up and practice it." Speaking of the secret method, the Lord of the Shinshin school's face softened a lot. The endless wasteland was filled with dense, immortal star power. Swoosh! The void flashed, and Fong Chen's body suddenly appeared. He stepped on the immortal scepter and passed through forests, hills, and mountains. Finally, he came to the immortal Holy Palace. "The immortal Holy Palace is right ahead," the immortal scepter said. With the immortal scepter leading the way, Fong Chun could easily cultivate in the immortal Academy of Creation. "The complete inheritance is in the Universe God Institute," the immortal scepter said. While speaking, the immortal scepter took Fong Chun through the boundary wall and came to the Universe God Institute. Buzz! A vast, great, desolate Aeon aura surged over from the distant horizon. Suddenly, Fong Chun felt the pressure on him increase. Fong Chen's face changed slightly. He looked around and vaguely felt a sense of danger. "What's going on?" Fong Chun said in a low voice. "The Immortal Academy of Creation is all-encompassing and covers thousands of things. The old master once caught a large number of demonic beasts and put them in the top 3 schools to train human warriors. Over the countless years, the demonic beasts in the top 3 schools have cultivated to a very high level. They also occupied the blessed places that the master once built and formed a strong force. The dangerous aura you felt came from here," the immortal scepter said. "But don't worry, we can enter the immortal Holy Palace directly." Then the immortal scepter and Fong Chun released immortal star power. They merged and suddenly disappeared. Roar! In the endless primitive land of the Universe God Institute, many demonic beasts sensed the aura of humans and roared angrily. Some powerful demonic beasts even walked out of their territories to search for humans. "Humans should be killed. Kill the humans and avenge our race." Countless angry voices echoed in the sky above the Universe God Institute. Demonic chi filled the sky and the earth shook. Chapter 32:12. The Immortal Academy of Creation was personally created by the Immortal Emperor. Its essence was to create geniuses for the human race. Over the years, every time the Immortal Academy of Creation appeared, it would shake the entire Chaos Realm. Countless super experts of the immemorial Chaos Realm were paying attention. In fact, there were even people that were trying their best to enter it. It was rumored that anyone who could walk out of the Immortal Academy of Creation alive would have great achievements in the future. Every time the Immortal Academy of Creation opened, there would be super geniuses appearing. Fong Chun had obtained a great opportunity in the Immortal Academy of Creation, which allowed him to undergo a complete transformation. Now that he was a Sector Lord, he had already finished cultivating the foundation of the immortal inheritance. This time, with the help of the Immortal Scepter, he entered the Immortal Sacred Palace again to receive the complete immortal inheritance. 1. The Immortal Sacred Palace was as peaceful as ever. Fong Chen looked around. Although many years had passed, the Immortal Sacred Palace hadn't changed at all. The only change was that the Immortal Scepter that once stood in the Immortal Sacred Palace was no longer there. As soon as he entered the immortal sacred palace, he felt a familiar aura. Immortal star power. The immortal sacred palace was filled with rich immortal star power. Standing in the middle of the palace, Feng Chun felt the immortal star core in his body rapidly revolving, resonating with the immortal star power in the void. Crack! Just as Feng Chun was thinking, a crack suddenly appeared on the wall at the front of the palace. Immediately after, the crack spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the complete wall became fragmented. Under countless cracks, the wall shattered, and countless fragments fell to the ground. Behind the fragments, there was a layer of golden light that completely covered the inside of the wall. Seeing this, Feng Chen's face turned solemn, his eyes filled with passion. The complete immortal inheritance is here. The immortal scepter transmitted. At the same time, its body flashed, turning into a ray of golden light that entered the wall. Crash! The immortal scepter's action caused the golden light to shake. Feng Chun felt that the 6 immortal star cores in his body were revolving faster and faster, as if they wanted to rush out of his body. Within the golden light, there was a huge commotion within the wall. Feng Chun narrowed his eyes, staring at the golden light. In just a breath, the golden light was rapidly spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rip! When the golden light completely dispersed, Feng Chun was shocked to discover that one end of the immortal scepter was inserted into the wall. Light runes on the scepter. Immortal star core, the immortal scepter transmitted. Hearing this, Feng Chun nodded heavily and quickly came before the immortal scepter. Wong! With a thought, the 6 immortal star nuclei, which had been shaking, quickly flew out of his body and surrounded the immortal scepter. Feng Chun sat cross-legged on the ground. The immortal scepter was right in front of him. Dong! A vast amount of energy surged out of the immortal scepter and gushed into Feng Chen's body. Unknowingly, Feng Chen closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. Even in ancient times, the immortal emperor was considered a supreme expert in the chaos realm. His methods were invincible. He had once experienced the most terrifying battle of gods during the ancient times. Some people said that he had fallen, while others said that he was still alive. After the battle of Godfall, no one saw him again. Even the immortal scepter did not know where the immortal emperor had gone. The only thing the immortal emperor had left for the world was the legendary Immortal Academy of Creation. Now, Feng Chun had gained a recognition of the immortal scepter and was qualified to receive the complete immortal inheritance. With the help of the immortal scepter, it was much easier to receive the inheritance. Outside, in the distant horizon, countless demonic beasts were frantically searching for traces of humans. However, at that moment, the entire Universe God Institute trembled as though the end of the world had arrived. The sky became gloomy and dark clouds covered the sky. It was as though they were going to swallow the Universe God Institute. What happened? Sensing the terrifying aura coming from the sky, many great demons' expressions changed drastically as they cried out in alarm. Swoosh! Just as they were puzzled, they suddenly saw a dazzling palace in the distant horizon. It appeared out of nowhere and floated in midair. The palace was golden in color and radiated a dazzling light that lit up the entire land. Some of the great demons recognized the immortal sacred palace, and their expressions changed drastically. It's the immortal sacred palace. The immortal sacred palace has appeared. Could it be that humans have entered it? Damn it, we can't let him succeed. Otherwise, we will be met with a great disaster. At the same time, countless great demons in the entire Universe God Institute roared. They rushed towards the immortal sacred palace in a frenzy, wanting to stop Feng Chun from receiving the inheritance. Swoosh! In the void, there were 5 huge great demons. The 5 of them were recognized as the Demon Kings and the strongest fighting force in the Universe God Institute. In the blink of an eye, the 5 great demons were the first to arrive in front of the immortal sacred palace. The 5 great demons looked at each other with solemn expressions. The appearance of the immortal sacred palace must mean that human martial artists have entered it, one of the great demons said. The immortal emperor's inheritance is inside. No matter what, we can't let him get it. Otherwise, our demon clan will be completely annihilated, another great demon said. That's right. Our clan has been trapped in the immortal academy of creation for countless eras. According to the immortal emperor's promise, we will be free after 2 more eras. We can't let anything happen to this. The 5 great demons had the same thought. They had to stop the human from receiving the immortal inheritance. After all, they weren't sure who the person who had received the inheritance was. If it was a bloodthirsty martial artist, then their clan would face the greatest crisis in history. Let's attack the immortal sacred palace together. The 5 great demons quickly made a decision. They stomped their feet and stood in 5 different directions of the immortal sacred palace. Attack! Following the roar of one of the great demons, 5 majestic forces whizzed out. Rumble! When the attacks of the 5 great demons landed on the immortal sacred palace, the entire sacred palace shook. Wong! However, the complex golden runes on the walls of the sacred palace flickered and blocked the attacks of the 5 great demons. Let's work together to break the runes and weaken its defense. Then we can attack. Time waits for no one. The 5 great demons didn't want to waste any more time. The 5 of them attacked separately to destroy the runes. The golden runes smoothly revolved on the walls of the sacred palace. The powerful attacks of the 5 great demons instantly slowed them down. Continue to attack. Seeing that their attacks were effective, the 5 great demons continued to attack wildly. 15 minutes later, crack! The golden runes instantly stopped revolving, and the defense of the immortal sacred palace was greatly weakened. Attack! Seeing this, the 5 great beasts smiled excitedly. While they were attacking wildly, a dense crowd of demon beasts rushed to the front of the immortal sacred palace. For our clan, countless great demons roared to the sky. For a moment, the immortal sacred palace and the Universe God Institute were shaken. Inside the sacred palace, Pucci, Fong Chun, who was comprehending the inheritance, suddenly opened his eyes. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was slightly pale. His face was gloomy, and he frowned slightly. Many great demons in the Universe God Institute are attacking the immortal sacred palace in a frenzy to stop you from receiving the inheritance, the immortal scepter said. At this moment, the immortal scepter had returned to Fong Chen's side. They had been locked in the immortal courtyard of creation by the old master for countless years. They have dreamed of getting out. Now that they finally have a chance, they won't let it go. They might even go crazy, the immortal scepter said. If we want to leave now, we will definitely be attacked by them. The best way is to control the immortal courtyard of creation. Control the immortal courtyard of creation? Fong Chen's eyes lit up. However, with your current strength, it's too difficult to control it. It's almost impossible, the immortal scepter said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's face was a little gloomy. However, there is still a glimmer of hope. The immortal scepter continued. As long as you can comprehend a part of the complete inheritance, you will be able to form the immortal barrier. With this opportunity, we can leave the Universe God Institute. Fong Chun clenched his fists, his eyes flickering. Chapter 32:13. The immortal inheritance was the culmination of the immortal emperor's life's efforts. It contained many earth-shattering techniques. However, with Fong Chen's current strength, it was unrealistic for him to fully comprehend the inheritance in a short period of time. Therefore, in order to deal with the current crisis, he had to comprehend part of it first. The immortal shield was one of the many techniques of the immortal inheritance. According to the records, using the immortal star power to form the immortal shield, he could completely isolate himself from the outside world and leave the place. Soon, Fong Chun found the records of the immortal shield in the inheritance. After skimming through it, Fong Chun nodded heavily. Will their attacks be able to blast open the gate of the immortal sacred palace? The immortal scepter said. After all, the immortal sacred palace was built by the old master himself. It contains his understanding of the supreme rules. It can't be blasted open so easily, but what? Feng Chen asked. There are many great demons in the Universe God Institute who have lived for countless eras. Although their realms may not be too high, their attacks are too strong. As time goes on, the gate of the immortal sacred palace will be blasted open. At that time, they may use this gap to threaten you. Therefore, before they blast open the gap, you must comprehend the immortal shield. According to the current attack, the immortal sacred palace can last for about 3 months. 3 months? That's enough. Feng Chen murmured. Then he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The immortal inheritance crazily surged in his mind. He was racing against time. He had to comprehend the immortal shield within 3 months. Hiss! As time passed, the immortal star power in the immortal sacred palace was unknowingly absorbed by Feng Chen. The 6 immortal star cores in his body were operating crazily. According to the inheritance, to form the immortal shield, one needed at least 7 immortal star cores. Soon, Feng Chen murmured in his heart. However, he did not know that not long after he left the World City, there was an uproar in the territory of the World City. The Shinshin school, which had been silent for a while, made a strong comeback. The principal of Shinshin school was even more determined to reorganize the sect. At the same time, the people of Shinshin school were also sneaking into the darkness around Jie City. As long as the Shinshin school headmaster gave the order, they would be able to surround Jie City in an instant. There was a mountain 300 miles away from World City. A man had just reached the foot of the mountain when he was attacked by lightning. Boom! 2 mysterious men appeared in the void. Their bodies were shrouded in a black luster. As soon as they appeared, they immediately attacked the man. Who are you? The man who was being attacked asked in a deep voice as he retreated. After he forcefully stabilized himself, he looked at the 2 people in front of him in horror. The person who killed you. I'm from the world capital. How dare you attack me near the world capital? The man from Realm City used the 5 kings of Realm City to threaten the 2 people in front of him. However, threats were useless. Someone from Realm City? All the more he deserves to be killed. The 2 men smiled sinisterly and attacked at lightning speed. Their terrifying attacks instantly engulfed the man from World City. You, Shinshin School. In the blink of an eye, the man from World City was killed. Before he died, he finally found out that the people who killed him were from Shinshin School. With unwillingness, he fell to the ground and lost his life forever. Let's go. After doing all this, the 2 men disappeared again. At the same time, similar things were happening around World City, whether it was in the wilderness, the mountains, or the mountains. As long as one was from World City, they would be attacked to varying degrees. In just half a month, more than 100 people from World City were killed. Finally, one day, a realm lord dragged his battered body into World City. Only then did the 5 kings of Realm City learn of this. Boom! In the city lord's mansion, the 5 kings of Realm City were furious. How dare the Shinshin school secretly kill people from World City? Damn the Shinshin school, they've gone too far. The other 4 kings were infuriated. Their eyes fell on the Realm City Lord. City Lord, Shinshin school has secretly surrounded World City. As long as the Shinshin school lord gives the order, World City will be destroyed in an instant. One of the kings said worriedly, "We don't know where the 2 seniors are, and we can't contact them." Realm Lord Tianxin has also left. If the Shinshin school really attacks, then... Thinking of this, the 4 kings' expressions became more serious. Don't panic. The Realm City Lord said, the Shinshin school didn't attack directly. Instead, they secretly killed people who walked out of World City. This means that they're afraid of us. To be exact, they're afraid of the 2 seniors. Now, they're not sure if the 2 seniors have left, so they don't dare to act rashly. The Realm City Lord continued, at least, they won't attack World City in the short term. During this time, all we have to do is wait. But the Realm City Lord waved his hand and shook his head. Shinshin School. How's it going? In the meeting hall, on the throne shrouded in a vast black fog, the black figure looked down at the vice suzerain and asked, Our people have already surrounded World City. As long as someone walks out, they'll definitely die," the vice suzerain said. However, there was a person who was extremely good at speed. He escaped. I think World City already knows about this. Hearing this, the black figure nodded. I see. You can leave now. After the vice suzerain left the meeting hall, he shook his head slightly. Why did the suzerain ask everyone in Shinshin school to listen to this person? Who is he? Now, in Shinshin school, the suzerain was in seclusion to cultivate the secret method, and the black figure had become the actual person in charge. Of course, this was also the intention of the Shinshin school lord. He secretly disguised the strong cultivators of the corpse demon as disciples of Shinshin school and sneaked into World City to wait for an opportunity to act. At the same time, he was also using this opportunity to deploy the corpse demon's plan. In his eyes, the Shinshin school lord and the entire Shinshin school was just a pawn in the corpse demon's plan. Once they lost their value, it would be the time for the four kings. The plan this time must succeed. On the throne, the black figure's eyes were deep as he said coldly, Realm Lord Tian Xin must die. The potential that Realm Lord Tian Xin had shown had already alarmed the higher-ups of the corpse demon. The corpse demon sent out an order to kill Realm Lord Tian Xin at all costs. The black figure felt that this was the closest he had gotten to completing his mission. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this time, the great demons of the Universe God Institute attacked the immortal sacred palace crazily. Kacha! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the door. Then, a storm of attacks passed through the crack and blasted into the immortal sacred palace. Not good. The immortal scepter turned into a golden stream of light and instantly appeared in front of the crack, blocking it with its body. Rumble! A vast amount of attacks landed on the immortal scepter. On the scepter, golden light flashed and runes flowed. Powerful immortal star energy crazily surged. Even so, a portion of the energy still managed to pass through the seal and hit the immortal scepter. Kacha! The immortal scepter was blasted away and fell to the ground. In the outside world, the 5 great demons' faces were filled with joy. Almost there, continued to attack. The crack in the immortal sacred palace was the best opportunity. Under the command of the 5 great demons, all the demonic beasts unleashed their strongest attacks and attacked the door. However, at this moment, Fong Chun, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. In his body, 7 immortal star cores were slowly rotating. After 3 months of cultivation, he had finally condensed his 7th immortal star core, and he had finally comprehended the immortal barrier's ultimacy. The immortal barrier is similar to the Tao of Seals. Fong Chan said slowly, this time, it's all thanks to the sealed sky tablet. Without the sealed sky tablet, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the immortal barrier's ultimacy so quickly. Voila! Fong Chen got up and looked at the door. How's your comprehension? The immortal scepter asked anxiously. Fong Chen nodded gently. I've succeeded. That's great. The immortal scepter was overjoyed. Fong Chun raised his hand, and the immortal inheritance in his mind operated. The 7 immortal star cores were fully activated, and vast immortal star energy gathered in his palm. Voila! He stretched out a finger and gently drew a line in the void. Chapter 32:14. As soon as the invisible barrier appeared, the gate that was about to shatter was instantly shrouded. No matter how many attacks came from the outside, the invisible barrier could not be shaken. Seeing this, the immortal scepter was very excited and floated back to Fong Chen's side. Amazing to be able to comprehend the invisible barrier in 3 months. Even if the old master was here, he would be full of praise for you. The longer the immortal scepter spent with Fong Chen, the more it realized that Fong Chen's potential was too heaven-defying. Sometimes, it even wondered if this freak in front of it could become a dominator like its old master if he was born in the ancient times. In the outside world, the 5 greater beasts attacking the immortal Saint Palace trembled all of a sudden, their expressions changing drastically. Buzz! When all the attacks landed on the immortal sacred palace, it was as if they had entered a bottomless pit and quietly dissipated. This scene caused the 5 great demons to be extremely shocked. Damn it! After being stunned for a moment, the 5 great demons seemed to have thought of something. They looked at each other, eyes filled with horror, and began to attack wildly. Attack with all your might. One of the great demons roared to the sky, and all the demonic beasts surrounding the immortal sacred palace launched a final fierce attack. However, Feng Chun, who was in the immortal sacred palace, controlled the immortal barrier as he wished. At the same time, he used the immortal barrier to leave according to the records in the immortal inheritance. Rip. Feng Chun performed a complicated hand seal with both hands. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of light burst out from his body. The next moment, his body quickly merged into the immortal barrier. Go! Feng Chun growled, and the immortal barrier turned into a stream of light and shot out of the crack in the gate of the immortal sacred palace. Stop him! When the great demons saw the light of the immortal barrier, their faces twisted and they attacked wildly. Boom! The 5 great demons in the lead stomped their feet, and their bodies quickly floated in the air and surrounded the immortal barrier. Rip! Feng Chun's figure flickered, and he pushed the rock movement technique to the extreme. He suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot out of the immortal barrier. Boom! Just after he left, the powerful attacks of the 5 great demons all landed on the immortal barrier. Crack! Even though the immortal barrier's defense was very strong, it still couldn't withstand the furious attacks of the 5 great demons. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the immortal barrier. In the end, it turned into a stream of light and dissipated in the void. Wong. At the same time, a blinding light erupted from the immortal sacred palace in the sky. In a flash, it disappeared into the void again. Damn it! Kill him! The 5 greater demons' pitch-black eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as their attacks missed. They roared furiously and increased their speed to the limit as they chased after Feng Chun. Hoo-hoo-hoo! In the blue sky, Feng Chun was walking on clouds. A smile appeared on his face as he turned his head to look behind him. He could clearly feel 5 majestic forces rapidly approaching him. However, he was very relaxed and didn't look worried at all. Being trapped in the immortal Saint Palace, facing the attacks of the 5 great beasts and thousands of demonic beasts, it was hard to escape. But now, he had used the immortal barrier to escape the encirclement. With his speed, no one in the Universe God Institute could catch up with him. It is indeed the strongest movement technique of the pure-blooded Rock Clan. He couldn't help but exclaim as he moved. The pure-blooded Rock Clan was best at flying. In the ancient times, their speed was said to be invincible and could be compared to the ancient mythical beast Kuinpon. But now, Feng Chun had developed the rock movement technique and integrated his understanding of the space-time doctrine into it. As a result, the speed of the rock movement technique had increased tremendously. Of course, the current speed wasn't the limit of the rock movement technique. Because of his own strength, Feng Chun couldn't fully display the peak speed of the rock movement technique. But even so, it was hard to find a match for him in the same realm. With the rock movement technique, Feng Chun was already in an invincible position, unless the opponent had a super powerful space-type treasure that could seal the void in an instant. After a while, Feng Chun had left the 5 great beasts far behind. However, he didn't let his guard down. Instead, he continued to increase his speed and rushed towards the boundary wall. 6 hours later, Feng Chun came to the boundary wall as he wished. With the help of the immortal scepter, he successfully passed through the boundary wall and returned to the Honored God Institute. Phew! After stopping, Feng Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The gap between the Honored God Institute and the Universe God Institute was too big. Back here, the oppressive aura disappeared and was replaced by relaxation. Rip! Feng Chun looked around and saw a mountain peak not far away. He took a step and came to the peak of the mountain. I'll comprehend it here. Although he had fully accepted the immortal inheritance in the immortal sacred palace, he had yet to comprehend it. He had only comprehended the immortal barrier in a hurry. Before this, he had condensed 7 star cores. This time, he wanted to break through to the 9th star core. Fang Chun sat cross-legged on a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. The surrounding void instantly became extremely peaceful. Countless streams of immortal star power rushed into his body. The immortal scepter and the hidden star sword stood on Fang Chen's left and right to protect him. The supreme profound of the immortal inheritance was the profound of star power. Now, Fang Chen's control of the immortal star power could only be considered superficial. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed. However, the immortal star power in Fang Chen's body gradually increased. One day, he suddenly felt something and took out the reincarnation sword shuttle. Splash! With a flash of white light, he entered the reincarnation sword realm. The reincarnation sword shuttle was the most precious treasure of the reincarnation sword emperor. It contained the vast reincarnation sword realm. Every martial artist dreamed of entering the reincarnation sword realm, experiencing 100 reincarnations and comprehending the supreme sword principle. When Fang Chun had just obtained it, he had entered the reincarnation sword shuttle. At that time, he didn't know anything. He just experienced reincarnation. Now, his attainments in sword principle had reached an extremely high level. Therefore, he entered the reincarnation sword realm again. Walking in the reincarnation, he comprehended the nature of heaven and earth. At first glance, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. Snowflakes fluttered in the sky and finally fell to the ground. The whole earth seemed to be covered with a layer of silver. When a cold wind blew, the snowflakes were blown away. On a mountain peak, 2 young martial artists were fighting. Swoosh! One of the martial artists was holding a long sword. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword pierced through the sky and pierced toward his opponent. The other person was holding a saber and facing the challenge head-on. Clang! The long sword and the saber collided with a loud bang. Sparks flew everywhere. Powerful battle fluctuations quickly spread out. The snowflakes on the mountain peak were instantly blown away. In the clouds of the void, Fang Chun carefully watched the battle. Although his swordsmanship is crude, it contains a trace of extremely high sword principle philosophy. The 2 men fighting on the mountain peak were very weak. Fang Chun could kill them with 1 finger. Fang Chun's eyes were somewhat deep as he looked down. In his mind, he was recalling the swordsmanship that the sword cultivator had just used. At this moment, the battle below came to an abrupt end. Humph! The man holding the saber snorted coldly and flicked his sleeve. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. This time, the 2 of them fought to a draw. He was very unwilling to accept it. He had cultivated bitterly for hundreds of years in order to defeat the guy in front of him and prove to the world that the saber principle was the strongest Tao. Do you still remember our agreement? The sword cultivator said slowly. Back then, when we walked out of the small town together, we promised each other that no matter what, we would be good brothers in the future. But now, because of some fame and fortune, you draw your saber against me. Your heart has changed. At this point, the sword cultivator shook his head gently. Your heart is already in a mess. Your Tao is also in a mess. You will never be able to defeat me. Buzz! Suddenly, the sword cultivator flicked his finger and the long sword emitted a loud sword hum. Do you feel it? The sword cultivator pointed at the long sword and said with a smile. Humph, deliberately mystifying. The sword cultivator said coldly, as if he was very disdainful. Your sword principle is just SOSO in my eyes. 100 years later, I will still be here. I will use my strongest attack to defeat you. With that, the sword cultivator prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a melodious voice suddenly sounded. You will never have the chance to defeat him. Who is it? The 2 sword cultivators were stunned. They looked around and their expressions became serious. Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back and walked out of the clouds. He landed on a mountain peak and looked at the 2 with a smile. Who are you? The sword cultivator felt the terrifying power in Fang Chen's body and asked in a deep voice. Who I am is not important. What's important is what I just said. Humph! What makes you say that I will never be able to defeat him? The sword cultivator said, "Are you a ruler and can predict the future?" Fang Chen shrugged. "I'm not a ruler and I can't predict the future. However, I can see that your saber principle is flawed. If you don't improve it, you will never be able to defeat him." Umph. The sword cultivator snorted coldly, somewhat displeased. However, just as he was about to leave, Fang Chun suddenly stretched out his finger and tapped between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a mark flashed and disappeared. The sword cultivator was about to resist when he felt a dense amount of information emerge in his mind. His head felt as if it was about to explode. Bang! The sword cultivator instantly fainted. "What did you do to him?" The sword cultivator looked at Fang Chun warily. "You're not bad." Fang Chun did not answer the sword cultivator's question. Instead, he said with a smile, "Although it is easy to say that one does not forget one's original intention, how many people can really do it? There are flaws in his sword principle. His heart is filled with jealousy. I just enlightened him." The sword cultivator's expression changed. He did not know if Fang Chun was telling the truth. Chapter 32:15. Seeing that Fang Chun was not malicious, the swordsman gradually relaxed his vigilance. Obviously, he was very interested in sword principle. After hearing Fang Chun's question, he spoke slowly. Sword principle. As he spoke, he gradually immersed himself in sword principle. Time passed bit by bit, but Fang Chun did not interrupt him. Buzz. At a certain moment, a mighty sword chi suddenly emerged from the man's body. He entered a state of epiphany. Even if it's a weak sword Dao, there's still something worth learning. After conversing with the man, Fang Chun was suddenly enlightened. Many things that he did not understand in the past were naturally comprehended. Swoosh! He flicked his finger, and a sword light entered the man's body. "It's fate that we met." After saying that, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. After a long time, the man's body suddenly shook, and he woke up from his epiphany. He felt that his body had changed. He hurriedly looked inside. The next moment, his face was filled with excitement. "Senior, thank you for your guidance." The swordsman cupped his fists toward the void, looking very respectful. Day after day, year after year. Even though Fang Chen knew that everything he saw in the Samsara sword realm was fake, he still felt that it was not real. However, he still immersed himself in it to comprehend heaven and earth. 3 years later, Fang Chun finally comprehended the immortal inheritance. Buzz. The terrifying immortal star power was released from his mind and finally poured into his abdomen. Rumble. The vast immortal star power was rapidly condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, an immortal star core appeared. Condense. Over the past 3 years, Fang Chun had been comprehending heaven and earth, absorbing the power of rules from it, and experiencing everything personally. In the end, he comprehended the immortal inheritance. The immortal inheritance was the closest to heaven and earth. This inheritance carried the immortal emperor's reverence for heaven and earth. Therefore, when Fang Chun reached a bottleneck, he resolutely entered the Samsara sword realm. In the Samsara sword realm, he comprehended the mysteries of the mortal world. Dawn. In the blink of an eye, the 8th immortal star core was formed. The star core emitted a dazzling light. Continue. Fang Chen's eyes were resolute. He gritted his teeth and continued to condense. Boom, boom. The raging immortal star power and the 8 immortal star cores worked together to form the 9th immortal star core. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen's body trembled as he struggled to stabilize himself. He raised his head and roared, fully activating his Emperor Realm strength. He could clearly see that the 9th star core was rapidly condensing. Whoosh! When the 9th star core appeared, Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Lightning dragons flickered as a terrifying lightning tribulation descended. Boom! Fang Chun stood motionless on the mountain peak, allowing the lightning tribulation to strike his body. 9 immortal star cores appeared on the surface of his skin. They revolved rapidly and formed a strong defense. They blocked the attack of the thunder calamity easily. 9 star cores. Fong Chen's eyes were burning and his face was filled with excitement. No one knew better than him what it meant to condense 9 star cores. In the Immortal Emperor's inheritance, there was a unique skill called the Immortal Hand. This unique skill was extremely powerful. It was created by the Immortal Emperor with his life's effort. The first condition to cultivate the Immortal Hand was to condense 9 immortal star cores. Whoosh! Soon, the sky returned to normal and the thunder calamity dissipated. Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He curled his lips into a smile. With a thought, the 9 star cores were instantly absorbed into his body. Wong. At this moment, the seal of the Immortal Hand was unlocked in his mind. Dense words appeared. Immortal Hand. Fong Chun clenched his fist in excitement. After so many hardships, he could finally cultivate the Immortal Hand. However, I still need some supplementary materials. To him, the most difficult thing was to condense 9 star cores. As for the other supplementary materials, they were too easy. At this moment, the mighty sword Qi in the entire reincarnation sword realm surged toward Fong Chun. His mind trembled. He immediately took out the hidden star sword. His body flashed, and he started to practice swordsmanship on the mountain peak. The seemingly messy swordsmanship contained extremely strong sword principle attainments. Swoosh! The star-hidden sword flickered in the void. It streaked across a strange and crafty line. It tore the void apart. It carried an inexhaustible power and hacked on the opposite mountain peak. Hundreds of miles away, the opposite mountain peak was split into 2 halves by the hidden star sword. The momentum was earth-shattering. The terrifying sword Qi rushed to the sky. At this moment, Fong Chun was surrounded by invincible sword Qi. It was as if a demon god had descended. It was extremely shocking. Invincible sword principle. He wanted to comprehend the nature of heaven and earth and the immortal inheritance in the reincarnation sword realm. He didn't expect to raise his invincible sword principle to another level. Now, Fong Chen's mind flashed. He grinned and said with the hidden star sword in his hand, Invincible sword principle, 9th sword. That's right. In that instant, Fong Chun created the 9th sword of the invincible sword principle. The 8th sword was called Star-Breaking Sword. As for the 9th sword, comprehend the nature of heaven and earth and the immortal inheritance in the reincarnation sword world. The 9th sword shall be called Immortal Sword. The 9th sword of the invincible sword principle, Immortal Sword. 1 sword, immortal for all eternity. Ha! Fong Chen laughed heartily. He had gained a lot from this trip to the reincarnation sword world. Although he was a transcendent world lord now, his combat strength was not even that of a world king. If he were to meet the vice sect master of the Shinshin school, he had the ability to fight and even defeat him. It's time to go out. Xiao. With a thought, Fong Chun left the Samsara sword realm. Wang. After he left, a sigh came from the endless skies of the reincarnation sword world. This voice carried with it the vicissitudes of life. Then, the reincarnation sword world fell into silence once more. Immortal Creation Institution, on a mountain peak of the Supreme God Institution. Fong Chen suddenly appeared. He glanced at the dim reincarnation sword shuttle and put it away. How is it? The immortal scepter asked. Fong Chen nodded. I've already comprehended the immortal inheritance and condensed 9 star cores. It won't be long before I can cultivate the immortal hand. That's great. If you can cultivate the immortal hand, you won't even need to fear a peak world king. The immortal scepter said, at that time, you can be considered to have a firm foothold in the primordial chaos. You will also have the qualifications to pursue a higher level of martial arts. The higher one's cultivation, the more they would come into contact with the secrets of the primordial chaos. But now, Fong Chun was only a transcendent world lord. He didn't come into contact with too many things. He couldn't even comprehend the highest laws. In the eyes of the world, a transcendent world lord was already very strong. But in the eyes of the top powerhouses of the human race, a transcendent world lord was just a brand new beginning. Let's go. It's time to go out, Fong Chun said. The next time you come in, it will be the day you fully control the Immortal Creation Institution. At that time, I will truly recognize you as my master. All this time, the immortal scepter hadn't recognized Feng Chun as its master. It subconsciously believed that Feng Chun wasn't qualified. If he could control the immortal creation institution, what harm was there in recognizing him as its master? Northern region, Dragon region, world capital. In an elegant courtyard, Feng Chun suddenly appeared. I'm finally back. Feng Chun stretched his body and said with a smile. Although he had cultivated in the reincarnation sword world for 3 years, only half a year had passed in the outside world. In addition to his cultivation in the immortal Saint Palace, it had only been a year. However, in a year, the changes in the world capital were great. He spread out his divine sense and sensed the changes in the world capital. What's going on? In just a year, the once prosperous world capital had become a lifeless place. Even the number of martial artists on the streets had decreased by a lot. What's going on? Feng Chen's eyes flashed coldly. He immediately thought of a Shinshin school. Humph! He snorted and used the rock movement technique to quickly arrive at the City Lord Manor. No more. After checking, he was shocked to find that the 5 kings were not in the world capital. Did something happen in the world capital? At this moment, a servant walked over. Feng Chen asked, "You?" The servant was about to scold Feng Chen when he suddenly found him familiar. He was shocked. Chapter 32:16. What happened in the realm capital? Feng Chen asked. The realm capital used to be extremely prosperous, but now it was lifeless, as if it had been eroded by the aura of death. Feng Chen's heart was filled with doubts. What was going on? Why were the 5 kings of the realm capital not in the City Lord's mansion? Where did they go? A series of doubts appeared in his mind. My lord, since a year ago, there have been warriors dying inexplicably in the realm capital every day. The servant quickly said, at first, the 5 kings of the realm capital didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a normal death phenomenon. It wasn't until it continued for 3 months that the 5 kings of the realm capital began to take it seriously. However, the 5 kings of the realm capital mysteriously disappeared in the process of investigation. There seems to be an invisible force shrouding the realm capital. More and more warriors are dying every day. Now the entire realm capital is in a state of panic. Some people say that this is the Shinshin school's revenge on the realm capital. Others say that the existence of the realm capital has angered a peerless master who is casting spells to kill the people of the realm capital. In short, rumors were everywhere in the realm capital. Everyone was in a state of panic. Hearing this, Feng Chen frowned. It seemed that this matter was specifically targeted at the realm capital. You said that martial artists die every day. Where are their corpses? My lord, please come with me. The servant led the way and soon brought Feng Chen to the forbidden area in the back mountain of the City Lord's mansion. There were many corpses there. Almost all of them were warriors who died for no reason every day. Feng Chen stared ahead and found that these corpses were intact. His divine sense enveloped them, but he couldn't find any injuries on their bodies. How'd they die? Feng Chen muttered. If someone secretly attacked, there would be wounds. Even if the primordial spirit was destroyed, there would be traces left. But now, all signs showed that they died a normal death. Feng Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at these corpses. His expression became more and more solemn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he was deep in thought, a melodious voice suddenly rang out in the silent void. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. Not good. The servant's complexion changed. My lord, please step back. What's wrong? Feng Chen asked. This is the sound. Every time it rings, a martial artist will die, the servant said in horror as he retreated. Feng Chen frowned, stamped his foot, and floated in midair. His powerful divine sense quickly spread out and merged into the void, searching for the source of the sound. Stop acting all mysterious, Feng Chen said coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, boundless energy condensed into a long sword, which instantly shot towards the distant horizon. This is, when the sword pierced the sky, Feng Chen sensed a strange aura. A wisp of black aura appeared in the air. What an evil aura, Fang Chun said, his dark eyes staring straight ahead. Voila! He reached out with his large hand, wanting to capture the evil aura. However, the evil aura seemed to have a mind of its own as it quickly dodged. Trying to escape? Fang Chun sneered. Using the rock movement technique, his speed soared to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the evil aura. Buzz! In the sky, a sealing force fell, instantly sealing the world. The evil aura was suppressed by the sky sealing monument. This is the power of the corpse demon. Fang Chen's divine sense penetrated the evil aura and instantly felt a terrifying power rushing towards him. It was exactly the same as the corpse demon that he had killed before. Damn it! Fang Chen clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that the corpse demon would come out to stir up trouble after he had been gone for more than a year. Crack! Thinking of this, Fang Chen suddenly punched out. The evil aura was instantly shattered. Fang Chen's powerful divine sense attached to a trace of the broken aura, looking for the source. In a dark canyon not far from world capital, a black-robed man was constantly forming seals with his palms. In front of him, there was a black altar. Within the altar, there was an evil aura gushing out continuously. Using the lives of the warriors in world capital to refine my secret treasure. The black-robed man, laughed eerily, his entire body shrouded by the evil aura. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the altar. Then, the evil aura surrounding him instantly dissipated. What's going on? The black-robed man's eyes widened, and he said coldly, Damn it! Who dares to ruin my plans? The black-robed man racked his brains. In world capital, there weren't many who had the ability to detect the evil aura. The 5 kings of world capital had already been trapped by the corpse demon in a certain place. Could it be? Suddenly, the black-robed man thought of the instructions that the corpse demon's higher-ups had given him. Oh no! The black-robed man cried out. With a flick of his sleeve, he was ready to put away the altar and quickly escape. However, at this moment, the world suddenly fell silent. The air instantly froze. The black-robed man's body was motionless. His eyes were filled with endless fear. Whoosh! Fang Chun walked out of the void. As expected, it's the corpse demon. Fang Chun sneered and walked in front of the black-robed man. Boom! The black-robed man burned the evil aura and pushed the power of the altar to the extreme, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, he met Fang Chun. Bang! A crisp sound came from his body. The black-robed man's body was directly sent flying and smashed into the ground. Poochie! The black-robed man's throat moved, and he spat out blood. His face was pale. Who are you? The black-robed man's heart throbbed. The guy in front of him was too strong. He couldn't resist the attack, even when he pushed the power of the black altar. The corpse demon is really persistent. It actually set its sights on world capital. Crack! Fang Chun chopped off one of the black-robed man's arms. The latter screamed in pain. You're responsible for the strange deaths of the warriors in world capital, right? Fang Chun asked. So what? If you dare to kill me, the corpse demon won't let you go. The black-robed man threatened. Fang Chun grinned. Many members of the Corpse Devil clan have said the same thing to me. Can you guess what happened to them? Seeing Fang Chun walking towards him, the black-robed man was a little frightened. You let me go. I can tell you some important information. In the face of death, the black-robed man finally compromised. You don't have the right to choose. Fang Chun continued to accumulate power and prepared to kill the black-robed man. The latter gritted his teeth and said, Don't you want to know why I'm here to kill the people of world capital? Don't you want to know where the 5 kings of world capital went? Don't you want to know what role Shinshin School played in this? The black-robed man threw out several questions. Fang Chun stopped attacking and narrowed his eyes. I don't want to hear nonsense. I can tell you this, but you have to make a martial Dao oath and let me go. Crack! With another chop, the black-robed man's other arm was also cut off. Miserable screams could be heard endlessly. Looking at the bloody, severed arm, the black-robed man hurriedly said, The 5 kings of world capital were set up by the corpse demon and lured to a mysterious place. If I'm not wrong, the 5 of them are now trying their best to break out of the seal. As for why I'm here to cast a spell, it's to collect more life energy to nourish a fallen corpse demon powerhouse. The black-robed man finished in one breath. Shinshin's school cooperated with your corpse demon? Fong Chen asked. The black-robed man nodded. That's right. Without Shinshin school's cooperation, it would be difficult for our corpse demon to move freely in this world. Haha, Shinshin school betrayed the human clan. Fong Chen's face showed a complicated expression. He actually betrayed the human clan for his own selfish reasons. Can you let me go now? The black-robed man said. I promise that I won't attack the human clan in the future. After saying that, the black-robed man turned and prepared to leave. Bang! A bright fist light pierced through his body. I said I'd let you go, but I didn't say I wouldn't attack you. Fong Chen's voice came into the black-robed man's ears. Crack! The black-robed man's body suddenly shattered, and the black altar fell to the ground. Fong Chen waved his sleeve and rolled it up. Chapter 32:17. Kacha! With a squeeze of his hand, the black altar instantly shattered. A rich black aura whizzed out and quickly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the black altar was destroyed by Fong Chen. At the same time, in the mountains behind Shinshin School, in the corpse demon stronghold, the black shadow, shrouded in an evil aura, suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of anger appeared in his eyes. Damn it! The black shadow felt the black altar shatter and was furious. Who was it that destroyed my corpse demon's plan? The black shadow stood up and sent a sound transmission to the vice sect master. A moment later, the vice sect master rushed over. What's the matter? Now that Shinshin School and the corpse demon had completely cooperated, his attitude towards the black shadow had become much warmer. The black altar has been destroyed. Investigate thoroughly and see if there are any World King powerhouses hiding in World Capital. The black shadow said in a deep voice. The black altar shattered? Will our plan be discovered? The vice sect master asked with some worry. The black shadow waved his hand. It doesn't matter. So what if they know? It's time for the skies of World Capital to change. As long as those 5 old bastards don't return, no one in World Capital is our match. The black shadow was full of confidence. A sinister smile appeared on his face. After cooperating with Shinshin School for more than a year, the corpse demon's clansmen had all been placed in every corner of World Capital. As long as he gave the order, he could instantly raise World Capital to the ground. However, he didn't think the time was right. How are things over there? The vice sect master asked. He was also very clear about the corpse demon's plan. It was worried that the 5 kings of World Capital would ruin it, so it lured the 5 old bastards to a mysterious place and then trapped them. It's already speeding up. As long as we kill those 5 old bastards, we can immediately move and raise World Capital. The Black Shadow said. Okay, I'll go investigate. The vice sect master nodded and then turned to leave. The Black Shadow seemed to be deep in thought as he looked up at the blue sky. It won't be long before this world becomes my corpse demon's territory. Every inch of space will be tainted with my corpse demon's aura. His eyes flickered with killing intent. Inside the world city, after Fong Chun destroyed the Black Altar, he hurried back. The mysterious disappearance of the 5 kings of Realm City should have a lot to do with the corpse demon. Fong Chun pondered as he paced back and forth in the courtyard. Boss, do you need our help? Little Mouse and the others walked out of dark Cave Mountain and asked softly, That damn corpse demon, how dare you? Aren't you afraid that the humans will wipe them out? Xiao Huang said indignantly. That's right. Now that the corpse demon is cooperating with the Shinshin school, their strength has skyrocketed. The world city alone can't fight against them. Pangolin analyzed seriously. In the past year, the corpse demon has only been secretly killing the citizens of the world city. They didn't dare to attack openly. This means that they're still afraid of the humans or the 5 kings of Realm City. As long as the 5 kings of Realm City don't die, they will never truly attack. Even so, we can't just sit here and wait for death, right? Little C said, The pureblood beast cub on the side was filled with a scarlet aura. His pureblood bloodline had completely awakened and his strength had skyrocketed. When he heard this, he wanted to attack. The corpse demon's flesh is the most delicious. The pureblood beast cub licked his dry lips. You guard the world city. The 6 of us will sneak into the Shinshin school and turn it upside down. It's best to let the world know that the Shinshin school is cooperating with the corpse demon. That's a good idea. Little Mouse's eyes brightened. He smiled and said, when we overturn the Shinshin school, boss, you can take the chance to announce to the world that the Shinshin school is cooperating with the corpse demon. This is much more shocking than pure publicity. I believe that once the news spreads, the top forces of the dragon field will definitely interfere. Fong Chun was silent. Speaking of the top forces of the dragon field, I think of someone. The pureblood beast cub smiled and said, Ouyang Luoshua, the daughter of the Ouyang family. She has some connections with you on the ancient road of time and space. If you send a message to her, the Ouyang family will definitely act. Seeing that Fong Chun was still silent, the pureblood beast cub continued. Furthermore, the Ouyang family is also a human force. Destroying the corpse demon is the responsibility of every human. They are the overlords of the dragon field and will not allow the corpse demon to run rampant in the dragon field. The Ouyang family, Little Mouse, and the others had a certain understanding of the forces in the northern region during their time in the world capital. The dragon field was vast, and the world capital was just one of the cities. The Ouyang family was known as the top force of the dragon field. Its foundation was so deep that the Shinshin school could not compare to it. As long as the Ouyang family sent troops, the corpse demon would definitely be destroyed. However, the Ouyang family was located in the core of the dragon field and was extremely far away from the world capital. Who knew how long it would take for the message to arrive? Obviously, Fong Chun had considered this aspect. Moreover, he was very confident in his own strength. The most important thing now is to expose the Shinshin school's disguise and find the 5 kings of the world capital. Fong Chun said, Fire Demon True Lord and Water True Lord have already returned. They can't intimidate the Shinshin school with their remaining power. We can only rely on ourselves. While speaking, Fong Chun took out the sealed sky tablet and handed it to the pure-blooded beast cub. You must be careful. If you encounter danger, quickly retreat. I left a mark in the sealed sky tablet. When a mark is activated at a critical moment, it will release the sealing power and help you escape. The 6 guys each had their own strengths. If they joined forces, even a world king would have to spend a lot of effort to stop them. Now, with the sealed sky tablet, they were even more fearless. Ha, that's great. We can finally start a massacre. Little Mouse laughed excitedly. After a while, with Little Mouse in the lead, the 6 guys drilled into the ground. Just like last time, Little Mouse dug a hole and approached the Shinshin school from the ground. Even in their wildest dreams, the Heart God sect would never have imagined that they would use the same method again. In addition, Fong Chun didn't idle around. He followed the clues left behind by the 5 kings of the world capital to find clues. A few days later, an earth-shattering battle took place at the gate of Shinshin school. Energy fluctuations constantly dissipated, and the entire gate seemed to be about to be lifted up. As soon as the news came out, countless forces in the entire world capital were shocked. They all had the same question in their minds. Who was it that attacked the Shinshin school? Angry roars could be heard coming from the Shinshin school. The Shinshin school principal floated in the sky. He was so angry that he wanted to tear the world apart. On this day, a terrifying evil aura filled the sky above the Shinshin school. Even from a distance, one could feel the monstrous, evil aura. At the same time, Fong Chun announced to the world that the Shinshin school had cooperated with the corpse demon and betrayed the human race. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. As soon as this news came out, all the warriors were dumbfounded. Soon, voices of condemnation began to spread among the crowd. For a time, the Shinshin school became a rat that everyone wanted to beat up. Of course, the Shinshin school didn't want to be outdone. They shouted across the sky, thinking that the world capital was slandering them. They also threatened to bring Realm Lord Tion Xin to justice. Using this excuse, the vice suzerain of the Shinshin school personally led a team to attack the world capital. The world capital's territory was oppressive. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sun. The world capital was also in an uproar. Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back, staring ahead. "You're still pretending at this time?" Fong Chun sneered. Did the Shinshin school think that without the 5 kings of the world capital, they could kill him? What a joke. Rip. The void was torn, and 6 figures appeared one after another. Awesome, this is so satisfying. Haha, you didn't see the face of the Shinshin school's leader. The Shinshin school is too despicable. The 6 guys retreated in scathe. Boss, the Shinshin school looks down on you too much. They actually only sent a vice suzerain to suppress you? With boss's current strength, no matter how many people the Shinshin school sends, it's useless. Good. This time we can directly kill the vice suzerain. Fong Chen nodded. Everything was going according to his plan. However, he still didn't know where the 5 kings of the world capital were. Could it be that they left the world capital's territory? Fong Chen's eyes flickered with a complicated expression as he muttered. Chapter 32:18. No matter if it was the Shinshin school or the corpse demon, they all had the same goal, which was to kill Fong Chun. Fong Chun was a thorn in their flesh. The Shinshin school suffered heavy blows one after another, and it was all because of Fong Chun. Now, hearing that the long-missing Realm Lord Tion Xin had returned to the Realm City, the Shinshin school principal immediately made the decision to send the vice sect master to suppress Fong Chun personally. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, a black aura shrouded the land, and a figure was faintly discernible. Wang, that figure exuded an evil aura. Both of his hands were constantly forming seals, and a terrifying power was gushing out from his hands. Voila! Suddenly, the black figure appeared. How is it? The Shinshin school principal stopped cultivating, opened his eyes, and said, "I've already reached the last part of the cultivation. I've vaguely touched the mystery of the secret technique. As long as I have more time, I'll definitely be able to comprehend it." The black figure pondered, then nodded. Quickly comprehend the secret technique, then attack together and destroy the realm city. He had a feeling that the situation would change if he delayed, so he wanted to attack the realm city as soon as possible. Don't worry, those 5 old fellows are trapped. It's almost impossible for them to escape. I've already sent the vice sect master to the realm city personally to kill Realm Lord Tion Xin. Without those 5 old fellows, the realm city won't be able to do anything. The Shinshin school principal laughed eerily. But can the corpse demon stop the arrival of those 2 mysterious experts? In fact, the Shinshin school principal was most afraid of the fire demon true monarch and the water true monarch. The corpse demon had promised him that the experts of the clan had already made precise arrangements. It would be difficult for those 2 experts to descend to the realm city. Don't worry, the experts of the clan have already made full preparations. The black figure said. If it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid of the higher-ups of the human clan, a mere realm city would be nothing. The corpse demon could destroy it in a matter of minutes. Shinshin school fell into silence again after a short moment of shock. However, everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. The air was filled with an oppressive aura, causing countless people to tremble. A few days later, the vice sect master finally arrived at the world capital. He stood in front of the world city and stared ahead. He sneered, "What an arrogant fellow." As soon as he arrived, Fong Chun sensed him. Voila! Fong Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He floated in the air above Realm City and stared at him. Realm Lord Skyheart. When the vice sect leader saw the Skyheart Realm Lord, his expression turned malevolent as he roared in anger. "Today, you will definitely die." He. Fong Chun sneered. The Shinshin school betrayed the human race. How dare you come to GS City? Boom! Boundless power surged from the vice sect master's body. With a stomp of his foot, he soared into the sky and charged towards Fong Chun with boundless power. Courting death, the vice sect master reached out with his hand and a terrifying amount of heart force rapidly gathered in his palm. Boom! Seeing that the vice sect master's hand was about to grab onto Fong Chen's body, the latter's eyes flashed and punched out. Dong! 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 The two collided and sparks flew in all directions. A powerful shock wave spread out. Within the world capital, countless martial artists stared at the sky with fiery gazes. Look, the world's shocking battle has begun. The Shinshin school betrayed the human race, and now they dare to provoke our world capital. They deserve to die. Let's see how the Sky Heart Realm Lord will kill the people of the Shinshin school. Many martial artists felt their hearts burning. Fong Chen fought for the human race and received countless support. They roared in anger and cheered for Fong Chen. Kacha! The vice sect master's heart force exploded, and the void was instantly torn apart. The wild power gradually dissipated. The vice sect master took a few steps back and stabilized himself. When he saw that Fong Chen was motionless, as though he wasn't affected at all, he couldn't help but cry out. How is this possible? However, he quickly regained his senses and sneered. You're just putting on a show. He pointed at the citizens of the world capital below. They all support you and think you're the savior. However, if I kill you in front of them, I wonder what will happen. Everyone who betrays the human race doesn't have a good ending, Fong Chen said. You're no exception. Today, even if you don't kill me, I'll kill you. Boom! Fong Chen's aura surged. The 9 immortal star cores in his body were fully activated. The vast immortal star energy shrouded his body, and his Emperor Realm strength suddenly increased by 50%. The void trembled. Fong Chen clenched his fist and gathered all his strength before punching out. Kacha! The power of his punch was too strong. Wherever his fist passed, the void would shatter. Whoosh! 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 Child's play. The vice sect master sneered and activated his heart force again to meet Fong Chen's punch. Kacha! The vice sect master's heart force was instantly shattered upon contact with Fong Chen's fist. His body was sent flying as if struck by lightning. Poochie! His throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. How is this possible? He quickly retreated a few steps, his face extremely gloomy. How can he be so strong? In just a year, Fong Chen's strength had reached such a level. Although transcendent world lords had monstrous potential, they could at most retreat from the hands of a world king. However, Fong Chen was able to shatter his attack. What a strong physical body. Gradually, the vice sect master discovered that Fong Chen's physical body had stepped into the Emperor Realm. Breaking through to the Emperor Realm with your physical body is amazing. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. The vice sect master sneered. However, do you think you could defeat me with just your physical strength? That's no different from daydreaming. As his voice fell, the vice sect master's body suddenly expanded and his aura crazily soared. I'll let you see what a true world king is. The vice sect master looked down at Fong Chen from above. Wong. Fong Chen flicked his finger and the sealed sky monument flashed out, releasing a powerful sealing power that enveloped the world capital. The destructive power of their battle was too strong, and he didn't want the world capital to be damaged. At the same time, Fong Chen took out the hidden star sword. Dong! He took a step forward, and an invincible sword aura soared into the sky. Holding the hidden star sword, he was like a legend of the sword as he rushed in front of the vice sect master. A year ago, I was indeed not your opponent. However, in this year, your strength didn't increase by much. As for me, I now have the strength to kill you. Fong Chen's voice leisurely floated in front of the vice sect master. The 9th move of the invincible sword art, the immortal sword. Fong Chen flicked his wrist, and 9 immortal star cores came out of his body and surrounded the hidden star sword. At the same time, violent immortal star power poured into the hidden star sword. The powerful and unparalleled power shocked the people in the world capital. Oh no! As soon as the invincible sword art was performed, the vice sect master felt suffocated. He cursed inwardly and wanted to escape. However, it was too late. Whoosh! The dazzling sword light, like an ancient existence, fell from the sky in an instant and pierced his body with endless immortal power. Heart force defense. The vice sect master roared, and his heart force surrounded his body, forming the strongest defense. Crack. However, it didn't help. The ninth move of the invincible sword art, the immortal sword, contained a trace of the immortal inheritance's mystery. Its attack power was so strong that even Fong Chun felt it was incredible. You should be proud to die under my immortal sword. Fong Chen's cold voice spread. Pucci. Without any resistance, the hidden star sword pierced the vice sect master's chest. The latter's eyes were filled with fear, and he roared crazily. He didn't even hesitate to burn his origin energy to escape. However, he had underestimated the power of the invincible sword art. The immortal sword was formed by Fong Chen's lifetime comprehension of the sword Tao. With one sword, heaven and earth would be immortal. I'm not willing. With a cry of unwillingness, the vice sect master's body was torn apart and exploded. The sky shook, and a terrifying sword chi blew down from the nine heavens. The hidden star sword floated in the air and enjoyed the baptism of the invincible sword chi. At this moment, Fong Chun was like a god descending to the mortal world. In the world capital, after the tremor, countless people were trembling. After a short moment of silence, there was a thunderous roar. The vice sect master of the Shinshin school, a world king expert, had fallen. Moreover, the person who killed him was only a transcendent world lord. World Lord Sky Heart. Countless people were shouting the words, Heavenly Heart World Overlord. They raised their heads and stared at the majestic figure in the sky with fervent gazes. Chapter 32:19. Shinshin School's vice sect master, a world king expert, was killed in the skies above the world capital. This news spread like wildfire like a kite. Countless martial artists were in an uproar. Waves of shock rose in their hearts, especially when they found out that the person who killed the vice sect master was World Lord Tian Xin. They were even more shocked. A year ago, World Lord Tian Xin was only a transcendent world lord. He wouldn't be able to survive against the vice sect master. But now, he was able to suppress the vice sect master and kill him. Many people were discussing Fong Chen's name. Of course, there were also some who hated him to the core. Shinshin School, Back Mountain Forbidden Land. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. One could faintly hear a roar. Damn it! The Shinshin School head's face was ferocious. He clenched his fists, and his body emitted a cold, killing intent. In just a year, World Lord Tian Xin has become so strong. The black figure beside him was also surprised. His eyes flickered, and his expression was strange. Fong Chen's potential was too terrifying. This made him even more impatient to kill Lin Fan. What kind of secret is he hiding? A transcendent world lord was able to kill a world king expert. The black figure didn't believe that Lin Fan didn't have any secrets. No matter what you're hiding, I'll find it after I kill you. The black figure licked his dry lips and said. After venting his anger for a long time, the Shinshin School head's emotions finally stabilized. World Lord Tian Xin must die. The Shinshin School head gritted his teeth and said. The black figure nodded. This kid's potential is too terrifying. In just a year, he already has the ability to kill a world lord. He can't be allowed to live. Although I haven't finished cultivating my secret technique, I've comprehended most of it. I'll leave now and destroy the world capital. The Shinshin School head said. After killing the Shinshin School's vice sect master, Fong Chen obtained some useful information from his broken primordial spirit. I see, Fong Chen muttered. In the territory of the world capital, there were countless mountain ranges. However, there was one mountain range that no one cared about. This was because there was a natural magnetic field in this mountain range. Once a martial artist entered, their primordial spirit would be greatly restricted. Even a world lord expert wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. The 5 kings of the world capital were trapped in this mountain range. Let's go. Fong Chun left the sealed sky steel in World City. A powerful sealing force enveloped World City, isolating it from the outside world. Even if the Shinshin school head himself, he would have to pay a price to break through the Shinshin school leader. Taking this chance, Shinshin school. Shinshin dash. Shinshin shun school sect. If they're Shin dashes. Shin T. Shin dash. He pondered as he ran. Save the 5 kings of Realm City as soon as possible. With them supporting us, it will be easier to fight against the Shinshin school. Hoo. Fang Chun activated the Great Rock Movement technique with all his might, and his speed soared to the extreme. Soon, they arrived at the mountain range. There was a natural formation around the mountain range. However, this array formation could not trap Fang Chun at all. Whoosh! In a flash, Fang Chun passed through the formation and disappeared into the mountain range. As soon as he entered the mountain range, he felt the power of the magnetic field restricting his primordial spirit. What a strange power! The power of the natural magnetic field was everywhere. Fang Chun's primordial spirit shook, as if it had suffered a great impact. I can't block it. Fang Chun tried to resist, but he found that no matter what method he used, he could not resist the suppression of the magnetic field. Using the Great Rock Movement technique, Fang Chun unceasingly shuttled through the void towards the location of the 5 kings. Since he could not block it, he might as well give it a try. When his speed reached the limit, even the magnetic field could not catch up. Deep in a mountain range, on the surface of a lake, 5 figures sat cross-legged. Their faces were slightly pale, and their bodies exuded a powerful aura to block the invasion of the lake. City Lord, we can't delay any longer. Otherwise, we will all die here. Yes, there's an ancient dragon soul in this lake. It is constantly consuming the power of our primordial spirits. It won't be long before we can't resist it. Damn it. If it weren't for the magnetic field restraining us, we wouldn't be helpless. The 4 kings were very angry, but there was nothing they could do. Damn the Shinshin school. How dare they collude with the corpse demon? In order to destroy Realm City, they did not hesitate to pay such a great price to lure the 5 of us here. If we fight head-on, why should we be afraid of them? Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. We can't just sit here and wait for death. The citizens of Realm City are still waiting for us to return. The Realm City Lord finally spoke. The magnetic field and the ancient dragon soul will consume the power of our primordial spirits. Furthermore, the lake is surrounded by the ancient formation of the Corpse Devil clan. It's almost impossible to break out. But we can't give up. With that, the Realm City Lord shot to his feet and looked around at the 4 kings. Let's do our best and try again. All right. The 5 kings of Realm City did their best and unleashed their strongest attacks. Rumble. When their attacks landed on the corpse demon's ancient formation, they only caused a slight ripple. They posed no threat at all. One of them spat out a mouthful of blood because he had used up too much of his primordial spirit. Are the 5 of us going to die here? The 5 kings of Realm City were very reluctant. They had dominated the world, but were they going to die here? Seniors. All of a sudden, a voice sounded. The 5 kings of Realm City abruptly looked up and saw Fang Chun through the ancient formation. You're back. The Realm City Lord's voice trembled. I'm here to help you escape. Fang Chun wasted no time and attacked. Be careful, the corpse demon. The 5 kings of Realm Capital froze before they could finish their words. The corpse demon's ancient formation that had troubled them for a long time was so weak in Fang Chun's hands. Crack! Fang Chun made a complicated hand seal and broke the ancient formation with ease. The 5 kings of Realm City were shocked. Blood flowed like a river, and the corpses of the corpse demon piled up like mountains. It turned out that Fang Chun had used all his strength to kill all the corpse demon clansmen hiding here. Don't come over. The Realm City Lord warned Fang Chun when he saw him about to step onto the lake. There's an ancient dragon soul under the lake that will erode your primordial spirit. The 5 kings' auras trembled as they used the last of their strength to resist the erosion of the ancient dragon soul and leave the lake. Phew! The five of them breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Ha ha! I didn't expect that you'd be the one to save us in the end. You're really amazing. You've grown so much in less than a year. The five kings of Realm City all gave Fong Chen a thumbs up and praised him. Seniors, let's go back to Realm City first, Fong Chen said. The Shinshin School's army was at the city gates. Without them, it would be difficult to resist with the sky-ceiling monument alone. Let's go. Under Fong Chen's lead, the five kings of Realm City successfully escaped. Although they were shocked by Fong Chen's method of breaking the ancient array, they were even more shocked by what Fong Chen had experienced in the past year. The corpse demon would never have dreamed that they would go through so much trouble to lure the five kings into the lake and use the ancient array to trap them. Under the dual erosion of the ancient dragon soul and the magnetic field, the primordial spirits of the five kings would shatter. They would die here. However, the sudden appearance of the Sky Heart Realm Lord had completely disrupted their plans. While Fong Chen was rescuing the five kings of Realm City, the Shinshin School Lord and the Black Figure were also on their way to Realm City. Crack! Suddenly, the Black Figure stopped in his tracks. Damn it! The Black Figure cursed. The ancient array's fluctuation. Did those five guys escape? What? The ancient array shattered? The Shinshin School Lord was worried. Soon, the Black Shadow regained his composure. Humph! No matter how powerful those old guys are, it's impossible for them to break my Corpse Devil Clan's ancient array. Perhaps the disturbance, just now, was caused by the ancient dragon soul. Hearing this, the Shinshin School Lord nodded. Chapter 32:20. Everything in the world had its opposite. The ancient dragon soul could erode and nourish one's primordial spirit. For ordinary people, the ancient dragon soul was something that made their faces pale. It could instantly erode one's primordial spirit and destroy one's soul. For those who were strong, especially those who had high attainments in the way of the soul, the ancient dragon soul was a great tonic. Right now, the Realm City was in danger. Fong Chen didn't have time to think too much. He took the five kings of the Realm City and used the rock movement technique to rush back to the Realm City. Dark clouds covered the sky above the Realm City. A terrifying aura filled the entire world. The people of the Realm City walked to the streets and looked up at the sky. Their eyes were filled with fear. Is the Shinshin School attacking us? Many people's hearts were stirred up by the news. The Shinshin School was attacking again. Would the five kings of the Realm City be able to withstand this round of attacks? Boom! Just as all the warriors in the Realm City were trembling with fear, a deafening sound suddenly rang out. Then, everyone saw the gate of the Realm City explode. A terrifying light shone in the sky and hit the gate of the Realm City. Dong dong dong. The entire Realm City was shocked. Everyone's hearts trembled. Was the end of the world? The Realm City bullied the Shinshin School and destroyed our mountain gate time and time again. Today, the Shinshin School will act on behalf of the heavens and destroy the Realm City. In the void, the Shinshin School principal suddenly appeared. Beside him, a dark shadow loomed, giving people an unfathomable feeling. The Shinshin School principal stood with his hands behind his back. His dark eyes swept across the people of the Realm City. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Since you have chosen the Realm City, you should be prepared to die. A cold voice rang out in the sky above the Realm City. The voice contained the aura of death. Humph! The Shinshin School has betrayed the human race. You will be punished by the heavens if you kill so many people in the Realm City. Someone on the street stood out and shouted angrily. Whoosh! However, as soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light descended from the sky and knocked him flying. The head of Shinshin School withdrew his hand and smiled sinisterly. It's not up to you to decide whether or not my Shinshin School has betrayed the human race. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shinshin School principal flung his sleeves and stepped out. With every step he took, the void would tremble, and an extremely powerful energy would spread out. Where is your guardian? The principal of Shinshin School sneered. When you were in danger, he escaped alone. Is this the guardian angel that you speak of? What a joke. The Shinshin school headmaster had yet to make a move because he wanted to force the Sky Heart Realm Lord to show himself. Dong! In the blink of an eye, the head of the Shinshin school had already arrived in the sky above Border City. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire city. Countless people felt oppressed, and some even found it hard to breathe. Since the Sky Heart World Overlord doesn't dare to come out, I shall slaughter all of you first. The Shinshin school principal said, "Remember, all of you will die because of the Sky Heart World Overlord." As soon as he finished speaking, the Shinshin school principal raised his hand and stretched out a finger. Resplendent heart energy gathered at the tip of his finger. His finger gently pointed out, and instantly the void was torn apart. A terrifying energy that caused people to tremble in fear rushed down. If this energy hit the border city, it would definitely destroy it. Run! Many cultivators fled in all directions when they saw this scene. However, no matter how they fled, they couldn't break free from the range of the finger light. It's useless. You can't escape. The Shinshin school principal looked down at the cultivators who were fleeing in panic. A mocking smile appeared on his face. It's time for everything to end. The Shinshin school principal closed his eyes and enjoyed this wonderful moment. Rumble! Just as the terrifying finger light was about to hit the border city, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Dong! He used his tall and straight body to block the finger light's attack. Kacha! Sword-shaped runes flashed around his body. He fully activated his Emperor Realm strength, and his defense reached its peak. The finger light instantly shattered the moment it hit his body. Boom! In just a breath's time, the finger light couldn't withstand it and dissipated in the void. This sudden scene caused the sect leader of the Divine Heart sect to be a little stunned. After recovering from his shock, the Shinshin school principal narrowed his eyes and stared at Feng Chun. Sky Heart World Overlord, you're finally not a coward anymore. The Shinshin school principal's aura fluctuated as he locked on a Feng Chun. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The black figure behind him also appeared instantly. Kiki, what a talented fellow. It's a pity that I can't let you live. It was just a simple attack, but the black figure could tell that Feng Chun was extraordinary. A transcendent world overlord was able to withstand the Shinshin school principal's attack. This kind of potential could only be described as monstrous. No matter what, such a person couldn't be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would definitely harm the corpse demon. Shinshin school principal. Feng Chun muttered, "Who gave you the guts to betray the human race and collude with the corpse demon?" The Shinshin school principal knew what the corpse demon meant. But now, he was openly colluding with the corpse demon. If this spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Shinshin school, aren't you afraid of the punishment of the human race? Feng Chun continued, If I kill you, who else will know?" The Shinshin school principal sneered. At this point, he no longer denied it. The outside world only had rumors. There was no evidence. As long as he destroyed the world capital and forged evidence to frame the world capital for colluding with the corpse demon, even if the top forces of the Dragon City investigated, they wouldn't be able to say anything. "You want to kill me?" Feng Chun sneered. He took a step forward and confronted the Shinshin school principal. "If it was a year ago, I might be afraid of you. But now, even your Shinshin school's vice principal was killed by me. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" At this moment, Feng Chun's body was filled with invincible sword chi. "Kid, don't be arrogant. No matter how strong your potential is, what can you do? In the end, you're just a transcendent world overlord. There's an insurmountable gap between you and a world king like me." The black figure said, "Cut the crap. Let's see how arrogant you can be after I take your head." The Shinshin school principal couldn't wait to attack Feng Chun. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying amount of heart energy gathered in his palm. He suddenly slammed his palm down. Dong! Feng Chun managed to fend off his attack with his monarch flesh. "Damn you!" The Shinshin school principal continued to attack, but this time, Feng Chun launched a counterattack. "Get lost!" He gathered all his strength and punched out. The fist aura seemed to be poured with gold. It forced the Shinshin school principal to retreat. "You broke through to the Emperor realm with your body?" The Shinshin school principal, who had stabilized himself, exclaimed. Even the black figure's eyes flickered and his expression changed. Breaking through to the Emperor realm with one's body wasn't something an ordinary person could do. The guy in front of him had already become so powerful. Let's attack together and kill him. The black figure also realized something. He didn't want to waste time and directly attacked. If you want to destroy the world capital, you'll have to step over the 5 of us. In the void, the 5 kings of the world capital appeared. They attacked together and stopped the black figure. Shinshin School Principal, you're a world king who has been famous for a long time. I didn't expect you to collude with the corpse demon and betray the human race. The world capital master said coldly. The Shinshin School Principal's expression changed. He turned to look at the black figure. Didn't you say that the corpse demon's ancient array was foolproof? Obviously, the Shinshin School Principal was complaining about the black figure. I didn't expect you 5 old farts to escape. But so what? The black figure shrugged. I'll stop the 5 of them. You deal with the Sky Heart Realm Lord. Let's end this quickly. Seeing the Shinshin School Principal hesitating, the black figure continued. Don't worry, the world capital will be destroyed today. Fang Chen's eyes swept over the Shinshin School Principal and then exchanged glances with the 5 kings of the world capital. The 5 kings of the world capital understood. No problem, right? Seniors, you only need to help me stop the corpse demon and then prevent any unexpected situations. As for dealing with the Shinshin School Principal, I alone am enough. Fang Chen transmitted his voice. Hearing this, the 5 kings of the world capital nodded. I don't dare to say anything else, but if we can't stop a mere corpse demon, how can we still have the face to live in this world? After a short exchange, the atmosphere above the world capital instantly froze. The entire sky was incomparably oppressive. The 5 kings of the world capital all appeared beside the black figure and surrounded him. As for Fang Chun, he walked towards the Shinshin School Principal. Pretentious. Chapter 32:21. Shinshin School's master was a world king powerhouse. His strength could shake the heavens and move the earth. It was rumored that 100 years ago, he had experienced a world-shaking battle. That battle had caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to shake. The final result was extremely tragic and caused an uproar. Shinshin School's master had killed dozens of world king powerhouses with his own strength. When this news spread, countless people were in an uproar. For a time, the name of Shinshin School's master resounded throughout the Dragon Territory. However, in the following years, Shinshin School's master mysteriously disappeared. No one knew where he went. Many people thought that he had died. However, in the Battle of World Capital a year ago, Shinshin School's master returned with great strength and turned the tide. If Fire Demon True Monarch and Water True Monarch hadn't arrived at the critical moment, the outcome would have been unknown. After a year of hibernation, Shinshin School made a comeback. This time, their goal was simple. They wanted to destroy World Capital and kill Fang Chun. Now, the strongest powerhouses in World Capital were the 5 kings. As long as they stopped the 5 kings, no one would be able to resist the Shinshin School's master's attack. World Lord Skyheart was a rising star. However, in the eyes of the Shinshin School's master, he wasn't a threat at all. Dong! The Shinshin School's master stomped his foot. The void trembled and countless ripples appeared. He looked down at Fang Chun, his eyes filled with endless mockery. I will let you know just how great the disparity is between the World King realm and the World Lord realm. World Lord was only the first realm in the World God realm. Transcendent World Lords were outstanding figures in the World Lord realm. They had monstrous potential and unparalleled strength. However, in the end, he was still a World Lord. No matter how strong he was and how he could fight above his realm, he was still facing a peak World King powerhouse, the Shinshin School's master. The latter had obtained a powerful secret technique and successfully cultivated it with the help of the Black Shadow. And now, he possessed extraordinary battle prowess. To him, the Fang Chun before him was no different from a dead man. A year ago, even I had to avoid the Vice Sect Master. However, a year later, I was able to easily kill him. Fang Chun said, therefore, Nothing in this world is absolute. It's all relative. The head of Shinshin School, sneered. So you're saying that you have the confidence to withstand my attack? Fong Chun shook his head. Not resisting, but defeating. The invincible sword Chi soared into the sky. Thousands of sword lights appeared, illuminating Fong Chen's figure. He opened his palm, and a hidden star sword whizzed out. Wong, a loud and clear sword cry, came out from the star-hidden sword. Imperial armament? An ordinary imperial weapon naturally wouldn't catch the eye of the Shinshin School's principal. However, when he saw the hidden star sword, a ripple appeared in his heart. Interesting. Soon after, he grinned, and the greed in his eyes was not concealed in the slightest. It's a waste for such a weapon to be in your hands. The head of Shinshin School stretched out his big hand, and a terrifying power drowned Fong Chun and rushed toward the hidden star sword. Give it to me. The head of Shinshin School's roar exploded in Fong Chen's mind. He was slightly stunned, and then he felt the storm-like attack. Rock body technique. Without hesitation, he performed the rock body technique. Seeing that the head of Shinshin School's big hand was about to grab the hidden star sword, Fong Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. Crack! The head of Shinshin School's attack missed, and he frowned slightly. Rock body technique. He spread out his hands, and a vast power dissipated in all directions. At the same time, another battle in the sky above the realm capital had entered a white-hot stage. The 5 kings of the realm capital joined forces, and their strength was very strong. Although the Black Shadow was a strong corpse demon and had unpredictable means, it was still difficult for him to defeat the 5 kings of the realm capital in a short time. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5 kings of the realm capital knew that their mission was to contain the Black Shadow and prevent the strong corpse demon from hiding in the dark and reaping the benefits. Therefore, they didn't use all their strength, but fought in a roundabout way. 5 old guys, you're simply wasting air by living. The Black Shadow smiled eerily and then spread out his big hand, and a vast evil aura drowned the void. Dong! 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 The void around the head of Shinshin School exploded, and his aura was extremely strong. Do you want to rely on the rock body technique to dodge my attack? The head of Shinshin School said coldly, If you don't show up, I will kill all the people of the realm capital. As he spoke, the head of Shinshin School waved his hand and attacked the realm capital below. Buzz! At this moment, the sky ceiling tablet expanded and turned into a huge stone tablet, suspended in the sky, and a terrifying sealing power fell, quickly shrouding the head of Shinshin School and the Black Shadow. Sky ceiling tablet, seal heaven and earth. Fong Chun used the power of the 9 immortal star cores to activate the sky sealing tablet, releasing endless power. This is such a strong sealing power. The head of Shinshin School frowned, and the Black Shadow stopped fighting temporarily. Sky sealing tablet. He has the sky sealing tablet. The 3 words, sky sealing tablet, made the head of Shinshin School stare at Fong Chun with bloodshot eyes. Sky sealing tablet, he said with a heavy voice. It was already unbelievable that he had the rock body technique, but now he had the sky sealing tablet, the ultimate treasure of the sky sealing great emperor. In ancient times, the sky sealing tablet could seal everything. No one would be able to withstand its power. After disappearing for countless years, the sky sealing tablet reappeared, and it appeared in the hands of a transcendent realm lord. Even the sky sealing tablet recognizes you as its master. It seems that I can't let you live. The Black Shadow said with gritted teeth. Boom! While the 5 kings of the realm capital weren't paying attention, the Black Shadow flashed and shot towards Fong Chun. You're up against us. The 5 kings of the realm capital were furious and attacked to stop the Black Shadow. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Being stopped by the 5 kings of the world capital, the black figure was completely enraged. His attacks became even more ferocious. Even when the 5 kings of the world capital joined forces, they still felt the pressure increase. On the other side, the head of Shinshin School also felt the terrifying power of the sky sealing tablet. I have to end this quickly, or else the sky sealing tablet's power will be everywhere in this seal, and my battle power will be greatly reduced. The head of Shinshin school thought to himself and attacked at the same time. His hands continued to move, and soon a beautiful flower was formed in front of his chest. This flower was formed by heart power, and it was the head of Shinshin school's strongest move. Heart-powered demon flower, devour. The head of Shinshin school pushed the heart-powered demon flower towards Fang Chun. Countless petals bloomed on the demon flower, and a terrifying devouring power was hidden in the stamen. Seeing this, Fang Chun held the hidden star sword and used an invincible sword technique. Whoosh! Dazzling sword light whizzed out. The 9 immortal star cores were fully activated, and the 9th move of the invincible sword technique, the immortal sword. With one sword, heaven and earth became immortal. Dong! The void shook, and the sky sealing tablet shook. The hidden star sword carried the power of immortality, and it pierced through the heart-powered demon flower. Crack! The immortal sword was too powerful, and the heart-powered demon flower couldn't resist it at all. With the power of the 9 immortal star cores, the heart-powered demon flower couldn't resist at all. Oh no! Seeing the star-concealing sword explosively shooting over, Sect Master Exin Shin secretly cried out, "Not good," and rapidly retreated, barely dodging. How is this possible? He looked up and stared at Fang Chun in disbelief. His swordsmanship has actually reached such a powerful level. A year ago, he couldn't even resist one of his attacks. A year later, the heart-powered demon flower he formed was easily destroyed by him. The difference was too great. The Black Shadow, who was fighting the 5 kings of the realm capital, was also stunned. What sword technique is this? The Black Shadow's eyes widened, and he was tongue-tied. A transcendent world lord's sword skills were actually able to pierce through the defenses of a World King powerhouse. This was far too terrifying. If I can cultivate this sword technique, my strength will definitely increase. The Black Shadow's eyes turned red. Use the secret technique and kill him. The Black Shadow shouted at the head of Shinshin School. At this point, the head of Shinshin School and the Black Shadow both knew that Fang Chen's strength was beyond their imagination. Especially the exquisite swordsmanship just now. It could be said to be a miracle. If this sword technique was used by a World King, its attack power would soar to the extreme. Just thinking about it was terrifying. World Heart World Lord. The head of Shinshin School calmed down. Chapter 32-22. After this short exchange, the Shinshin School principal had a new understanding of Fang Chun. The latter's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary, transcendent world lord. He was even stronger than some world kings. Your swordsmanship is indeed exquisite. The Shinshin School principal was full of praise for Fang Chen's invincible swordsmanship. He didn't hide his greed at all. However, if you want to defeat me with just this, it's still not enough. After saying this, the Shinshin School principal closed his eyes and spread out his hands. A black light flashed from his body. Boom! Like a spark of fire, the black light instantly spread out and engulfed the entire void. An evil aura was being emitted from his body. Even his eyes had become incomparably terrifying. You've cultivated an evil technique? Seeing this, Fang Chun was a little surprised. It seemed that the cooperation between the Shinshin School principal and the corpse demon wasn't as simple as they thought. You forced me to do this. I haven't used this secret technique since I've cultivated it. You're the first. Enjoy my anger. Within the world city, countless citizens were anxiously waiting for the outcome of the battle. In the void, the giant sealed sky monument was constantly releasing sealing power to maintain the seal. The power of the immortal stars was also continuously pouring into the sealed sky monument. Fang Chun had 2 reasons for activating the sealed sky monument. First, to protect the citizens of the world city from being injured by the battle. One had to know that a battle between world kings could destroy the heavens and the earth. Just the energy fluctuations alone were enough to raise the world city to the ground. Second, he was afraid that the Shinshin School principal and the corpse demon would escape. This time, his plan was very thorough. First, he would kill the Shinshin School principal. Then, They would work together to kill the corpse demon. Rumble. The Shinshin school principal used a secret technique. His aura suddenly soared. He took a step forward and rushed towards Fong Chun. The latter used a rock movement technique and skillfully dodged. Die! The eyes of the sect leader of the Divine Heart sect sprang open abruptly as a gray glow burst out. Not good. Fong Chun cursed inwardly. He dodged again and again, but he was still hit by the gray light. Bang! His body fell to the ground, but he quickly got up, corroding the primordial spirit. The 9 immortal stars revolved at high speed, the immortal stars madly surging into his brain, forcing the gray light out. What a terrifying secret technique, to be able to severely injure my primordial spirit in such a short period of time. Fong Chun took a deep breath and stared at the principal of Shinshin School. The latter's secret technique was simply too terrifying. Fong Chun held the star-hidden sword and displayed the 9th sword of the invincible swordsmanship without hesitation. Whoosh! Fong Chun cast the immortal sword again and again. However, the secret method of the headmaster of Shinshin School was too powerful. Countless rays of gray light interweaved in the void, forming a huge net trying to bind Fong Chun. Slash! Fong Chun's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the huge net. He displayed the immortal sword and slashed out, trying to split the huge net apart. Sparks flew in all directions. A terrifying power flowed on the huge net, forcibly resisting the attack of the immortal sword. Thump! 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 Fong Chun retreated, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Once the secret technique is used, you will all die. The black figure, who was fighting fiercely, laughed sinisterly. I thought that I didn't need to use the secret technique to deal with you. I didn't expect that I would use it in the end. After a slight pause, the black figure continued. Well, since you have already used it, then use your full strength. Let the stupid and ignorant humans see how powerful your secret technique is. The headmaster of Shinshin School nodded and activated the secret technique to the extreme. On his forehead, a thumb-sized black stone broke out of his body. Buzz! This black stone contained an unprecedented amount of power, as if it was going to destroy the world. Rumble! At this moment, the sky ceiling tablet was also shaking. The ceiling power was faintly discernible and could collapse at any time. The immortal sword. With the power of the 9 immortal star cores, the immortal sword was displayed. This sword was far more powerful than the previous one. Boom! The sword radiance was dazzling, carrying invincible sword chi, and fiercely pierced toward the headmaster of Shinshin School. However, in the void, a huge net suddenly appeared and blocked the sword radiance. Hiss! The sword radiance erupted with mighty power and collided with the huge net. However, it was useless. The power of the huge net was too strong. How can you fight with me now? The headmaster of Shinshin School looked at Fong Chun. The black stone above his head emitted a dazzling black light. Damn it! The 5 kings of World City were furious. Their attacks became fiercer. They wanted to end the battle quickly, defeat the black figure, and then help Fong Chun. Today, World City is destined to be destroyed. No one could stop it. The black figure laughed sinisterly. The entire World City was shrouded in the aura of death. In the void clouds, 2 figures were faintly discernible. One of them was flickering with starlight runes as he looked down at the battle below. If you don't act now, your little brother won't be able to live. The expert with a rough beard said with a smile. Let's wait a little longer. Dead Star Sector Lord said. He had been paying attention to the situation in World City. Now that World City was in trouble, he naturally came. I have to say that your brother really has heaven-defying potential. Not only has his physical body broken through to the Emperor Realm, but he also has the Heaven Sealing Tablet and the inheritance of the Immortal Emperor. The rough man shook his head. He couldn't imagine that all these opportunities were concentrated on one person. Seeing the 9 immortal star cores in Fong Chun's body, even though the rough man was extremely powerful, he couldn't help but be envious. His sword technique is indeed impressive. It should be mixed with the Immortal Emperor's inheritance. This is probably his strongest attack, right? The rough man continued. I really can't think of any other moves he has. You can see the 9 immortal star cores and have heard of the immortal emperor. Don't you know his unique skill? Dead Star Sector Lord smiled leisurely. You mean? Suddenly, the rough man's face turned solemn. The immortal hand? In the seal, the battle was still ongoing. Fang Chun used the immortal sword countless times, but he couldn't break the giant net. On the contrary, the giant net was rapidly absorbing the power in the seal and corroding his primordial spirit. Die! The Shinshin School Lord controlled the giant net and whizzed towards Fang Chun. Seeing this, Fang Chun gritted his teeth. Crash! He opened his palm and suddenly raised it. Suddenly, the 9 immortal star cores in his body broke out of his body and fell into his palm. Buzz! Rich immortal star power completely shrouded his palm. Boom! Boom! When the power accumulated to a sufficient degree, Fang Chun's big hand suddenly slapped out. The power poured out like a tsunami, and the immortal force shrouded the sky. Fang Chun's big hand seemed to have the power to destroy the world. When it came into contact with the giant net, it easily shattered it. At this moment, the Shinshin School Lord was completely shocked. He used a secret technique, and his attack power reached an incredible level. However, when he saw Fang Chun's big hand, his heart palpitated. I don't believe it. The Shinshin School Lord's eyes were red as he roared in anger. The black stone above his head was even more dazzling, and a terrifying evil aura emerged from it. The black stone is the source of the evil power. With this thought in mind, Fang Chun's big hand arrived in front of the black stone like a tsunami. The Shinshin School Lord felt desperate. He had never encountered such a powerful force. Dominator? The Shinshin School Lord's heart trembled, as if he was facing a dominator. Crack! Fang Chun's big hand crushed the black stone. No! The Shinshin School Lord spat out blood and screamed crazily. However, it was useless. At this moment, Fang Chun was like a god of war, killing people in his way. Run! The Shinshin School Lord didn't care so much anymore. He detonated the power in the black stone, creating a crack in the seal, and was ready to escape. Bang! At the critical moment, the black shadow kicked the Shinshin School Lord to stop Fang Chun, and he fled. Die! The big hand fell, and the Shinshin School Lord died. Crack! The seal slowly shattered, and the sky was full of destruction. The 5 kings of the Realm City were shocked as they looked at Fang Chun. They had witnessed the birth of a legend. The immortal hand was the unique technique of the immortal emperor. Once it was used, it shocked the world. In the void, the Empyrean Star Realm Lord flashed and caught the black shadow in a short while. The corpse demon is getting more and more out of hand. At this time, the 5 kings of the Realm City stared at Fang Chun, their hearts trembling. He's too powerful. It's unbelievable. Yeah, especially the last big handprint. Even I felt suffocated. Chapter 32-23. The leader of Shinshin School had fallen. The entire world capital was in an uproar. Countless warriors were shocked. The 5 kings of the realm capital were also stunned. They were tongue-tied. Fang Chun's strength was too strong. It was completely beyond their expectations. Even if the 5 of them worked together, they might not be able to kill the leader of Shinshin School. Especially after the latter used a strange secret technique. His attack power had skyrocketed. However, even so, he was killed by this realm lord who was only in the transcendent realm. That palm, the giant handprint in the void, reverberated in the minds of the 5 people. It was too shocking. Even if it were them, they would not be able to resist the giant hand at all. It's too scary. After a long while, the 5 of them sighed and sighed. Cough, cough. Originally, Fang Chun had only comprehended a little bit. He had forcefully used the immortal hand and used too much energy in his body. He was a little tired. Seeing Fang Chun cough, the 5 kings of world capital hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Fang Chun shook his head. "I'm fine. It's a pity that the corpse demon escaped." "Don't worry. After this battle, the leader of Shinshin School has fallen." The news of Shinshin School colluding with the corpse demon and betraying the human race will soon spread in Dragonfield. By then, we won't have to do anything. The top forces of Dragonfield will attack the corpse demon. You've used too much energy in this battle. Go back and rest. We'll deal with the aftermath." Fang Chen nodded and didn't force himself. He turned around and returned to the city lord's residence. The five kings of world capital looked at each other and began to deal with the aftermath. Although the sealed sky monument had sealed the world and isolated the battle waves, there were still powerful energy waves that escaped and destroyed some of the buildings in world capital. Of course, this wasn't a big deal for a city as big as the world capital. After this battle, Fang Chen's name spread throughout world capital. Countless citizens of World City watched with burning eyes, their hearts trembling. They knew that from today onwards, a new king had been born, and they were lucky enough to witness this miraculous scene. City Lord's residence. As soon as Fang Chen returned, a voice rang in his mind. "Brother Zhu Xing?" Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. His figure flashed, and he quickly came to the garden. In the pavilion at the center of the garden, there were two figures seated there. One of them was the Empyrean Star Realm Lord, whom he had not seen for a very long time. "Brother Zhu Xing, why are you here?" Fang Chen hurriedly walked into the pavilion and asked with a smile. "I heard that you were in some trouble, so I came to see you," Absolute Star Realm Lord said gently. His eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Fang Chen. Back then, he had met Fang Chen in the Starless Realm, and the latter had obtained his approval. At that time, even though he knew Fang Chen's potential was limitless, and his future was limitless, he did not expect Fang Chen to grow so quickly. Ju. When Empyrean Extermination Star said this, Fang Chen instantly understood. So it turned out that Empyrean Extermination Star had already arrived here long ago and had been hiding in the dark all this time. If he really encountered danger, Zhu Xing would definitely help him. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was quite touched. "You're getting stronger and stronger. How long has it been since we last met? You've already grown to such a level." The Empyrean Realm Lord smiled and said, "As expected of a brother of mine." The old man stared at Fang Chen and nodded in satisfaction. "Zhu Xing, your little brother isn't simple. He's already a transcendent world lord at such a young age. Moreover, his combat strength is comparable to a world king." The old man sighed, especially that last attack. "It really made me gasp in amazement. With such potential, he'll definitely be able to compete with Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua in less than 100 years. In the vast, immemorial primal chaos, Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua were the most dazzling geniuses. They were famous in immemorial primal chaos since they were young. Now, they had become unrivaled experts, and people were still talking about them. No matter how many rising stars there were, they wouldn't be able to surpass their status. After watching the battle between Fang Chen and the Xinshin School's headmaster, the old man praised Fang Chen. He believed that Fang Chen already had the ability to compete with those two geniuses. In fact, Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua might not be stronger than Fang Chen at the same realm. A person who had the heaven-sealing Great Emperor's treasure, the immortal Great Emperor's inheritance, and was also a bloodline king candidate. How strong was his destiny? That's natural. My brother has unparalleled potential and is destined to reach the peak of the immemorial primal chaos. After speaking, Zhu Xing introduced Fang Chen. "This is my good friend. You can call him Dragonbone World King." Junior greets Dragonbone World King. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, "No need to be so polite. You and Zhu Xing call each other brothers. As for me and Zhu Xing, although we're not brothers, we're closer than brothers. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Dragonbone." "Big Brother Dragonbone," Fang Chen hurriedly called out. Dragonbone World King and Zhu laughed heartily. The current Zhu Xing had already stepped into the World King realm, and his strength was many times stronger than the Xinshin School's headmaster. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, Zhu Xing opened his palm, and black fog instantly appeared. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed in surprise, "Big Brother Zhu Xing, you've captured the Corpse Demon powerhouse." The Corpse Demon is the natural enemy of my human race. Once discovered, we'll kill them without mercy. Since they dared to cause trouble in the world capital, they should be prepared to die. Zhu Xing said. Your human race will be enslaved by the corpse demon sooner or later. The immemorial primal chaos will definitely become the territory of the corpse demon. The Black Shadow's primordial spirit roared unceasingly. At least, you won't have the chance to see it. With a cracking sound, the Black Shadow's primordial spirit was crushed by Empyrean Absolute Star. We were originally worried about your safety, but now it seems that there is no need for that. Even a World King powerhouse wouldn't find it easy to kill you. Star End World Master said. Now that we've met you, it's time for us to leave. Brother Jueshing, aren't you going to stay for a few more days? Fong Chen asked. Emptiness Star Realm Lord shook his head. There is still a corpse demon hiding in the territory of World Capital. Dragonbone and I are preparing to attack and exterminate it. At the same time, we will make a trip to the Dragon territory to deal with some matters. The realm capital is too small. Your stage is no longer here. Once you're done with the Shinshin school, you should go out more often. It'll be good for you, Empyrean Realm Lord said. Fong Chen nodded. Voila! The void flickered as Emptiness Master Zhu Xing and Long Gu World King disappeared. The Skyheart Realm Lord had killed the Shinshin School's headmaster with his cultivation at the Transcendent Realm. After this news spread out, the entire territory of World Capital was shaken. The hearts of countless martial artists were in turmoil. Devil Hand Sect Master, 10,000 Poison Sect Master, and Black Wolf Mountain Master, who had once wanted to kill Fong Chen, turned pale. Their hearts were filled with fear. How is this possible? They frantically shook their heads, unwilling to believe this. However, this was the truth. They had no choice but to believe it. On the third day after they heard the news, the three powerhouses gathered at 10,000 Poison Sect to discuss how to thank Fong Chen personally. Fong Chen's legend spread to every corner of the territory of World Capital. Half a month after the end of the war, the Shinshin School was completely destroyed. The war that had lasted for a year finally came to an end. No one would have thought that the final victor would be the Sky Heart Realm Lord. He had single-handedly changed the situation of the war and also changed the situation of the territory of World Capital. Even the 5 kings of World Capital were convinced of his strength. They even vaguely let him be the leader of World Capital. Everyone knew that from now on, World Capital would become the only overlord of this territory. No other force would be able to shake its position. Even the powerful Shinshin School had been destroyed in such a short time. If someone had said this a year ago, they would have been treated as a lunatic. No matter how noisy the outside world was, the elegant courtyard was as quiet as ever. Princess Xan, who was dressed in a pale yellow dress, brought a cup of tea to Fong Chen. Thank you for your hard work, Fong Chen said slowly, lying on the armchair. He didn't open his eyes. Princess Xan shook her head, a faint blush on her face. Not at all. Fong Chen fell into silence and didn't say anything else. Princess Xian's beautiful eyes flickered. She asked in a low voice, now that the chaos in World Capital has been quelled, what do you plan to do next? Fong Chen shook his head. For the time being, he didn't have any plans. With his current strength, it was difficult to find an opponent in World Capital. However, he wouldn't rashly go to the Dragon Field. There were countless strong cultivators gathered there. There were many who were stronger than him. His short-term goal was to continue to comprehend the immortal inheritance, the immortal hand, and work hard to improve his strength. In the battle with the Shinshin School's leader, although he had an absolute advantage, he had crushed his opponent. However, he had also discovered some of his own shortcomings. Primordial Spirit. His primordial spirit was still too weak. Ever since his primordial spirit reached the level of perfect emperor, it had been unable to improve. In the past few years, Fong Chen had thought of many ways. However, the Soul Tao was mysterious. The later the stage, the more difficult it was to improve. The perfect Emperor Realm and the Emperor Realm were two completely different realms. Stepping into the Emperor Realm was like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. The Shinshin School's secret method was too powerful. It could corrode my primordial spirit, Feng Chun said to himself. If I hadn't used the immortal hand, the outcome would have been hard to predict. If his primordial spirit had reached the Emperor realm, it wouldn't have been like this. Although that battle seemed simple, it was actually extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would have caused his primordial spirit to break. Let's have a good rest first. After thinking for a moment, Feng Chun shook his head and said with a smile. The moment he opened his eyes, he suddenly discovered that a pair of beautiful eyes was carefully sizing him up. What's wrong? We meet every day. Do you need to be like this? Feng Chun joked with a smile. Princess Xin shook her head. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid that one day we will be separated again. Princess Xin whispered. Back then, when she was captured from the Sky Art realm and brought to the Shinshin school, she was in despair. She thought that she would never see Feng Chun again. Seeing Princess Xion's expression, Feng Chun fell into silence. He was very clear about her feelings for him. Chapter 32-24 World City Crisis. Feng Chun had killed the Shinshin schoolmaster by himself and destroyed the Corpse Demon's plan. After Deadstar World Master and Dragonbone World King killed the Corpse Demon's person in charge of World City, they hurriedly left. After the war, there were many things waiting to be done in World City. After this battle, the 5 kings of World City were completely convinced by Feng Chun. They originally thought that Feng Chun would need some time to reach their heights. However, they were wrong. Very wrong. Although Feng Chun was still a transcendent world master, he was able to kill the Shinshin schoolmaster. It had to be known that even in the World King realm, the Shinshin schoolmaster was an extremely tyrannical existence. From a certain point of view, Feng Chun could already be considered the strongest sector lord since ancient times. There was a great gap between the World King realm and the World Lord realm. To cross it was extremely difficult. Even with Feng Chun's monstrous talent, it was impossible for him to step into the World King realm in a short period of time. This involved the understanding and comprehension of the supreme laws. At the very least, Feng Chun knew nothing about the supreme laws up until now. As for breaking through to the World King realm, Feng Chun wasn't too worried. With his attainments in martial arts, it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the World King realm. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since the war ended. During this time, Feng Chun had been bitterly cultivating. As for the 5 kings of World City, they were rebuilding World City. In 3 years, World City was completely new. Within the vast World City, countless magnificent buildings rose from the ground. However, beside the City Lord's mansion, there was a unique building. This was an ancient courtyard. It seemed ordinary, but it was shrouded in an ancient aura. An invisible barrier blocked the courtyard. No divine sense could penetrate it. This courtyard was now a landmark of World City. This was because the master of this courtyard was World Master Sky Art. After the battle back then, the prestige of the Sky Art world overlord rose greatly in the hearts of the citizens of the world capital. His strength was so strong that even the 5 kings of the world capital couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Unknowingly, Feng Chun had already become a powerhouse with the most rallying power in Realm City. Of course, he didn't care much about power and influence. The more he experienced, the more he understood that the higher his cultivation, the bigger the stage he would be exposed to, and the more experts there would be. In the world of the strong, the fist was the absolute truth. Only when one's strength was strong could one have the right to speak. Although the battle with the principal of Shinshin School wasn't too stressful, it at least made Feng Chun realize his own shortcomings. His primordial spirit was too weak. Peak Emperor Realm, only a step away from the Emperor Realm. However, this step was out of reach. If he had possessed the primordial spirit of the Emperor Realm back then, the head of Shinshin School would not have been able to harm him at all. If he hadn't forcefully used such a powerful technique like the Immortal Hand, it was hard to say who would have one. Since then, Feng Chun worked hard on the Soul Tao, and the blood essence in his body constantly nourished his primordial spirit. As time passed, the strength of his primordial spirit slowly increased. But no matter what, he couldn't step into the Emperor Realm. Crash! In the elegant courtyard, Fong Chun sat cross-legged, and his body was surrounded by a powerful Soul Dao power. If there was a World King realm expert here, he would definitely exclaim in surprise when he saw this scene. The Soul Dao power around Fong Chen's body was mixed with a vast power, and one could even vaguely feel a vibration from the depths of his mind. This phenomenon was a sign that he was about to step into the Emperor realm. Suddenly, Fong Chen opened his eyes, and two terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes. Compared to 3 years ago, the aura on his body was even more terrifying. He slowly got up, and when he raised his hand, it seemed that he could shatter the world. Rumble. With a thought, a terrifying Soul Dao power crazily surged out. His powerful divine sense also instantly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire world city. Through his consciousness, he could clearly see the movements of every citizen in Realm City. He could even see the 5 kings of Realm City. In the City Lord Mansion, the 5 kings of World City were discussing matters when they suddenly sensed something. The World City Lord looked up and exclaimed, "Did you all feel it?" Not finding anything, the World City Lord looked back at the other 4 kings. "I seem to feel that someone is secretly spying on us. This person's divine sense is extremely strong. Could it be a hidden powerhouse from the Dragonfield?" Within the territory of World City, the 5 of them were well aware of every World King realm powerhouse. There was no such Soul Dao powerhouse. However, just as they were thinking, a voice came from the void. "5 seniors, this junior's cultivation has been successful and just unintentionally tested the strength of my divine sense. I apologize for offending you." Hearing this, the 5 kings of World City were stunned for a moment before their faces lit up with joy. "It's you?" The World City Lord suddenly realized and slapped his head. He should have known it was Fong Chun. If there was anyone in World City whose attainments in the Soul Dao were stronger than theirs, it could only be the Skyheart Realm Lord. Swoosh! Swoosh! The figures of the 5 kings of World City flashed, and they arrived at the elegant courtyard in a moment. Their eyes gathered on Fong Chun, as if they wanted to see through Fong Chun. Amazing! After a long time, the World City Lord gave him a thumbs up. "In just 3 years, your Soul Dao has improved to such an unfathomable level. Only a monster like you can do that." The World City Lord sighed. 3 years ago, although Fong Chen's primordial spirit was strong, it was only at the peak of the Emperor realm. Now, the 5 of them couldn't see through Fong Chun. It was enough to see that the strength of his primordial spirit had improved a lot. Emperor realm? The 5 kings of World City stared at Fong Chun with burning eyes. His physical body had broken through to the Emperor realm. If his primordial spirit also broke through to the Emperor realm, then he would really be the chosen one. Fong Chun shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It's not that easy. I've been cultivating hard all these years, but I always feel like I'm missing something. There seems to be a force in the dark that's stopping me." Fong Chun said, "I didn't expect you to have reached this step." The World City Lord took a few steps inside. "If you can feel a force in the dark that's stopping you, then that means you're qualified to break through to the Emperor realm," but the other 4 kings didn't speak. Fong Chun also listened quietly. Although the 5 kings of World City weren't as strong as him, they were at least old monsters who had cultivated for countless years. They were knowledgeable and knew more secrets than him. The primordial spirit is the foundation of a martial artist. As long as the primordial spirit isn't destroyed, you won't die. However, the composition of the primordial spirit is very complicated and involves the supreme rules. It's very difficult to break through. The World City Lord stroked his beard and said, "The primordial spirit breaking through to the Emperor realm is against the heavens. Although the supreme rules won't directly stop you, it will evolve into an invisible force that blocks your progress from the essence of the primordial spirit. Therefore, every martial artist who wants to break through to the Emperor realm must break through this layer of barrier. Only then can the primordial spirit break through to the Emperor realm." Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the primordial spirit breaking through to the Emperor realm would involve such a secret. It seemed that breaking through to the Emperor realm wasn't as simple as he thought. "Senior, how do I break through the barrier?" Fong Chun asked humbly. Everything in the world has its own counter. Everything has its own two sides. The chaos is like a vast container, and the primordial spirit is like the water droplets in the container. When the water droplets fill the container, it's the container's maximum capacity. If it continues to fill, the container will be destroyed. The World City Lord said, "The stronger the primordial spirit, the greater the force, and the greater the pressure on the container." That's why the supreme rules keep the chaos realm in a stable state. It's impossible to break through to the Emperor realm by relying on manpower. You need to rely on external forces. Oh, Fong Chun was even more puzzled. The checks and balances of the supreme rules are only relative. They're not absolute. There are many treasures in the chaos, and their energy is unimaginable. If you can get them, it's not impossible to reach the Emperor realm. The World City Lord said, "Find treasures and use their power to break through the barrier and step into the Emperor realm." Fong Chin murmured. The World City Lord nodded. "That's right. With your current strength, this is the only way. City Lord, have you forgotten the ultimate method?" Suddenly, the other four kings reminded him. Hearing this, the World City Lord's expression changed slightly. Chapter 32:25. The Tao of the Soul was unpredictable. The difficulty of cultivation was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Especially from the peak of the Emperor realm to the Emperor realm, this was a fundamental leap and was very difficult. Some people, even if they spent their whole lives, could not cross this mountain, leaving only regret. Fanshan also encountered such a problem. He quietly listened to the explanation of the Realm City Lord and gradually had a new understanding of the primordial spirit. "I see." After the Realm City Lord finished speaking, Fong Chun suddenly understood. He originally thought that he had enough understanding of the Soul Tao, who knew that it was only superficial. The true Soul Tao, the true primordial spirit cultivation, was very mysterious. In the chaos void, there are countless rare treasures. If you have the opportunity, you may be able to get them. The Realm City Lord said slowly. His meaning was obvious. With Fong Chen's current strength, it was impossible to break through the barrier of the supreme rules. So, if he wanted to break through, he could only rely on external forces. "May I ask, Senior, do you know what kind of treasures can help my primordial spirit enter the Emperor realm?" Fong Chen continued to ask. He would not let go of any opportunity to improve his strength. There are many treasures that can improve the strength of the primordial spirit, but there are very few that can really help you enter the Emperor realm. Even the top forces of the Dragon Field have very few. The Realm City Lord said, "Under normal circumstances, these treasures are in the hands of the top forces. They will not easily give them away. It is almost impossible to get them. So, you can only find another way, and that is to go to some mysterious places and find them yourself." Fong Chun did not speak and continued to listen. "Tens of thousands of years ago, I once met a mysterious expert. His cultivation of the Soul Tao had reached an incredible level. Even the top forces of the Dragon Field did not dare to make a move against him. Back then, he asked for a treasure from the top force of the Dragon Field, the Ouyang family. It was said that the treasure was a spiritual herb that could improve the strength of the primordial spirit. The Realm City Lord said, "Spirit blood, heavenly spiritual herb." That expert came to the Ouyang family and forced them to hand over the spirit blood, heavenly spiritual herb with supreme pressure. The Ouyang family finally gave in and gave that expert a spirit blood, heavenly spiritual herb. However, because of this, he was protected by that powerhouse. This news was no longer a secret in the Dragon Field. However, as time passed, people gradually forgot about it. Senior is saying that the Ouyang family has the soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass? Fong Chen's eyes lit up as he asked in a low voice. The Realm City Lord nodded. The soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass is a very powerful herb. It contains a strong soul essence. After a martial artist absorbs it, No matter how weak their primordial spirit is, they will reach the Emperor level in a short period of time. And if a peak Emperor realm expert absorbs it, there's a great chance that they'll step into the Emperor realm. Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit Grass. Fong Chen clenched his fists, his heart burning. That's right. So far, in the entire dragon field, only the Ouyang family has the Heavenly Spirit hybrid grass. The other four kings said slowly. Of course, the Heavenly Spirit grass is too precious. Ouyang family doesn't have much of it. Unless you're an almighty, you won't be able to get it. According to the five kings of the Realm City, they had only heard of the Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit grass in the entire dragon field. As for other spiritual herbs that could help the primordial spirit to step into the Emperor realm, there were some, but they were all very mysterious. They had never heard of it before. You'd better not think about the Ouyang family's Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit grass. It's impossible to get it. Even the core disciples of the Ouyang family and the top geniuses may not be able to get it. The Realm City Lord said with a smile, "Such a treasure of heaven and earth. Only a peerless genius can give it to you." In simple terms, the Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit grass was the foundation of the Ouyang family. Even the disciples of the family would not give it to them. If you really want to find it, you could go to the Soul Blood Forest. Looking at Fong Chen's expression, the Realm City Lord continued. Soul Blood Forest? Fong Chen was a little puzzled. The Soul Blood Forest is a strange place in the dragon field. There are many demonic beasts in it, and the void is filled with extremely powerful soul power. Ordinary martial artists enter it. Their primordial spirit will be crushed in a minute. Even a complete Emperor Realm martial artist can't stay there for a long time. The Realm City Lord said, the main reason why there are so many martial artists who enter it is because the Ouyang family once cultivated the Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit grass in the Soul Blood Forest. Many martial artists who enter it are hoping to find a place to cultivate the Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit grass and absorb the residual power. Soul Dao cultivation was too difficult. Therefore, after learning that the Ouyang family had once cultivated the Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit grass in the Soul Blood Forest, they kept rushing in. Even if it was just the residual aura, it was a great help to Soul Dao cultivators. But I have to remind you that you must be careful when you enter the Soul Blood Forest. If you're not careful, your soul will be scattered. The Realm City Lord warned. They had cultivated for countless years and naturally knew that Fong Chen had great potential. The stage was not in the Realm City. Now, the territory of the Realm City had been completely stabilized. The five of them completely controlled the territory of the Realm City. Fong Chen's cultivation had also reached a bottleneck. Soon, he would inevitably leave the Realm City and go to a wider area to find opportunities. By the way, you once met Ouyang Luoxue, the daughter of the Ouyang family, on the ancient road of time and space in the boundary of the Realm City. If you want to go to the Soul Blood Forest, you can ask her. Maybe she will tell you some useful information. After chatting with Fong Chen for a while, the five kings of the Realm City left. Fong Chen's rapid improvement in strength deeply stimulated them. They also began to cultivate in seclusion to improve their strength. After a long time, Fong Chen retracted his deep gaze and stretched lazily. When I completely comprehend the immortal hand, I will leave the Realm City and go to the Dragon Field. The Dragon Field was even more vast. It was many times larger than the Realm City. There was another purpose in going to the Dragon Field, and that was to find out the whereabouts of Star and Moon. Now, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin had been found. Only Star and Moon's whereabouts were unknown. Fong Chen had always been unwilling to think of the worst. He had always believed that Star and Moon was still alive. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fong Chen walked back to the pavilion. Wait for me. Dragon Field, Ouyang family. In front of the splendid building, there was a very beautiful garden. In the garden, hundreds of flowers fluttered and the fragrance filled the air. A woman in white sat quietly on a blue stone. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she admired the beautiful scenery in the garden. Miss, the news from the Realm City has arrived. A servant quickly walked over and said in a low voice. Hearing this, a ripple finally flashed across the beautiful face of the woman in white. Her red lips opened slightly, and she asked, "How is he?" The Skyheart Realm Lord disappeared for a year. During this time, he seemed to have experienced something, and his strength increased explosively. Not long ago, he suppressed the Shinshin School's school head with his Realm Lord cultivation and killed him. That battle shocked the world. When the servant spoke up to hear, he was also incomparably shocked. "I understand," Ouyang Luoshua said indifferently. "Miss," the servant said, "the experts in the family have already dealt with the corpse demon. There aren't any major problems. But during this time, there were some bad rumors." Ouyang Luoshua's white clothes fluttered in the wind as though she didn't hear anything. She sat there as beautiful as a painting. Some elders said that the Sky Heart Realm Lord's potential is too terrifying. If we can rope him in, our Ouyang family will definitely be even more glorious. But, the servant stuttered, "They know that your relationship with the Sky Heart Realm Lord isn't bad and want you to do this." The servant raised his head and looked at Ouyang Luoshua. The latter was still expressionless. "But most of the elders are against it. They feel that our Ouyang family shouldn't be like this. We should treat a monstrous genius like the Sky Heart Realm Lord with respect." "Okay, I understand." Ouyang Luoshua finally spoke. "Miss," the servant still wanted to say something, but when he saw Ouyang Luoshua's expression, he immediately retreated. Looking at the blooming flowers in the garden, the scene of her being together with Fang Chun on the ancient road of space-time appeared in her mind. After pondering for a moment, Ouyang Luoshua slowly stood up and took a step forward, disappearing into the void. Voila! Shortly after Ouyang Luoshua left, an old man appeared in the garden. His eyes were sharp. "I knew that you would go to the Realm City to find him." Chapter 32:26. World City. He hadn't completely comprehended the immortal hand during his short cultivation, but Fang Chun had to wake up from his cultivation. Ouyang Luoshua, the daughter of the Ouyang family, had come and asked to see him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun walked out of the secret room and came to the courtyard. He saw Ouyang Luoshua standing proudly in her snow-white clothes. After so many years, she hadn't changed much. She was still so cold. From afar, she looked like an ice goddess. Hearing the footsteps, Ouyang Luoshua turned around. When she saw Fang Chun, a faint smile appeared on her cold face. Seeing Fang Chun walk towards her, Ouyang Luoshua nodded and said, "Long time no see." Fang Chun nodded to Ouyang Luoshua. "Have a seat." The two of them sat on the stone bench in the courtyard. Fang Chun took out the soul-tempering wine from Dark Cave Mountain and poured a cup for Ouyang Luoshua. "Miss Ouyang, why have you come to see me?" Fang Chun asked. "Can't I come if I don't have anything to do?" Ouyang Luoshua's eyes flashed as she studied Fang Chun seriously. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment. Then he grinned. "Of course you can, but Miss Ouyang is the daughter of the Ouyang family. You must be very busy on a daily basis. I presume you didn't come to World City just to see me, right? When we were in the boundary of World City, I found that the more time I spent with you, the more I couldn't see through you." Ouyang Luoshua didn't answer Fang Chun's question. Instead, she said, "At that time, I knew that you had incredible potential and would become a top cultivator in the future. But in just a few years, you've grown so quickly. I'm ashamed of my inferiority." Ouyang Luoshua shook her head. As the daughter of the Ouyang family, she had enjoyed endless cultivation resources since she was young. In the entire dragon field, Ouyang Luoshua was a dazzling genius. But in front of Fang Chun, she didn't have much confidence. Fang Chun looked up and stared deeply at Ouyang Luoshua. It seemed that she had also heard about the crisis in the world capital. "Has the news already spread in the dragon field?" Fang Chun muttered. Ouyang Luoshua raised her small white hand and gently pushed aside the bangs covering her eyes. She smiled and said, "How could the Dragon Realm not know about such a big matter? Speaking of which, I really admire you. You were able to kill the World King Realm Shinshin School Headmaster with your World Transcendence Realm cultivation. Such courage is truly unprecedented." Fang Chun smiled, but said nothing. "You don't know how shocked our Ouyang family was after hearing the news about you." Ouyang Luoshua continued. Many elders and higher-ups all think that your potential has already surpassed Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua. You're even much stronger than them at the same time. The number one heavens chosen since ancient times. This was the Ouyang family's evaluation of Feng Chun. It was enough to show how great Feng Chen's potential was. Oh, so you're here for the family? Finally, Feng Chen heard some clues. The Ouyang family's higher-ups were praising him. It seemed that they wanted to rope him in. Ouyang Luoxua shook her head. There are differences in opinion regarding your matter. Some of the more radical elders think that although you have great potential, you are still a transcendent world lord. Although you have a high chance of becoming a ruler in the future, it will still take a long time. So, they think that they should use the Ouyang family's power in the dragon field to force you to join the Ouyang family. Feng Chen's expression gradually became serious. He didn't think that the Ouyang family in the core of the dragon field would have their eyes on him. After thinking for a moment, Feng Chen sighed. In the end, he was too dazzling and attracted the attention of many experts. However, he didn't interrupt Ouyang Luoxua and just listened quietly. There are also some higher-ups who think that we should treat you with respect and not blindly attack you. Ouyang Luoxua said, their thoughts are simple. They will use all the cultivation resources of the Ouyang family to help you. When you reach the peak in the future, you can repay the Ouyang family. This is a risky investment. Two major factions, two completely different ideas. Ouyang Luoxua brought the news to him. What role did she play in this? Feng Chen racked his brain and thought of countless possibilities. What do you think? After a long while, Feng Chen asked. No matter what, he had once fought alongside Ouyang Luoxua on the ancient road of time and space. Although they weren't friends, they weren't enemies either. You want to know what Ouyang Luoxua's attitude was. You once helped me, so I naturally don't want you to fall out with the family, Ouyang Luoxua said. In that case, we can still be friends? Feng Chen asked with a smile. Ouyang Luoxua raised her head and stared at Feng Chen. She seemed to be sizing him up. Right now, the dragon field is filled with undercurrents. Even the Ouyang family is in turmoil. The two factions in the family have a lot of internal friction. Although that faction won't do anything to you on the surface, there's no guarantee that they won't do anything to you in secret. Ouyang Luoxua said, so, I came to find you this time to have you leave the world city and the dragon field. Feng Chen was silent. With your potential, you can quickly grow no matter where you are. I don't want to see anything happen to you, Ouyang Luoxua said in a low voice. The 5 kings of the world city have treated me well. How can I just leave? Feng Chen spread his hands. After chatting with Feng Chen for a long time, Ouyang Luoxua left. However, after she left, Feng Chen's expression seemed a bit lonely. The powerful Ouyang family wasn't as calm as it seemed on the surface. Ouyang Luoxua even suspected that the faction that wanted to attack her had something to do with the corpse demon. This was a very important piece of news. If it spread, it would definitely shake the entire dragon field. However, without strong evidence, even if it spread, she wouldn't gain anything. Instead, it would alert the enemy. Ouyang Luoxua had come to find him because she was worried that the other faction really had something to do with the corpse demon. Then, his actions in the world city would definitely become a thorn in their side. Whoosh! After a long time, Feng Chen took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision. Ouyang Luoxua promised me that after I leave, the Ouyang family won't attack the world city. Feng Chen muttered to himself, since that's the case, I have nothing to worry about. However, before I leave, I'll go to the Soul Blood Forest to find a place to grow the soul blood, heavenly spiritual grass, and absorb the power of the way of the soul. Speaking of this, the corners of Feng Chen's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. The most dangerous place is the safest place. It probably wouldn't even dream that I would dare to enter the Soul Blood Forest alone. In the years since he came to the World City, Feng Chen's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In the battle that year, he had suppressed the Shinshin schoolmaster with absolute power and killed him. Countless people in the World City worshipped Feng Chen. The 5 kings of the World City worshipped Feng Chen as king. However, Feng Chen didn't overstep his authority. The world city was still led by the five kings. As for him, he only helped when the world city needed it. Today, he found the five kings of the world city and told them simply, "Your potential will indeed make many factions jealous," the world city lord said. "Since Ouyang Luoxue came to find you and told you such a secret, it means that she and the faction behind her have no ill intentions towards you. This is good news. Don't worry and leave. The five of us are in the world city. Nothing will happen. The Ouyang family is a top faction in the Dragon Field. Although it's only an internal faction, if they target you, there will be trouble. You should leave as soon as possible." After bidding farewell to the five kings of the world city, Fong Chun returned to the elegant courtyard. Buzz! He waved his hand, and a powerful sealing force covered the sky and earth, completely sealing the entire courtyard. After that, the little mouse leisurely walked out. Sha sha sha. Fong Chun had already told the little mouse the news. The latter didn't say anything and started digging. In a short while, he had already dug 100,000 miles underground. At such a distance, even the divine sense of a world king couldn't detect him. In addition, Fong Chun was surrounded by a sealing aura. His aura couldn't leak out at all. No one knew where he had gone. The world city was still very calm. Besides the five kings of the world city, no one knew that Fong Chun had quietly left. Dragon Field, Ouyang family, in a hidden courtyard. "Elder, Ouyang Luoxue is back." A young disciple quickly walked over and said. On an armchair, a gray-robed elder was lying quietly. After hearing the voice, he slowly opened his eyes. Ouyang Luoxue must have already told him that we were going to deal with him. The gray-robed elder laughed eerily. "In the world city, we can't openly do anything. Now that he has left the world city, this is the best chance." Saying this, the gray-robed elder stood up and ordered, "Send the news to the Sky Corpse World King and let him deal with it." "Yes, elder." The young disciple quickly left. A cold, killing intent flashed in the gray-robed elder's eyes. The entire Dragon Field is under the control of the Ouyang family. A transcendent world lord wants to leave? Is that possible? The gray-robed elder said. "If you hide in the world city, I can't do anything to you." Unfortunately, the gray-robed elder's mind flashed back to that year when a mysterious expert descended and warned the Ouyang family not to invade the world city. Since then, the Ouyang family was very wary of the world city. Perhaps even Ouyang Luoxue herself didn't know that she had been used as bait to lure Fong Chun out of the world city. "I'm really looking forward to seeing how strong the immortal emperor's inheritance is." The gray-robed elder licked his dry lips, his eyes greedy. "I hope you can kill him secretly and bring the immortal emperor's inheritance to me." In order to obtain the immortal emperor's inheritance and increase his strength, he would do anything. Chapter 32:27. The primordial chaos was the core of the entire primordial chaos world, and it was also the grandest and most prosperous primordial chaos void. It was boundless and extremely vast. The Dragon Field was one of the fields, but it was located in a slightly remote area. The Soul Blood Forest was located somewhere in the Dragon Field. Fong Chun stood at the top of a towering tree. He raised his head and looked into the distance. The distant horizon was scarlet. "Is that the Soul Blood Forest?" Fong Chun muttered to himself. Beside him, the little mouse said in a low voice, "Boss, will we be discovered by the Ouyang family like this?" Fong Chun had silently dug a hole into the Dragon Field with the help of the little mouse. Now he was standing on top of the towering tree without moving. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just as the little mouse finished speaking, rustling sounds suddenly came from the forest, and then a white-clothed figure suddenly appeared. "You've come." Fong Chun didn't even turn his head as he asked directly, because he knew that it was Ouyang Luoxue. "Let's go, I'll take you away." Ouyang Luoxue went straight to the point. "This is the Dragon Field, and the Ouyang family has eyes everywhere. If we're careless, we'll be discovered. At that time, even if I'm here, it'll be very troublesome." Fong Chun shook his head and didn't leave with Ouyang Luoxue. Instead, his clear eyes sized her up seriously. Ouyang Luoxue was a little shy from being stared at by Fong Chun like this, and she lowered her head. How much do you know about the soul blood forest? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Ouyang Luoxue was stunned when she heard this, and then her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chen. You want to enter the soul blood forest? Ouyang Luoxue had already guessed Fang Chen's thoughts. She lightly shook her head and dissuaded him. The soul blood forest is extremely dangerous. Even if you have the combat strength of a world king, you'll still be in danger. Moreover, the most important thing is that if you walk in the soul blood forest, you'll definitely be discovered by the Ouyang family. This is an extremely dangerous action. The Ouyang family's supreme treasure, the soul blood heavenly spirit grass, had once been nurtured in the soul blood forest. Therefore, they were very familiar with the soul blood forest. They even vaguely suspected that they had control over it. But now, Fang Chen wanted to enter. Wasn't this like a wolf entering a tiger's den? Are the rumors true? Fang Chen didn't answer Ouyang Luoxue's question and asked instead. Ouyang Luoxue stared at Fang Chen and nodded slightly. That's right. Our Ouyang family's soul blood heavenly spirit grass has indeed been nurtured in the soul blood forest. Everyone is trying to find a place to nurture it. Then, do you know why our Ouyang family did not obstruct anyone from opening it to the outside world? Fang Chen shook his head. That's because the spirit blood heavenly spiritual grass can only be opened by the Ouyang clan's bloodline. Fang Chen was shocked. He had not expected that there would be such a secret about the soul blood forest. A thought flashed through his mind, and he looked at Ouyang Luoxue with a burning gaze. Miss Ouyang, can I borrow a drop of your blood essence? Fang Chen asked with a smile. Do you have to go in? Ouyang Luoxue was slightly helpless. She had already said so much, yet this fellow still wanted to enter. My soul has reached perfection in the monarch realm and has been unable to advance. As long as I find the place where the soul blood heavenly spiritual grass is nurtured and absorb its remaining energy, I might be able to step into the monarch realm. Fang Chen said firmly, I want to try before leaving the dragon field. Don't worry, even if I'm discovered by your Ouyang family, I have a way to escape unscathed. After hearing Fang Chen's words, Ouyang Luoxue's expression finally eased up. She sighed and said, there are countless dangers in the soul blood forest. You don't know anything and will most likely be in danger if you enter blindly. Let me accompany you. As soon as she finished speaking, Ouyang Luoxue took the lead and walked into the soul blood forest. However, after taking a few steps, she noticed that Fang Chen did not follow her. She turned around and saw that the latter was staring at her. Fang Chen shook his head and said, you don't have to take the risk with me. Cut the crap. Let's go. Ouyang Luoxue regained her cold composure and said in a deep voice. Then, she ignored Fang Chen and walked straight into the soul blood forest. Seeing this, Fang Chen also chased after her. Hiss! Not long after the two left, a dense black aura appeared under the towering tree. The black aura quickly gathered and condensed into a figure in the blink of an eye. Entering the soul blood forest? The figure shrouded in black mist shot out a cold light from his eyes. He licked his dry lips and said eerily, this is good. I can kill you without anyone knowing. Then, he sent a message to the Heavenly Corpse Realm King. I found Realm Lord Tian Xian. He entered the soul blood forest with Ouyang Luoxue. Soon, he received a response from the Heavenly Corpse Realm King. Follow him and pay close attention to his every move. I have some things to deal with now. After I'm done, I will immediately enter the soul blood forest and suppress him. Don't worry, the black figure said. At the same time, the factions opposing Fang Chen in Xinshin School also knew about this matter. They immediately notified the disciples cultivating in the soul blood forest and asked them to find Fang Chen's traces and capture him, if possible. For a time, the soul blood forest was turbulent. However, as the main character, Fang Chen, was unaware. The world was covered in blood. At a glance, the entire forest was scarlet. The air was filled with an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. The setting sun illuminated the soul blood forest, making it even more eerie and terrifying. It was like hell. Phew. Fang Chen took a deep breath and looked around. He said in a deep voice, did a great battle happen here? For some reason, he felt like he was suffocating. He could even hear the sounds of weapons clashing, as well as shouts and roars. I once saw an introduction to the soul blood forest in my family's ancient books. It is said that there was once an Azura war god whose wife was killed by a traitor. In his anger, he turned the entire sky into an Azura hell and slaughtered all his enemies. Blood flowed like a river and dyed this place red. After a long time, his chi and blood dried up and merged with the sky and earth, resulting in this current state, said Ouyang Luoshue. Of course, this is just hearsay. The higher-ups of the family don't know the specifics, Ouyang Luoshue added. Thump, thump, thump. Fong Chen's heart beat rapidly. The many special bloodlines, led by the black hole bloodline, surged wildly as if they were about to break out of his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fong Chen was surprised to find that when the scarlet aura in the air came into contact with him, it quickly entered his body and was absorbed by the black hole bloodline. It seems that what was recorded in the ancient books is most likely true. Fong Chen thought to himself, the black hole bloodline was one of the strongest bloodlines in the world. It would only become restless when it encountered a super strong bloodline. Now, it was madly absorbing the scarlet aura in the air. This was enough to show that the scarlet aura contained a special bloodline from the ancient era. The soul blood forest is much more mysterious than I thought. Fong Chen said. Ouyang Luoshue said, I came here once with my father and know some special places. Let's go take a look first. After entering the soul blood forest, Fong Chen was confused. Fortunately, he had Ouyang Luoshue to lead the way. On a scarlet mountain in the western part of the soul blood forest, 5 figures sat cross-legged in a circle around the city. The palms of the 5 of them were pressed against each other as a wild aura continuously revolved around them. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. This was because the secret technique that the 5 of them cultivated was one. Only when the 5 of them cultivated it together could they succeed. Of course, once this secret technique was cultivated and the 5 of them worked together, their offensive power would be off the charts. Voila! Suddenly, the scarlet aura around them disappeared, and the 5 of them opened their eyes at the same time. Tian Xin Sector Lord? One of them had cold, killing intent in his eyes, as he said eerily, he's just a transcendent sector lord. Is he worth the 5 of us personally attacking him? It was obvious that after receiving the news, he looked down on Fong Chen. The fact that the elder personally sent the news means that this person is extremely strong. Don't underestimate him. That's right. According to the elder, he's the champion of the sector lord meeting. He suppressed Luoshue and the others. From this, one can see how strong his potential is. A transcendent sector lord killing the Shinshin school's lord? Interesting. The 5 of them expressed their views. Finally, they looked at each other and slowly stood up. No matter how strong he is, since he's become our prey, then the outcome is already decided. The leader stood with his hands behind his back and said confidently, with Ouyang Luoshue leading the way, they'll probably go to those few places, right? Another person grinned. This way, we won't have to search for him. We'll just go and capture him and bring him back to the family. Let's go. Hoo. The 5 figures flashed and entered the void. At this moment, Fong Chen was following Ouyang Luoshue forward. We're almost there. Ouyang Luoshue suddenly said, there's a mysterious valley behind that mountain. Corpses are piled up in the valley. I came here once with my father, but we only looked at it from afar and didn't go in. The place where the soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass is growing is most likely there. As the daughter of the Ouyang family, she had unparalleled potential and had a high status in the family. However, such a secret wouldn't be easily told to her unless it was to a certain extent. Therefore, she could only guess. Let's go. Soon, the 2 arrived in front of the valley. Fong Chen saw that the surroundings of the valley were shimmering with scarlet runes. The runes seemed to contain an extremely powerful bloodline from ancient times. His heart was extremely shaken. Dong dong dong. After arriving here, the black hole bloodline moved more frequently. It seemed to be guiding Fong Chen into the valley. What's hidden in the valley? Why is the black hole bloodline so strange? Fang Chun was filled with questions. At the same time, he was even more careful. There's a powerful restriction around the valley. Chapter 32:28. A powerful sealing force faintly surrounded the valley. As a formation master, Fang Chun was very sensitive to sealing forces. Coupled with the sky-sealing tombstone, he could see how extraordinary this seal was at a glance. What an exquisite seal! After observing for a long time, Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Even a world king expert would find it difficult to forcefully break the seal and enter, right? Ouyang Luoshu said, "This seal was set up by my Ouyang family's ancestor. The sealing force is extremely powerful. I remember that the last time I came here with my father, he used my Ouyang family's bloodline to open the seal." As she spoke, Ouyang Luoshua took a step forward and arrived at the entrance of the valley. She stretched out her small white hand and lightly drew a line with the finger of her other hand. Dark red blood immediately flowed out from her finger. She dripped her blood on the seal in the air. Buzz! The seal in the air rapidly absorbed Ouyang Luoshua's blood and then underwent a change. Rumble! The seal began to tremble as if it was about to shatter. However, after a short moment, the seal actually calmed down under the gazes of Fang Chun and Ouyang Luoshua. What's going on? Ouyang Luoshua was somewhat surprised. She clearly felt that the seal was about to open after absorbing her blood, but it instantly stabilized. Thump! 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 Fang Chun walked to her side and said in a low voice, "Although you possess the Ouyang family's bloodline, your cultivation is too low. You can't use your bloodline to open the seal." Ouyang Luoshua's father was the current patriarch of the Ouyang family. He was also a super expert. What he could do didn't mean that Ouyang Luoshua could do the same. Then what do we do? A trace of anxiety appeared on Ouyang Luoshua's face. She had brought Fang Chun here, but she couldn't open the seal. Wouldn't this be a wasted trip? Fang Chun shook his head. The corners of his mouth curled up as he looked at the seal in the air with his pitch-black eyes. If it was someone else, they might be trapped, but I have a way. As he spoke, Fang Chun spread out his hands. A powerful sealing force surged out from his palms. At the same time, he took out the sky-sealing tombstone. Wong! As soon as the heaven-sealing tablet appeared, it attacked the void seal frantically. Crack! The majestic power within the sealed sky monument directly shattered the seal of the void. Rip! In the blink of an eye, a crack appeared in the void seal. In the next second, Fang Chun pulled Ouyang Luoshua's arm and entered it. Wong! After they entered the valley, the seal gradually closed. Whoosh! Everything happened so suddenly that Ouyang Luoshua couldn't react at all. She looked around in a daze. He came in just like that. This was a seal that the ancestors of the Ouyang family had personally laid down. Not even a World King powerhouse could break through this seal. They had to use the blood of the Ouyang family to open it. However, the guy before her had forcibly torn open a crack and brought her in. Her heart was filled with shock. She looked at Fang Chun with a complicated expression. What kind of person was he? Why is it that I can't see through him anymore? Most importantly, it was because you dripped your blood on the seal that caused it to loosen, allowing me to take advantage of it. Seeing Ouyang Luoshua's confusion, Fang Chun smiled. Hearing this, Ouyang Luoshua nodded lightly, and then looked towards the depths of the valley. It's just ahead. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, Ouyang Luoshua brought Fang Chun to the depths of the valley. At a glance, there were corpses everywhere, piled up like a mountain. The air was filled with the aura of rotting corpses, giving off a very shocking feeling. Was there a great battle here? Fang Chun muttered. Although these people had died countless years ago, he could clearly feel that the corpses were filled with boundless resentment. Suddenly, Fang Chun's expression changed slightly as he sensed that something was wrong. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the mountain of corpses, sizing them up seriously. He could clearly feel the fluctuations of soul Tao power on those corpses. Could it be that this is the place where the soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass is nurtured? Fang Chun's heartbeat sped up while his breathing became slightly rapid. because after his divine sense swept out and enveloped the mountain of corpses, he noticed to his surprise that the corpses actually contained vast soul-Tao energy. Wait! After his pleasant surprise, Fong Chun shook his head, and his heart gradually calmed down. This soul-Tao energy is formed from the resentment of the dead. I presume they were cultivators of the soul-Tao when they were alive. Fong Chun shook his head. To be precise, this is probably not the place where the soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass is nurtured. However, even though it wasn't the place they were looking for, it was sufficient to give Fong Chun a pleasant surprise. If I'm able to absorb all of this soul-Tao energy, then its effects would probably not be inferior to the soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass, right? When he thought up to here, Fong Chun glanced at Ouyang Luoxue and said, "The soul-Tao energy within these corpses is extremely strong. I intend to absorb it and charge into the soul emperor realm." You. Before Fong Chun could finish speaking, Ouyang Luoxue said, "I'll stand guard for you." Fong Chun nodded, and he didn't say another word as his body circled above the mountain of corpses. Whem! His divine sense swept out and descended, and it completely enveloped the corpses. Hiss! 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 Strands of soul-Tao energy were madly absorbed into his mind. At the beginning, the soul-Tao energy was still resisting, but after Fong Chen's black hole bloodline restrained it, the soul-Tao energy's struggle started to weaken. Just like that, Fong Chun had been absorbing the soul-Tao energy. After an unknown period of time, ripples suddenly appeared in the restriction around the valley. Following this, 5 figures suddenly appeared. As expected, they're here. The 5 of them noticed Fong Chun and Ouyang Luoxue as soon as they entered. "Let's go." The 5 of them flickered and arrived at the depths of the valley in the blink of an eye. "Ouyang Luoxue, you colluded with an outsider and brought him into the soul-blood forest. What do you want?" The leader shouted loudly. Ouyang Luoxue's expression changed drastically when he saw the 5 of them. "Attack!" The blue-clothed man stomped his foot and charged at Fong Chun. "Stop!" Ouyang Luoxue waved his hand, and a strand of white light flashed out and blocked the blue-clothed man. "Ouyang Luoxue, what is the meaning of this?" The blue-clothed man glared at Ouyang Luoxue and shouted angrily. "He's my friend," Ouyang Luoxue said. "So what? Don't you know that this valley is an important place of the Ouyang family? You've already violated the rules of the family by bringing him in without permission. Are you going to continue being so stubborn?" The leader said in a deep voice, "This kid has snuck into an important place of the Ouyang family. This is a capital offense. Get out of the way, or we'll suppress you as well." Although their status in the Ouyang family wasn't as high as Ouyang Luoxue's, what was a mere Ouyang Luoxue to them if they joined forces? Not to mention that their faction had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the other faction. Now that they were in the Soul Blood Forest, no one would know even if they killed Ouyang Luoxue. "I've said that he's my friend." Ouyang Luoxue's attitude was firm. She knew very well that the 5 of them had received orders from that faction and had come specifically for Fong Chun. How could she let them succeed? Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Vast and mighty energy surged out from the 5 of them. Their figures flickered as they charged at Ouyang Luoxue with a violent energy. Ouyang Luoxue clenched her teeth and faced them head-on. Whoosh! Just as the dazzling light was about to collide with Ouyang Luoxue's body, a large hand suddenly pulled it away. Dong! The violent power bombarded the figure that had suddenly appeared, and then gradually dissipated. 5 men besieging a woman. What's the meaning of this? Fong Chen's voice sounded out. He helped Ouyang Luoxue up and said, "Stand back. Leave this to me. Be careful." Ouyang Luoxue said worriedly. The 5 of them are called the Ouyang 5. Their cultivation techniques allow them to merge into one and possess extremely terrifying offensive power. The Ouyang 5 could be considered to be extremely famous in the Dragon Field. They were geniuses that the faction of the Ouyang family had focused on nurturing. The 5 of them stared coldly at Fong Chun. "I thought that you would always hide behind a woman." "Trash! I'll personally kill you later. Chapter 32:29. The Ouyang Five Sons represented the Ouyang family's outstanding geniuses in all aspects. The five of them cultivated 5 different Daos, and when they combined them together, they learned from each other's strengths to offset their weaknesses, and their strength increased exponentially. This was also why the 5 of them were able to obtain more cultivation resources, even though their status in the Ouyang family wasn't as high as Ouyang Luoshue's. In reality, both factions valued the 5 of them, and even wanted to nurture them to become the symbol of the Ouyang family. It was a pity that after the 2 factions broke apart, they stood on the opposite side of the Ouyang family's faction. The world only knew of the Ouyang Five Sons and didn't care what their real names were. The 5 of them looked greedily at Feng Chun. He had too many secrets. He was only a transcendent world lord, but he was able to kill the Shinshin school's principal. No one would believe that he didn't have any secrets. Once we suppress him and seize his secrets, the strength of the 5 of us will definitely rise to a whole new level. Thinking up to here, the 5 of them were filled with passion. Boom! Suddenly, a violent wind blew in the depths of the valley. In the void, a dark and oppressive aura spread out. The 5 of them emitted different auras. Feng Chun stood calmly on the ground and glanced at the 5 of them. The leader had a strong bloodline aura. What he cultivated was the ultimate skill of the Ouyang aristocrat clan. He was also the person with the strongest bloodline. The second person next to him was surrounded by his soul Tao power. He was a soul cultivator. As for the third person, he was a body refinement cultivator with strong physical strength. The fourth person was a talisman cultivator. As for the fifth person, he was a formation cultivator. 5 different Daos could be combined together. It was enough to see how monstrous their potential was. However, they were facing Feng Chun. Kill! The leader roared and stomped his foot, causing the entire ground to tremble. An earth-shattering power whizzed over and squeezed the space Feng Chun was in. Wong! A scarlet aura spread out from his body as the Ouyang family's bloodline power surged out. Whoosh! He raised his palm and stretched out his finger. Terrifying bloodline power quickly gathered at the tip of his finger and shone with a dazzling light. He took a step forward and appeared above Feng Chun's head. Looking down at Feng Chun, he pointed his finger out. Rumble! Vast and mighty power burst out from his fingertips. His finger, which carried boundless power, pointed at Feng Chun. The power of this finger was far too great. Even a World King powerhouse wouldn't dare to resist it. Be careful. This is my Ouyang family's life-reaping finger. Ouyang Luoshua cried out anxiously from nearby. It's too late. Seeing Feng Chun's actions, the leader sneered. If he had dodged from the start, he might have had a chance. Now, his finger of death had completely enveloped Feng Chun. The latter had no chance of escaping. Die! The leader's finger shot towards Feng Chun's head at lightning speed. Crash! Just as it was about to touch Feng Chun's head and shatter it, Feng Chun's figure mysteriously disappeared. Rip! A series of ripples appeared in the void. However, Feng Chun seemed to have vanished in a thin air. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find a trace of him. What's going on? The 5 of them looked at each other, and a trace of surprise flashed through their eyes. He must be nearby. The leader pointed his finger at the void. Boom! The void exploded and the earth trembled. Impossible! The 5 of them cried out involuntarily as their expressions changed. Their divine senses and those who cultivated the Soul Tao were even more dumbfounded. His attainments in the Soul Tao had reached an extremely high level, but he couldn't find a trace of Feng Chun. The latter seemed to have vanished in a thin air. How is this possible? He shook his head crazily, unable to accept the reality before his eyes. The leader's eyes flickered and he snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and attacked Ouyang Luoshua. Dong! However, his body had only moved halfway when he was stopped by a heavy blow. Thump! Thump! The leader retreated and steadied himself. The 5 Ouyang sons repeatedly attacked a woman. I've seen it with my own eyes. Feng Chun shook his head, his face full of mockery. You're courting death. The 5 Ouyang sons were famous in the dragon field. No one dared to humiliate them like this in front of them. Boom! The 5 of them joined forces and executed their strongest attack. Child's play. Fang Chun clenched his fist and condensed his Emperor Realm strength. He threw a punch at lightning speed. Dong! This punch contained the power of the Emperor Realm, and it landed heavily on the body cultivator's body. Crack! The latter's body, which he was proud of, was sent flying without any resistance. Dong! When his body fell to the ground, cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. Just as Fang Chun was about to follow up with another attack, the other 4's attacks came one after another. The Soul Dao cultivator used Soul Dao techniques on Fang Chun, targeting his primordial spirit and attacking it continuously. Buzz! However, Fang Chun's primordial spirit had already reached the perfect Emperor Realm. It was even stronger than the average perfect Emperor Realm cultivator. Puchi! The 2 primordial spirits collided with each other. The man spat out blood as if he had been struck by lightning and kept retreating. Inescapable trap formation. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Then, a formation enveloped Fang Chun. The other person made a complicated seal with his hands, and a flaming talisman appeared in front of his chest. Fire devours the heavens and earth. He shouted and detonated the flaming talisman, turning it into a sea of fire that instantly drowned Fang Chun. At the same time, the leader's finger of death shot out again, drilling into the sea of fire and exploding. Dong! 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 The earth shook. Within the formation, the sea of fire surged. The entire valley seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. The energy fluctuations that leaked out were terrifying. Not too far away, Ouyang Luoxue clenched his fists, extremely anxious. He'll be fine, right? With his understanding of Fang Chun, the latter wouldn't be so reckless. Since he dared to do so, it meant he had absolute confidence. I hope you'll be fine. Ouyang Luoxue prayed in his heart. Within the formation, the 5 of them stood side by side, their faces full of ridicule. So what if he's a peerless genius? In the end, didn't he die at the hands of the 5 of us? Even a peak world king powerhouse wouldn't be able to easily deal with the joint attack of the 5 of us. This fellow is only a transcendent world lord. It's impossible for his body to resist such a powerful attack. If he dies, we'll be able to bring his remains back and complete our mission. As the 5 of them spoke, the sea of fire suddenly shook. Surging sword energy shot out, piercing into the clouds. What a strong sword energy. The expressions of the 5 cultivators changed greatly. In the next moment, their hearts were filled with shock. The invincible sword energy soared into the sky, carrying with it an invincible aura as it forcefully suppressed the sea of fire. CSISI. In the blink of an eye, the sea of fire rapidly dispersed. On the ground, a figure stood there quietly. How is this possible? Seeing this, the 5 of them cried out. They stared at Fang Chun, dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe the reality in front of them. How'd he do it? The 5 of them had joined forces and used their strongest attack, but Fang Chun had actually blocked it. I've already said that your strength is too weak. Fang Chun gently patted the dust off his clothes and said with a smile. The 5 of them felt a strong impact in their hearts. No, you must have a supreme treasure on you that helped you block our attack. The leader of the group suddenly said. That must be it. The 5 of them felt their hearts burn even more. To be able to block their joint attack, what kind of terrifying supreme treasure was that? They had to think of a way to take it back. As if he had seen through their thoughts, Fang Chun shook his head, his face full of disdain. I want to see how many attacks your supreme treasure can block for you. After saying that, the 5 of them joined forces again and used their strongest attack. Fang Chun looked up, his eyes filled with killing intent. Whatever, the battle should end soon. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Bang! The vast fist light was like gold as it ruthlessly smashed into the body refiner. Kacha! The latter's body directly exploded. Bang! Chapter 32:30. Silence. The entire valley was silent. The remaining four stared at the scene with their mouths agape. The five sons of Ouyang were said to be invincible, but today they were defeated by a transcendent world lord. Their hearts were surging with waves of shock. After a while, their eyes turned red, and cold, killing intent filled the void. "You kill my brother?" the leader roared. "I want you to pay with your blood." The other three also used their strongest attacks. Kill! Like 10,000 horses galloping, the violent attacks wreaked havoc in the void. The array master controlled the array to compress the void, trying to trap Fong Chun in a small space and make him unable to move. The soul master crazily used his primordial spirit to disturb Fong Chen's mind and distract him. The talisman master burned his own blood essence to form a terrifying talisman. Flames filled the sky as if it was going to burn the entire world. The leader even used the ultimate move of a life-seizing finger. This move was bound to take Fong Chen's life. The four of them were in a state of extreme anger. They wanted revenge. No one had ever been able to defeat the five sons of Ouyang and kill their brother. Kill! Fong Chen's robe fluttered as a terrifying power surged out. His perfect emperor-level primordial spirit was completely released. At the same time, the terrifying power hidden deep within his primordial spirit erupted. Dong dong dong. The two primordial spirits collided. Fong Chen's primordial spirit crushed the other's primordial spirit. Ah! A miserable scream came out from his mouth. Bang! In the next second, his head exploded and his primordial spirit shattered. The second of the five sons of Ouyang had fallen. "Ah, I'll kill you." The leader's life-seizing finger carried endless power as it ruthlessly struck Fong Chen's body. However, the sword runes around Fong Chen's body flickered, and a powerful defense blocked it. The leader tried his best to pierce Fong Chen's body, but his finger didn't move an inch. "Emperor Realm, physical body." The leader of the group yelled when he finally discovered Fong Chen's martial monarch realm flesh. Crack! Fong Chen's fist transformed into a terrifying fist aura. It shattered the attack of the Finger of Death and forced the leader to retreat. At this time, the flame talisman attacked again. "Talisman? Me too." Fong Chen chuckled. Then, he gently pinched his finger, and a flaming charm appeared out of thin air. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. After the two flame talismans collided, it was obvious that Fong Chen's talisman was stronger. "In terms of the power of fire, I am stronger than you," Fong Chen murmured. He possessed the fire origin bloodline. Although the flames he produced were not invincible, they were at least several times stronger than the flames of the Ouyang Five Princes. When the flame talismans collided with each other, Fong Chen's talismans formed an absolute suppression. Crack! The symbol master's flame talisman shattered with a bang. His body was sent flying backward as he coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with terror. Before he could finish his sentence, the terrifying flame talisman enveloped him. Crack! The third person had fallen. Then, Fong Chun raised his head and looked at the person controlling the formation. Buzz! His body was filled with the aura of formation. He flicked his finger and a bright light burst out. Crack! The incomparably sturdy array formation suddenly began to sway. In the blink of an eye, it was completely shattered. "The formation that you are so proud of is nothing in my eyes." Competing with Fong Chun in terms of formation? Was this a joke? In just a few minutes, 3 of the Ouyang Five Princes were dead. This scene deeply shocked the remaining 2. A trace of fear appeared in their minds. How is this possible? The leader was even more shocked. He did not understand how Fong Chun could gather so many Daos. His physical body had broken through to the martial emperor realm. His primordial spirit had reached the half-step martial emperor realm. His talisman skills were superb, and his formation skills were even more shocking. What was more frightening was that he had not drawn his sword from the beginning to the end. According to the intelligence, his most terrifying thing was his sword skills. Suddenly, the remaining 2 looked at each other, and the thought of retreating rose in their hearts. Whoosh! The formation master waved his hand, and in an instant, a formation enveloped Fang Chun. "Let's go." The two figures flashed and fled the valley. "Want to leave?" In front of Fang Chun. How could they escape? Whoosh! Fang Chun activated the Great Rock Movement technique. In an instant, Fang Chun appeared before the two of them, blocking their path. "Where do you think you're going?" Fang Chun grinned. "You." The leader's face was gloomy and his voice was hoarse. "We are from the Ouyang family. How dare you kill us? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Ouyang family? If I was the one who lost today, would you show mercy to me?" Finger of death. The two did not want to give up and wanted to fight. As long as they escaped the valley, they would have a chance to live. Whoosh! Fang Chun drew his sword, and a dazzling sword light soared into the sky, forming a terrifying sword chi vortex. Invincible sword technique. The immortal sword was quickly unleashed. In an instant, there were countless sword phantoms in the sky. The two men's faces suddenly changed. "Fight!" They frantically burned their origin essence and blood, trying to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Puchi! The sword pierced through the heart, and the fourth person, the formation master, died. All of this was seen by the leader of the group. He was about to go crazy. His heart was filled with fear. "No!" Fang Chun waved his sword a second time, and the hidden star sword carried invincible sword chi and pierced through the leader's chest. "The Ouyang family will not let you go." The leader of the group fell to the ground with a face full of unwillingness. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the void, a terrifying aura spread, and the entire valley was shaking. Not far away, Ouyang Luoxue was already stunned. Even though she already knew that Fang Chun was powerful, when she saw it with her own eyes, the shock she felt was unprecedented. "He's too strong," Ouyang Luoxue muttered. Unknowingly, the gap between her and Fang Chun had reached an unsurpassable level. After putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chun glanced at the 5 Ouyang brothers. Perhaps even they did not know that they would die at the hands of Fang Chun in this way. Fang Chun was not only proficient in the Sword Dao, but also in the Array Dao, Talisman Dao, Soul Dao, and so on. If someone else was here, they would definitely be shocked to the extreme. For a single person to be able to gather so many Daos in his body and cultivate each of them to such a level, it was simply shocking. "You killed them?" After a long time, Ouyang Luoxue came to her senses and said in a low voice, "The 5 of them were the most important disciples of that faction. You killed them all, which will definitely anger that faction." Ouyang Luoxue was worried about Fang Chun's safety. "They probably won't know in a short time. And after I get what I want, I'll leave the dragon field." Fang Chun said, "But you should be careful. That faction is very likely to be involved with the corpse demon." Ouyang Luoxue shook her head and said, "Impossible. The corpse demon and the human race are natural enemies. Although the Ouyang family is divided internally, we will never betray the human race. Your faction naturally won't, but what about the other faction?" Fang Chun shrugged. "But not long ago, when we were exterminating the Corpse Devil Clan, that faction contributed greatly. It's because of this that they can confuse the world." Fang Chun said, "I fought the Corpse Demon more than once, so I'm very sensitive to their aura. When I fought with the 5 Ouyang brothers just now, at the last moment, I vaguely felt that the leader's finger of death flashed with a strange aura. Now that I think about it, it's very likely that it's the aura of the Corpse Demon." This, for a moment, Ouyang Luoxue's expression changed. She didn't know how to answer. "Of course, this is only my guess. But no matter what, you have to tell your father. I believe you will know what to do." Fang Chun walked to Ouyang Luoxue's side and gently patted her shoulder. Then he once again floated above the mountainous pile of corpses and sat cross-legged, continuing to absorb the soul Dao power contained in the corpses. Although the 5 Ouyang brothers were strong, their cooperation wasn't good enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat them one by one. The 5 Ouyang brothers were said to be invincible when they worked together, but even they probably knew that they had a fatal flaw that Fang Chun seized and defeated one by one. Chapter 32-31. Ouyang Family Side Hall. Elder Shu Feng's complexion was ugly. He sat quietly on his armchair, his eyes empty, as if his life was fading away. From the outside, he looked like an ordinary old man. However, the people standing in front of him clearly knew how terrifying he was. Elder Shu Feng was the leader of the Yang faction and also the current Ouyang family's great elder. He led the Yang faction and constantly expanded. Now, they were able to contend with the Yin faction. Even the leader of the Yin faction, the current Ouyang family's patriarch, didn't dare to underestimate Elder Shu Feng. Elder Shu Feng. After a long time, a man apologized to Elder Shu Feng. His eyes were filled with respect. The life slips of the 5 sons of Ouyang have shattered. Seeing that Elder Shu Feng didn't move, he continued, "We don't know if they died in the harsh environment of the Soul Blood Forest or in the hands of others." World Lord Sky Heart. Suddenly, Elder Shu Feng opened his eyes. His deep eyes were filled with a turbid aura, giving off a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. The time between their life slips shattering was less than 3 minutes. This means that they should have been together and were fighting side by side. Elder Shu Feng continued, "If the 5 of them worked together, even a peak World King powerhouse might not be able to kill them. But now, the 5 of them have fallen. In the entire Soul Blood Forest, the only one who has the ability to kill them is World Lord Skyheart." Hearing Elder Shu Feng's words, the expressions of the others changed. Elder Shu Feng, the person who spoke before, didn't believe him. Although World Lord Skyheart is strong, he is only a transcendent World Lord. There is an insurmountable gap between the World King realm and World Lord realm. I don't believe that he has the ability to kill the 5 sons of Ouyang. Although there is news that he killed the Shinshin school's head with absolute strength, rumors are just rumors. However, hearsay is false. Perhaps he relied on the help of other powerhouses in secret to achieve this. The others nodded. No matter how strong a transcendent World Lord was, how strong could he be? They believed that there was something strange about the death of the 5 sons of Ouyang. However, Elder Wuming's attitude was unusually firm. The terror of the Sky Heart World Overlord isn't something you can imagine. After Elder Shu Feng finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left the side hall. Just as they were whispering to each other, a voice was transmitted into their minds. "Send the clan's peak World King powerhouses to enter the Soul Blood Forest and search for World Lord Skyheart." When everyone heard this, their bodies trembled. They knew that Elder Wasp was really angry this time. Hoo. After Elder Shumeng left the side chamber, his silhouette flickered, and he quickly left the city where the Ouyang family was located. A few hours later, Elder Tufing appeared in an extremely secluded valley. "You've come?" A withered old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he had been waiting for Elder Wasp for a long time. Realm Lord Tian Xion's potential is too terrifying. Elder Shumeng muttered, "The 5 Ouyang sons of my clan were killed by him." Hearing this, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King's expression changed. If the 5 Ouyang sons joined forces, even a peak World King powerhouse might not be able to suppress them. For Realm Lord Tian Xion to be able to do this is enough to prove that his strength is enough to casually kill a World King. Elder Shu Feng said, "I even suspect that he broke through to the World King realm." Impossible. Hearing Elder Shu Feng's words, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King immediately denied it. He stepped into the World King realm only a few years ago. How could it be so easy to do so? The Heavenly Corpse Realm King shook his head. Since ancient times, even the most monstrous genius needed 10,000 years to step into the World King realm from the World Lord realm. If what you said is true, then Realm Lord Tian Xion does indeed have the combat strength to casually kill a World King. My guess is that he has grasped the inheritance of the Immortal Emperor. What? Elder Shu Feng's complexion changed. The inheritance of the Immortal Emperor. This news was too shocking. Realm Lord Tian Xion, many of my corpse demon clansmen have died in his hands, but their deaths have also been exchanged for some valuable information. Realm Lord Tian Xion originated from a particle world. For him to stand out from hundreds of millions of people and reach his current level step by step, it is inseparable from the inheritance of the Immortal Emperor. He really has the inheritance of the immortal emperor? Elder Shufeng asked again. This was because the inheritance of the immortal emperor was too shocking. Those clansmen who died sensed the immortal star power in his body and saw the immortal star core in his body. The Heavenly Corpse Realm King flicked his sleeves and said in a deep voice, in this world, to be able to control the immortal star power and condense the immortal star core, besides the inheritance of the immortal emperor, who else can do it? When speaking of the immortal emperor's inheritance, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King's eyes flashed with a blazing light. If that's the case, then he must die. The inheritance of the immortal emperor was too terrifying. Once Feng Chun fully comprehended it, the consequences would be unimaginable. He has repeatedly ruined my corpse demon's plans. The higher-ups have already listed him as their #1 target. As long as there is a chance, they will kill him. The Heavenly Corpse Realm King said, this time, if you help me kill him, I will do my best to help you destroy the Yin faction and completely control the Ouyang family. With my corpse demon's secret help, it won't be long before the Ouyang family will wipe out the other forces in the entire dragon field and unify it. After hearing the Heavenly Corpse Realm King's words, Elder Shufeng's eyes blazed and his heart trembled. Unifying the dragon field. This was his dream when he was young. He couldn't remember how long it had been since his heart surged like this. Now, he was leading the Yang faction and rapidly rising. However, the Yin faction was the righteous faction of the Ouyang family. It had a deep foundation and the support of the family's older generation. It would be very difficult to succeed. If he had the help of the corpse demon, he would certainly be able to fulfill his childhood dream. However, the corpse demon and the human race were natural enemies. Once the news was leaked and the world knew that he was colluding with the corpse demon, his reputation would be ruined and he would even be killed by the higher-ups of the human race. At that time, his painstaking efforts would be completely wasted. As if seeing through Elder Shufeng's thoughts, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King grinned and said, your worries are superfluous. My corpse demon's ambition is not the dragon field. The only reason I am cooperating with your Ouyang family is to eliminate the Heaven Heart Realm Lord. After killing the Heaven Heart Realm Lord, I, the corpse demon, will withdraw from the dragon field, and I can promise you that I will never enter the dragon field again. In this way, how will the human race know that you are cooperating with the corpse demon? The Heavenly Corpse Realm King's step-by-step guidance made Elder Shufeng tempted. After a long time, he clenched his teeth and seemed to have made a decision. I will go back and deploy first. Didn't your doppelganger enter the Soul Blood Forest? It should be able to deal with the Heaven Heart Realm Lord, right? Elder Shufeng asked. The Heavenly Corpse Realm King's eyes were deep. Tell me the place where the Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit grass is growing. Elder Shufeng raised his eyebrows in confusion. According to what I know, the reason why the Skyheart World Overlord entered the Soul Blood Forest was to find this place. If I intentionally spread the news, I would definitely be able to lure him out. Although the Soul Blood Forest wasn't too large, wanting to find a single person, especially a peak World King powerhouse, was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King did not dare to blatantly search for them. If they were discovered by the humans, there would be trouble. After pondering for a moment, Elder Wasp finally gave the address to the Heavenly Corpse Realm King. Go back and make your arrangements first. Leave world Lord Tion Xin to me. The Heavenly Corpse Realm King said with a smile. Whoosh! Elder Shufeng nodded and left. Looking at the latter's departing figure, a mocking expression appeared on the Heavenly Corpse Realm King's face. What a foolish fellow. I didn't expect him to tell me the location of the Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit grass so easily, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King said. Although the main purpose of my trip is to kill the Sky Heart Realm Lord, the Sky Heart Realm Lord is still alive. But the Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit grass is also one of the goals of my corpse demon. For the time being, he couldn't fall out with the Ouyang family, so it was impossible to obtain the Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit grass. Thus, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King took a step back and asked for the location of the Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit grass. Then he would think of a way to absorb the aura there and search for traces of the soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass. Of course, in addition to this, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King also had a major plan. Jejajage, the dragon territory, and even the entire ancient primal chaos will eventually become the territory of my corpse demon, and the humans will be buried here. Chapter 32:32 Soul Blood Forest within the mysterious gorge. The corpses that were piled up like a mountain had gradually decreased. It had already been 7 days since Fong Chan arrived here, and he'd been constantly absorbing the soul Dao energy contained within the corpses during this period of time. Gradually, Fong Chen noticed that every time the soul Dao energy within a corpse was completely absorbed by him, the corpse would collapse into nothingness. During these past few days, countless corpses had collapsed and dispersed with the wind. On the other hand, the strength of his soul Dao was gradually increasing as well. Whem! All of a sudden, a mighty power of the soul Dao came from the skeleton below. After absorbing this soul Dao energy, Fong Chen's soul Dao shook and emanated an extremely hot aura. Dong! He slowly opened his eyes and revealed a wisp of a smile. I've finally taken that step. Fong Chun heaved a sigh of relief and temporarily stopped absorbing the soul Dao energy to stabilize his soul Dao. Presently, his soul Dao could be considered to have truly attained the half-step Emperor realm. He was only a step away from the Emperor realm. Now, he was even more confident that so long as he was able to find a place to nurture the soul blood heavenly spirit herb and absorb its remaining energy, then even if he didn't possess a spirit herb like the soul blood heavenly spirit herb, he would still be able to cultivate his soul Dao to the Emperor realm. How is it? Ouyang Luoxue stood on guard not too far away, and she asked curiously when she saw Chun she stopped cultivating. Even though the soul Dao energy contained within these corpses is strong, but after experiencing the baptism of countless years, its sharpness has been obliterated a long time ago, and only some ordinary soul Dao energy remains. Fong Chun smiled and said, "It's not the best for me, but it's better than nothing. Then let's quickly leave this place." A wisp of worry appeared on Ouyang Luoxue's face. I presume Elder Shu Feng is already aware that you killed the 5 sons of Ouyang. It won't be long before he'll dispatch the experts of his clan to encircle and annihilate you. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. All right. Fong Chun nodded, and then he turned around to glance at the remaining corpses. I'll come here to absorb the soul Dao energy once my soul Dao takes the final step. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left the gorge with Ouyang Luoxue. Outside the gorge was a vast expanse of land that stretched as far as the eye could see. Whoosh! Fong Chun activated the great rock movement technique to its fullest. His figure was as fast as lightning as he shuttled through the void. At this moment, there were 3 silhouettes in the wilderness. Judging from their robes, they were from the Ouyang aristocrat clan. I wonder where that damned Heavenly Heart World Overlord is. If I meet him, I'll torture him until he's better off dead. The person walking at the front had a gloomy expression. He grimly said, since World Master Skyheart was able to kill the Ouyang 5 sons, that is enough to prove that his combat strength far surpasses that of an ordinary World King powerhouse. Do not underestimate him. If you encounter him, be careful. Otherwise, it is highly likely you will fail miserably. Don't worry. The 3 of us have cultivated for countless years and are elders of the Ouyang family. We've already reached the peak of the World King realm. I don't believe that a transcendent world lord will be able to withstand the combined attack of the 3 of us. The faces of the other 2 were filled with confidence. In their eyes, Fong Chun was just an ant. Whoosh! While the 3 of them were chatting, a bright ray of light flashed across the distant horizon. The speed of that light was so fast that it left one gasping in admiration. That is, the eyes of the leader widened as he stared into the distance. It's World Master Skyheart. What? World Master Skyheart? Let's chase. The 3 of them glanced at each other and then rapidly chased after him. Ouyang aristocrat clan? Fong Shen also discovered the 3 people chasing after him. He coldly sneered and revolved the rock movement technique to the limit. With a speed invisible to the naked eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Hoo. By the time the three of them arrived, Fong Chun had already disappeared. Damn it, how is that fellow so fast? Even the three of us can't catch his tracks. Could his speed be comparable to an unrivaled Supreme Elder? The leader's face was gloomy and a complex look flashed in his eyes. His movement technique is definitely a peak movement technique. After the three of them discussed, they concluded that Fong Chun must have had a fortuitous encounter in the Soul Blood Forest. Inform the others. If they discover any traces of World Master Skyheart, report it immediately. Not long after, many members of the Ouyang aristocrat clan in the Soul Blood Forest received an order to search for World Master Skyheart. At the same time, a piece of news regarding the Soul Blood Heavenly Spiritual Grass was rapidly spread. Voila! A thick crack appeared in the void, and Fong Chun and Ouyang Lushua walked out from it. The two of them looked at each other, and there was a trace of shock in Ouyang Luoshua's beautiful eyes. How is this possible? The place where the Soul Blood Heavenly Spiritual Grass is growing is actually the Soul Blood Mountain? Ouyang Luoshua shook her head in disbelief. The Soul Blood Mountain was the most ordinary mountain in the Soul Blood Forest. He had been to the Soul Blood Mountain before and had only stopped for a short while. Is the news true? Fong Chun asked. Ouyang Luoshua pondered. I'm not sure. When I went to the Soul Blood Mountain, I didn't discover anything. The simpler a place was, the deeper it was hidden. These words suddenly sounded out in Ouyang Luoshua's mind. No matter what. Let's go take a look first, Fong Chun said. Ouyang Luoshua was a little hesitant. The place where the Soul Blood Heavenly Spiritual Grass is growing has always been a secret, but now it has suddenly spread. Don't you think this matter is a little strange? Fong Chun understood what Ouyang Luoshua meant. She guessed that this was very likely a scheme of Elder Shu Feng and the others to lure him there. It doesn't matter. So what if it's a scheme? If I want to leave this Soul Blood Forest, no one could stop me. Fong Chun was extremely confident in his rock movement technique. With his current strength, if he were to completely activate it, then it would be impossible for a mere World King Realm powerhouse to stop him. Seeing Fong Chun's firm attitude, Ouyang Luoshua didn't say anything else. Her purpose in bringing Fong Chun here was to find the place where the Soul Blood Heavenly Spiritual Grass was growing. Now that she had heard the news, how could she not go? Okay, I'll go with you. In the Soul Blood Forest, because the news of the Soul Blood Heavenly Spiritual Grass being growing spread, it caused a great commotion. Countless martial artists headed there one after another. The Soul Blood Mountain, the faces of many martial artists were filled with excitement. They headed to the Soul Blood Mountain at their fastest speed. What they didn't know was that a shocking conspiracy was waiting for them on the Soul Blood Mountain. On a boundless plain, a mountain peak rose from the ground. This mountain peak looked very ordinary from the outside, and it was surrounded by fierce soul power. Whoosh! Suddenly, the silence of the Soul Blood Mountain was broken. A figure soared into the sky and arrived on the Soul Blood Mountain. The place where the Soul Blood Heavenly Spiritual Grass is growing? I finally found it. This was a wandering martial artist. He came here as soon as he heard the news. Ha! He laughed out loud, his heart excited. Gotcha! However, at this moment, a large dark hand pierced through his heart from behind. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood, dumbfounded. Ow! He turned his head with difficulty, wanting to see who had attacked him. However, when he turned his head, his primordial spirit instantly collapsed. Bang! His body fell on the peak of the mountain. The Heavenly Corpse Realm King appeared, sneering. Ignorant humans, try to take the place where the blood-fainting sky dawn is growing. How ridiculous! The Heavenly Corpse Realm King stood on the edge of the mountain peak, his dark eyes looking into the distance. Come as you please. I guarantee that you won't be able to return. The Heavenly Corpse Realm King deliberately released the news not only to attract Fong Chun, but also to attract many human martial artists in the Soul Blood Forest. His goal was to catch everyone in one fell swoop. Kiki, killing humans is my favorite thing to do. The Heavenly Corpse Realm King licked his dry lips and said eerily, "If it weren't for the fact that this was only his avatar, he would have done it himself." Hoo. From time to time, martial artists would climb the mountain peak, but their fates were exactly the same as the first person. They didn't even see who attacked them before they died. Unknowingly, no less than 20 World King powerhouses had fallen at the hands of the Heavenly Corpse Realm King. What kind of concept was this? There weren't many World Kings in the entire Dragon territory, but more than 20 had fallen at once. Most of them were the mainstays of other forces. Chapter 32-33. On the Soul Blood Mountain, the Sky Corpse Realm King had been waiting. Although his goal was to kill many humans, his real goal was to kill the Sky Heart Realm Lord. Unknowingly, the Sky Heart Realm Lord had grown to such a level. To the Corpse Demon, he had become a great threat. This time, the Corpse Demon had ordered to kill him at all costs. Whoosh, whoosh. At the foot of the Soul Blood Mountain, the disciples of the Ouyang family came together. Brother Shan, long time no see. The other disciples greeted Brother Shan one after another. The latter nodded slightly and did not speak. "I didn't expect that the place we have been searching for is actually on the Soul Blood Mountain. The world is really strange." Someone sighed. "Let's go up quickly. The others have probably received the news and will definitely come here. As disciples of the Ouyang family, we should join forces to resist the enemy." The place where the soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass is grown belongs to the Ouyang family. Whoever dares to come here, don't blame the Ouyang family for being impolite. Many disciples of the Ouyang family were filled with righteous indignation. Soon, under the lead of Brother Shan, they reached the summit. Buzz! Just as they stepped on the summit, they suddenly felt a terrifying aura. Boom! Around the summit, a dark, killing array appeared, isolating them from the outside world. Not good. Many disciples' faces changed drastically. "Who is it? Get out here!" Brother Shan, who was the leader, roared angrily. Clap, 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 clap. The Sky Corpse Realm King walked out. "It's you?" Others did not recognize the Sky Corpse Realm King, but Brother Shan, who was a core disciple of the Yang faction, had followed Elder Shufeng and seen him before. "What are you doing?" Brother Shan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Sky Corpse Realm King. "Of course, to kill you all." When the Sky Corpse Realm King's voice fell, the dark killing array was instantly activated. Terrifying killing intent swept through the array. Blood-curdling screams instantly spread out. The weaker disciples were instantly killed by the murderous aura. "Stop!" Brother Shan bared his teeth and roared angrily. "You dare to attack the Ouyang family?" However, his angry roar was of no use. The Sky Corpse Realm King waved his hand, and a vast evil power rushed over, engulfing everyone. Crack! Although they were strong, they could not withstand the attack of the Heavenly Corpse Realm King. "Let's work together and kill him." Finally, after struggling for a while, Brother Shan came to his senses and roared angrily. Beside him, several World King powerhouses joined forces, wanting to resist the Heavenly Corpse World King's attack. "Don't fight him head-on. Break the formation first." Brother Shan was very clear that the Heavenly Corpse Realm King was too strong. If he wanted to escape, the only way to survive was to break the array formation. Rumble! Everyone joined forces to attack the formation. However, the figure of the Heavenly Corpse Realm King kept flickering. Crack! A World King fell to the ground. Die! The Heavenly Corpse Realm King aimed at the next target and continued to attack. In just a few minutes, a large number of disciples of the Ouyang family were lying on the ground. On the mountain peak, blood flowed like a river. Only Brother Shan and the others were holding on. "You're dead. My Ouyang family will not let you off." Brother Shan's heart was bleeding. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared in anger. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see that scene. Crack! The dark, killing array swept over, and the people around Brother Shan were instantly strangled to death. "Why are you doing this?" Brother Shan gave up resisting and asked angrily. "I am the Corpse Demon." The Heavenly Corpse Realm King laughed eerily. Since ancient times, the corpse demon and the human race have been natural enemies. But you are allies with Elder Shu Ming. Ridiculous, stupid human. How can you be qualified to be my corpse demon's ally? Elder Shu Ming is just a chess piece of my corpse demon. When he is no longer useful, it will be time for him to die. By the way, at that time, your Ouyang family will also be destroyed, and Elder Shu Ming will be cursed for eternity, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King said. I'm not willing. Brother Shan roared in his heart. He was very unwilling, but it was useless. All of this was planned by the Heavenly Corpse Realm King. He had no hope of escaping. Crack! He blew himself up on a mountain peak, wanting to drag the Heavenly Corpse Realm King down with him. Boom! The dark killing array contracted, isolating the power of the explosion. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Not long after, the Soul Blood Mountain calmed down again. No one knew that a fierce battle had taken place on the mountain peak. Countless human martial artists had died. After more than 10 days of traveling, Fang Chun and Ouyang Luoxue finally arrived at the foot of the Soul Blood Mountain. Who? Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief and raised his eyes to look at the mountain peak. Why do I feel a bloody aura in the air? Fang Chun muttered. The black hole bloodline in his body suddenly moved. A special bloodline? Fang Chun was surprised. What was hidden on the mountain peak? Let's go up, Ouyang Luoxue said. Although he had some doubts in his heart, Fang Chun still followed Ouyang Luoxue to the mountain peak. At this time, the mountain peak was empty. There was no one there. Even the human corpses had been burned by the Heavenly Corpse Realm King. The last time I came, it was like this. It was ordinary, and I didn't find anything, Ouyang Luoxue said as she pointed at the empty mountain peak. Fang Chun slowly walked to the center of the mountain peak. His divine sense spread out, carefully sensing every movement on the mountain peak. His divine sense continued to extend. Suddenly, he felt a faintly discernible stone door in the air. He controlled his divine sense to penetrate the stone door and explore it. But soon, his expression changed drastically. His body trembled as if he was experiencing some kind of mental struggle. What's wrong with you? Ouyang Luoxue asked worriedly. Poochie. After a few breaths, Fang Chen's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreated step by step. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, his face was somewhat pale. His primordial spirit returned, and he looked up at the sky. Corpse demon, Fang Chun said in a cold voice. He didn't expect the Ouyang family to collude with the corpse demon. At this moment, he was very clear that the news of the place where the soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass was growing must be the corpse demon's plot to lure him here. Kiki, what an interesting guy. In the air, the stone door disappeared, and the Heavenly Corpse Realm King appeared. I deliberately lured your primordial spirit into my corpse demon's treasure, the soul extinguishing shuttle. I didn't expect you to escape. The Heavenly Corpse Realm King sized up Fang Chun seriously. Although he had heard of Fang Chen's name countless times before, this was the first time he had seen him in real life. He was also very curious about how a transcendent world lord could easily kill a world king powerhouse. Now, he finally had a taste of it. The immortal emperor's inheritance should be with you, right? The Heavenly Corpse Realm King shrugged and asked. If it wasn't for the immortal star's power protecting your primordial spirit, your soul would have been scattered in the soul extinguishing shuttle. The corpse demon is really haunting me. Fang Chun looked at the Heavenly Corpse Realm King with resentment. The immortal star's power in his mind was rapidly repairing his primordial spirit. Boom! The dark killing array appeared once again. The peak of the mountain was plunged into darkness. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword in his hand and stared at the Heavenly Corpse Realm King. The latter's strength gave him a sense of oppression. I have to admit that your potential is too strong. So strong that even I, the corpse demon, feel fear. The corpse demon was such a huge group, yet it felt fear. One could imagine how strong Fang Chen's potential was. They couldn't let Fang Chun continue to grow. Otherwise, if a second immortal emperor appeared, the corpse demon would be destroyed. Are you sure you can stop me? Fang Chun suddenly smiled devilishly. If I escape today, the collusion between the corpse demon and the Ouyang family will be exposed. At that time, the upper echelons of the human race will definitely attack each other to eliminate the corpse demon. The upper echelons of the human race would never allow the corpse demon to infiltrate a region. Can you escape? The heavenly corpse realm king sneered. The dark killing array enveloped the soul blood mountain. Coupled with the soul extinguishing shuttle and his powerful combat strength, if he let Yi Shiwen escape, how would he have the face to return to his race? Boom! The terrifying power of the soul, Tao, rained down. The soul extinguishing shuttle in the heavenly corpse realm king's hand emitted a terrifying power that distorted and trembled the void. Chapter 32-34. The heavenly corpse realm king condescendingly looked down at Fang Chun, his face full of ridicule. His eyes were filled with a gloomy aura. He licked his dry lips, as if everything was under his control. The immortal emperor's inheritance will be mine soon. Killing the Sky Heart Realm Lord would not only give him the immortal emperor's inheritance, but also a reward from the corpse demon. For the Sky Corpse Realm King, this was definitely killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, he was controlling the dark killing array to envelop Fang Chun, his body full of killing intent. Boom! Suddenly, the Sky Corpse Realm King stomped his foot and spread out his big hand. A terrifying power instantly erupted, bursting into a dazzling light in the void. Like a ray of white light before the dark night, it illuminated the entire dark killing array. Buzz! When the aura in the void rose to the extreme, his big hand suddenly clenched. A vast, evil aura tightly wrapped around his fist. Kill! With a roar, the Sky Corpse Realm King's fist, like a mountain, blasted toward Fang Chun. Facing the Sky Corpse Realm King, Fang Chun did not dare to be careless. After all, the latter's strength was much more tyrannical than the Shinshin schoolmaster. Whoosh! His figure flashed, disappearing into the void. In the next second, he had already appeared behind the Sky Corpse Realm King. He stomped his feet in the air, and a wild aura gathered behind him, forming the faint shadow of a great rock. Roar! The rock cried, spreading its wings and soaring. Fang Chen's speed soared to the extreme. Crash! Suddenly, countless phantoms of Fang Chun appeared in the dark killing array. These phantoms were very realistic, constantly moving to disturb the vision of the Angel Hope. Immortal Sword. Among thousands of phantoms, Fang Chen's original body held the star-hidden sword and performed the 9th move of the invincible sword art. Rumble. The 9-star nuclei in his body were fully activated, and the wild immortal star power spread over the star-hidden sword. He swung the sword, fiercely slashing at the Sky Corpse Realm King's big hand. Courting death. Seeing this, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King sneered again and again. The strength of his fist suddenly increased, fiercely bombarding the hidden star sword. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. In front of the star-hidden sword, the flames splashed in all directions, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out. When the Heavenly Corpse Realm King's fist hit the hidden star sword, he was shocked to find that Fang Chen's swordsmanship was so powerful. The invincible sword chi drilled into his fist and was madly corroding his strength. Just as the two of them were in a state of anxiety, Fang Chen's other hand suddenly opened and slapped down. Ripples appeared in the air as a terrifying energy surged forth. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, sweeping across the sky. Immortal Hand. 9 immortal star cores came out of his body and circled around Fang Chun. His huge hand kept expanding and slapped down. Crack! Terrifying cracks appeared one after another in the void. This is the means of the immortal emperor. At this moment, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King finally felt that something was wrong, and he cried out involuntarily. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the immortal hand swooped down, plunging the entire world into darkness. Crack! When the immortal hand touched the Heavenly Corpse Realm King's fist, it instantly shattered. No! The Heavenly Corpse Realm King screamed miserably as he felt the immortal star force corroding him. Damn it! The heavenly corpse realm king frantically retreated, trying to escape. If my original body was here, would it be your turn to show off? The heavenly corpse realm king roared angrily. This was just his doppelganger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to resist the attack of the immortal hand. Go! With a bang, the heavenly corpse realm king cut off one of his arms, cutting off the connection with the immortal hand. His figure flashed, and he fled. However, how could Feng Qin miss such a good opportunity? Immortal hand. He once again displayed the immortal hand. A shocking palm print roared out, and a terrifying airflow instantly submerged the heavenly corpse realm king. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. The heavenly corpse realm king's doppelganger dissipated in the dark airflow. It took a long time for the sky to return to calm. At the foot of the Soul Blood Mountain, the terrifying airflow gradually dissipated. Feng Chun stood at the peak of the Soul Blood Mountain with the star-hidden sword in his hand. His face was a little pale. He had just used the immortal hand and consumed too much energy. Are you okay? Ouyang Luoshua walked over and helped Feng Chun to a blue stone so that he could sit down and rest. I'm fine, Feng Chun said. Your primordial spirit is damaged, and you have consumed too much energy in this battle. You need a rest. I will guard you while you recover on the Soul Blood Mountain, Ouyang Luoshua said. Feng Chun nodded. At this time, he indeed needed to rest. At the peak of the Soul Blood Mountain, the dark killing array had already collapsed. Feng Chun sat cross-legged on the blue stone and slowly closed his eyes. His primordial spirit slowly rotated, and the 9 immortal star cores in his body also rotated. Unknowingly, his divine sense spread out and roamed the void. After an unknown period of time, Feng Chun felt that his primordial spirit seemed to have entered a strange place. The surrounding aura was constantly nourishing his primordial spirit, and he felt very comfortable. What a comfortable feeling. Feng Chun was immersed in it and didn't notice it at all. What's going on? Ouyang Luoshua's expression changed. She found that something was wrong with Feng Chun. His body was trembling slightly, and his face was getting paler. What's going on? Ouyang Luoshua looked around, but didn't find anything. She really wanted to wake Feng Chun up, but she was afraid that it would affect his recovery. Her beautiful eyes sized up Feng Chun seriously. As long as there was something wrong with him, she would immediately wake him up. Feng Chun felt that he had a dream. In the dream, he found a place that stored a vast amount of energy. His primordial spirit soared freely in the air and continued to absorb the energy. In just a few days, he found that his primordial spirit had not only recovered, but also became stronger. In an extremely distant and mysterious place in the primordial chaos, amidst the clouds and the void, an old man was sitting on a cloud and sipping tea. Suddenly, he sensed something, and his sharp eyes looked in a certain direction. He exclaimed softly, and then a bright smile appeared on his face. His body emitted an ancient aura, and it was simple and ancient. I didn't expect him to be the first candidate whose primordial spirit broke through to the Emperor realm. The old man stroked his beard and then transmitted his voice. The plan could be carried out. After that, he slowly stood up, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. After so long, the plan can finally be carried out. The old man let out a sigh. It seemed to spread to every part of the void. At the same time, Feng Chun, who was in the Dragonfield Soul Blood Forest, suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! Boom! In his mind, his primordial spirit shook, and rays of light shot out. He was about to speak when he realized that something was wrong. After a moment of daze, an excited expression appeared on his face. How is this possible? He shook his head hard, not daring to believe the truth in front of him. Wasn't I recovering from my injuries at the peak of the Soul Blood Mountain? Why did it become like this? Feng Chun shrugged and surveyed his surroundings. There was no change at all. Only Ouyang Luoshua looked at Chun, she with even more surprise. I remember that I had a dream. Suddenly, Feng Chun recalled the dream he had previously. Could it be that the mysterious place in the dream is the legendary place where the soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass is nurtured? Feng Chun abruptly slapped his own head and instantly understood. It was really an unintentional willow that turned out to be a shade. He just wanted to recover from his injuries, and his primordial spirit involuntarily roamed the void, but it discovered the place where the soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass was nurtured. From then on, it absorbed the remaining aura of the soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass, and unknowingly, his primordial spirit had already stepped into the Emperor realm. Emperor realm, primordial spirit? Fong Chun carefully sensed his primordial spirit, and he felt unprecedentedly carefree. His primordial spirit had undergone a qualitative leap. If it was before, his primordial spirit was like a newborn baby, then now, the strength of his primordial spirit was comparable to a peerless expert. Only those who had truly experienced it could understand the difference. Phew! He took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and raised his head to look at Ouyang Luoxia. How long has it been? Fong Chun asked. An hour. Hearing this, Fong Chun was stunned. Chapter 32-35. His physical body had broken through to the Emperor realm, and now his primordial spirit had also stepped into the realm that soul Dao cultivators dreamed of. For Fong Chun, this was definitely not a simple breakthrough, but a sublimation of his primordial spirit. He now felt that his primordial spirit was very comfortable, as if his understanding of martial arts had deepened. Beside him, Ouyang Luoxiue's eyes flashed with envy. The primordial spirit was the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, it would be immortal. Someone once said that primordial spirits below the Emperor realm were all ants. In other words, as long as the primordial spirit did not enter the Emperor realm, it was at risk of collapsing at any time. Once the primordial spirit broke through to the Emperor realm, it meant that the primordial spirit had reached a higher level and was one step closer to the supreme laws. In the unseen world, the supreme laws were everywhere, protecting the primordial spirit of the Emperor realm. As long as it did not suffer heavy injuries, the primordial spirit would not shatter. Once upon a time, Ouyang Luoxia thought that with her potential in the dragon field, it was very likely that she would be the first person in the younger generation to break through to the Emperor realm. However, the guy standing in front of her had cultivated for less than half of her time, but his achievements were at a height that she might not be able to reach in her lifetime. After thinking for a moment, Ouyang Luoxia sighed, shook her head gently, and turned away. Her deep eyes looked into the distance. Ouyang Luoxia saw Fong Chun's strong performance one after another clearly, and her heart was greatly stimulated. She had already made up her mind that after sending Fong Chun away, she would return to the Ouyang family and enter seclusion. She would not come out until she broke through. Fong Chun patted Ouyang Luoxiue's shoulder gently and comforted her. One day, you will also break through to the Emperor realm. Ouyang Luoxia squeezed out a smile. You have achieved your goal. Can you leave now? Ouyang Luoxia asked. Fong Chun nodded, and the two left the Soul Blood Mountain one after another. From beginning to end, no one knew what had happened on the Soul Blood Mountain. They also did not know that Fong Chun had destroyed a clone of the Sky Corpse Realm King with his own strength, absorbed the remaining aura of the Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit Grass, and broke through to the Emperor Realm with his primordial spirit. Dragon Field, in the Corpse Demon's nest. Bang! The sound of something shattering could be heard, as well as an angry roar. Damnable Skyheart Realm Lord. The Heavenly Corpse Realm King's face was ferocious, blue veins protruding from his forehead. His heart was filled with anger. It wasn't easy for him to condense an avatar, but it was destroyed just like that in the hands of the Heaven Heart World Overlord. He wasn't willing to accept this, and he was furious. You'll have to pay a heavy price for destroying my clone. You won't be able to bear such a price. The Heavenly Corpse Realm King gnashed his teeth as he spoke. At the same time, he took out a communication jade pendant and sent a sound transmission to Elder Tree Wasp. The plan has failed. Use the power of the Ouyang aristocrat clan to encircle and annihilate World Lord Tian Xen. At the same time, Elder Shu Feng, who was in the Ouyang family, felt the anger of the Sky Corpse Realm King through the communication jade pendant. His heart was filled with doubts. The Sky Corpse Realm King's clone had personally entered the Soul Blood Forest to kill the Sky Heart Realm Lord. Why did it fail? Could it be that there was more to this than met the eye? However, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King was furious, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately passed down an order, and a large number of people set off for the Soul Blood Forest. The moment you attacked the disciples of the Ouyang family, the outcome was already decided. Elder Shu Feng said in a deep voice. The death of the Ouyang family's 5 sons had always been a knot in his heart. This time, it wasn't just because of the Sky Corpse Realm King's words. More importantly, it was to avenge the Ouyang family's 5 sons, and to kill a genius. In front of the Soul Blood Forest. Crash! Feng Chun and Ouyang Luoxue appeared one after another. You're finally out. Before Elder Shu Feng attacks you, hurry up and leave the dragon field. Ouyang Luoxue said anxiously. This is my medallion. Take it to Oolong City and use the teleportation formation to leave. If one wanted to take the cross-region teleportation array, one must have the token of the Ouyang family. Feng Chun glanced at Ouyang Luoxue and took the token. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned as he felt that something was wrong. There's a fluctuation. Feng Chun felt an energy fluctuation in the void. His Emperor Realm spiritual consciousness instantly spread out. In the blink of an eye, he saw that not too far away from him, there was a group of people from the Ouyang family rapidly approaching him. They're here. Hurry up and leave. Feng Chun withdrew his spiritual consciousness and said in a deep voice, You go first. I'll bring up the rear. Ouyang Luoxue shook her head. If Elder Shu Feng personally took action, Feng Chun would be in trouble. Let's go. Feng Chun roared and pushed Ouyang Luoxue away. Then, his figure flashed and traveled through the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! Feng Chun's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Elder Shu Meng stood at the very front, leading a large group of people forward in a majestic manner. Suddenly, he noticed that not far away, the void flickered, and a ray of light flashed past. Stop! Elder Shu Feng roared and waved his sleeve, shattering the void. Feng Chun was forced out of the void. Realm Lord Tian Xin. Seeing this, Elder Shu Feng bared his teeth and said angrily, You killed the 5th son of the Ouyang family. Today, I'll make you pay with your blood. Let's go. Feng Chun did not waste any time. He stomped his foot and prepared to leave. You're courting death. Elder Shu Feng released a violent energy. He took a step forward and tore the void apart to chase after Feng Chun. Elder Shu Feng. A yell could be heard. A figure appeared in front of Elder Shu Meng and blocked his path. Move. Elder Shu Feng said coldly. Elder Shu Feng, why do you have to do this? Ouyang Luoxue shook her head. He's the enemy of the Ouyang family. If you stop me, you're going against the Ouyang family. Do you think I won't dare to touch you? Elder Shu Feng said angrily. A terrifying aura surrounded his body. Realm Lord Tian Xin has no enmity with the Ouyang family. The 5th son of the Ouyang family betrayed the family and colluded with the corpse demon. We wanted to make him our enemy, so he had no choice but to fight back. Ouyang Luoxue explained. However, this explanation was useless. How dare you? Not only are you protecting your enemy, you're also slandering the 5th son of the Ouyang family. Men, capture her. Elder Shu Meng waved his sleeve, and a vast power swept up Ouyang Luoxue and threw him to the back, where he was controlled by the others. Luoxue. After seeing this, Feng Chun, who was fleeing at a rapid speed, stopped in his tracks and yelled out, Leave quickly. I'm a member of the Ouyang family. They won't do anything to me. Ouyang Luoxue transmitted her voice. You. Feng Chun was furious. He wanted to go back and save Ouyang Luoxue, but he suppressed this thought in the end. If anything happens to Luoxue, I'll kill you. Feng Chun's voice resounded in the heavens and earth. As for him, he transformed into a great rock and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, Elder Shu Feng returned empty-handed. His face was extremely gloomy. Damnable fellow. He was furious in his heart. He had personally taken action, but Realm Lord Tion Xin had escaped. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He looked at Ouyang Luoxue and asked, "Where did he go?" Ouyang Luoxue shook her head. "I don't know. Bring him back." Elder Shu Feng snorted coldly and left first. In front of a hidden mountain stream, Feng Chun squatted by the stream and used water to wash his face. He clenched his fists tightly and was burning with rage. "Ouyang family, Elder Shu Feng." He bared his teeth and said coldly. Thinking back to how Ouyang Luoxue had risked her life to block Elder Shu Feng's attack, he felt guilty. "If anything happens to you, I'll destroy the Ouyang faction." Feng Chun said, "The day I return to the Dragon City will be the day Elder Shu Feng is destroyed." After speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared into the mountain stream. From that day onwards, no matter how hard the Ouyang family searched, they couldn't find any trace of Feng Chun. The latter seemed to have disappeared from the world. It was extremely strange. After Ouyang Luoxue was captured by Elder Shu Feng, she was imprisoned for the crime of betraying the Ouyang family. This incident became the fuse for the conflict between the Yin faction and the Yang faction. The Yang faction wanted to head to the world capital and force Feng Chun to appear, while the Yin faction strongly opposed. As a top faction of the Dragon City, they couldn't do such a thing. In the end, the two factions entered stalemate. Chapter 32-36. The primordial chaos was vast and rich in cultivation resources. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. And where there were conflicts, there would definitely be conflicts. In every corner of the primordial chaos, there would be martial artists fighting to the death for cultivation resources almost all the time. Every day, there would be a large number of martial artists dying. However, all of this was the law of nature and fell under the supervision of the supreme law. Their deaths or the fight for cultivation resources would not really affect the primordial chaos. The supreme law was real and illusory, dominating the entire primordial chaos realm. As long as one was in the primordial chaos realm, they would be affected by the supreme law unless they could really jump out. However, since ancient times, how many people could do it? In the past, there was a rumor that the great emperors of the ancient era were able to do this. They were not affected by the supreme rules and jumped out of the cage. However, this was just a rumor and there was no evidence to prove it. In the current age of Dharma's end, there were even fewer supreme powerhouses. Those who could comprehend the supreme law were even fewer. However, this would not affect everyone's pursuit of the supreme law. The supreme ancestral I existed in every primordial chaos void. Feng Chun had once obtained 3 ancestral eyes when he was in the ancient Saint Chaos realm and refined the supreme ancestral eye. After coming to the primordial chaos realm, he also absorbed some supreme ancestral eyes. In this world, there were only 2 ways to comprehend the supreme law. The first way was to cultivate to the peak and step onto the peak of martial arts. With great perseverance, one could comprehend the supreme law. Normally speaking, this was the most difficult type, as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even the legendary reincarnation Sword Emperor, Tianyi Sword Emperor, Void Primogenitor, and the others could not do it. The second method, on the other hand, was relatively simple. That was to constantly devour the supreme ancestral eye. After devouring to a certain extent, it was very likely that one could touch the threshold of the supreme law. Therefore, in the primordial chaos realm, there were countless experts who tried their best to find the supreme ancestral eye owner and rob them of their supreme ancestral eye. Primordial chaos realm, Western region. Today, the weapon pavilion was the only dominant force in the Western region. After countless years of development, the weapon pavilion had grown stronger. Not long ago, 2 Emperor Realm blacksmiths had appeared. As early as hundreds of years ago, the blacksmithing technique of Emperor Master Xian Bing had already reached the half-step Emperor Realm. Now that he had accumulated enough, stepping into the immortal Emperor Realm could be considered as a matter of course. However, Grandmaster Dongfang's breakthrough was unexpected. Even Imperial tutor Xian Bing, who was also an Emperor Realm blacksmith, was full of praise for him. Impressive. On the square of the Weapon Pavilion's headquarters, Imperial tutor Xian Bing gave Great Master Dongfang a thumbs up. Voila! Master Dongfang waved his palms. Instantly, a scorching flame shot up into the sky. Within that flame, one could vaguely make out a weapon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Grandmaster Dongfang stretched out his hand, and the scorching hot weapon landed in his palm. Imperial armament. This was the Emperor weapon that Grandmaster Dongfang had just forged. To be able to grasp the method to refine Imperial armaments in such a short period of time, this old man is truly impressed. The Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor side. Master Dongfang shook his head at the mention of weapon refinement. You and I may have both stepped into the Emperor realm, but in terms of weapon refinement potential, that person is still stronger. Voila! Suddenly, the void flickered and the Monster King walked out of the crack. Seniors. The Monster King cupped his fists. Although he was the master of the Weapon Pavilion, the two of them were much more senior than him. What? You come out? Imperial tutor Xian Bing grinned. The Monster King nodded. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, so I came out for a walk. By the way, seniors, did you find out the information that I asked you to find out? Hearing this, Imperial tutor Xian Bing and Grandmaster Dongfang exchanged glances, then shook their heads and smiled bitterly. All these years, we've been paying attention to the cultivators that came from other chaotic voids, but without exception, we did not find the aura of the Supreme Ancestor Eye on them. Imperial tutor Xian Bing said. Fangchen nodded. Did anything happen in the Western region recently? Grandmaster Dongfang said. The Western region is very peaceful. Nothing much has happened. However, something seems to have happened in the Southern region. Oh, hearing this, Fangchen's eyes flickered as he asked hurriedly. Not long ago, our men sent back news that a large number of experts have secretly sneaked into the Southern region to deal with someone. Deal with someone? We're not sure who exactly it is. Imperial tutor Xian Bing said. Fangchen pondered. I'll go out first. The Western region was guarded by the Armament Pavilion, which could be considered as a top force. In the Southern region, the Ling family and the ancient Frigid sect were allies, and no force could shake their position. However, recently, many experts had appeared in the Southern region, and among them were realm lords. This made the Ling family and the ancient Frigid sect very anxious. What are these people doing in the Southern region? In the Ling family, Yun Ling, beautiful eyes flickered as she pondered. Senior Yun, according to the news sent back by our spies, many famous experts have stepped into the Southern region. It said that their destination is Tianshu Yuan. What? Hearing this, a hint of anxiety appeared on Yun Ling-er's face. Oh no, they can't be. Thinking of this, Yun Ling-er flicked her sleeves and said coldly, pass down the order. Everyone in the Ling family is to prepare for war. At the same time, the experts in the family are to follow me to Tianshu Yuan. In addition to the Ling family, the ancient Frigid sect also received the news. The ancient Frigid sect and the ancient Frigid sect master led a large number of people to Tianshu Yuan. For a time, the wind and clouds gathered in Tianshu Yuan. At the edge of the southern region, within 100 miles of Tianshu Yuan, countless warriors were hiding in the dark. Whoosh! Suddenly, a brilliant glow flickered and disappeared. The warriors hiding in the dark cried out involuntarily. It's the Dark Dragon Realm Lord. I didn't expect him to be here too. Heavens, I just saw the Black Jade Realm Lord not long ago. I didn't expect the Dark Dragon Realm Lord to be here too. We can only wait for them to fight until both sides are injured before we take action. The atmosphere in Tianshu Yuan was very tense. A man in a green robe sat cross-legged on a green stone. Beside him were 3 puppets. The 3 puppets formed a triangle and surrounded him. An endless stream of power intertwined with each other to form a powerful defense. Senior Qing, the chief of Tianshu Yuan, walked over slowly and cupped his fist at the man in green robe. Many experts have arrived outside Tianshu Yuan. Their target is you. Whoosh! Ching Ho opened his eyes and put away the 3 puppets. Now, the entire southern region is abuzz with rumors of your miraculous puppetry techniques. These people want to capture you and force you to hand over your puppetry techniques. They even want to imprison you and refine you into a puppet for them, said the chief of Tianshu Yuan. It's okay. I'll deal with it. Ching Ho was very calm. For countless years, after he left the ancient sacred chaos, he had been wandering in the realm of chaos. Now, he had achieved success in his cultivation, and his puppetry had reached the point of perfection. He could even refine puppets at the half-step martial emperor level. Even if he faced a realm lord, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. I originally thought that after I stabilized my realm, I would look for my good brother. I didn't expect trouble to come knocking on my door so quickly, Ching Ho said lightly. He came to Tianshu Yuan to look for Fong Chun. And now, because he had exposed his trump card in a battle, the world knew of his puppetry skills. There were even some forces that sought out sector lords from the eastern region and the northern region to come over. Dong dong dong. At this moment, the earth trembled and Tianshu Yuan shook. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a terrifying aura spread out. Several figures appeared in the clouds. The aura they exuded suppressed all the disciples of Tianshu Yuan to the ground. Are you Ching Ho? One of them looked down at Ching Ho. Hand over your puppets and puppetry techniques, and I can spare your life. Refine 9 puppets for me. I didn't expect that a grandmaster puppeteer would appear in such a barbaric place. The aura of the several experts soared into the sky. As they talked and laughed, they decided Ching Ho's fate. In their opinion, the small Tianshu Yuan didn't dare to challenge them. However, a voice caused the smiles on their faces to gradually freeze. Sorry, I won't hand over my puppets and puppetry techniques, and I won't refine puppets for you.